The colloquial terms such as Magan Shao Wei, Tafuzi, Chuan Shanja, Tapatsi, and Dixian all refer to grave robbers who traverse the shadowy realms of the netherworld, engaging in the morally reprehensible act of desecrating ancestral tombs in pursuit of riches through the art of treasure-seeking and coffin elevation. However, such wealth is not easily attainable. Ancient tombs are fraught with lethal traps, and even more terrifying are the inexplicable phenomena within, which elude scientific explanation. That autumn, I returned to my village to mourn, accompanied by my good friend Xiao Wei and the archaeology PhD. Lu Di, we embarked on a series of bizarre and unfathomable adventures in our exploration of ancient tombs. My name is Lu Yang, hailing from a village in northern Anhui known as Xiaozhou. That I was born on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month in 1986, a day often regarded as the Ghost Festival, leading my father to bestow upon me the name Yang to counteract the heavy Yin energy associated with my birth. Perhaps due to my inauspicious fate, my parents tragically perished in a car accident when I was just 13. After graduating from middle school, I joined the labor force in the South, spending over a year working on construction sites. When winter conscription arrived, I returned home to enlist, serving as a soldier in a southwestern military region for 3 years. Upon my discharge, I found myself in Hangzhou, where I worked for many years as a security team leader in a high-rise building. By 2015, at the age of 29, I had achieved little without a car, a home, or a partner. During that year's National Day, I received a call from my great-uncle, informing me of my grandmother's passing. Thus, I hurriedly traveled the long distance to my familiar yet foreign hometown. As I boarded the small bus from the county to the town, I called my old friend Lu Wei, asking him to ride his motorcycle to pick me up. After hanging up, I gazed out at the towering cornfields, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Over a decade had elapsed since my parents' deaths, and I had only returned home 3 or 4 times. This once familiar land now felt like a distant place. At that moment, I was unaware that this trip back for mourning would lead to a series of unexpected and extraordinary events that would alter the fates of myself, my dear friend, Lu Wei, and the archaeology scholar Lu Di forever. The journey from the county to the town spanned several miles, and the bumpy ride on the small bus would take at least 40 minutes. To pass the time, I pulled out an ancient book with a blank cover from my backpack, opening it to reveal the character's secret burial inscribed on the first page. This ancient tome dates back 5 years. During a road construction project in the village, my ancestral home was slated for planning, and while organizing the old house, I discovered this book hidden within the wall. Cavity beneath my grandfather's bed, wrapped in layers of oilcloth, remarkably preserved after decades. The text within the secret burial is written in traditional Chinese characters. My educational background is limited, so I could only comprehend fragments of it. The book details the art of geomancy, the principles of yin and yang, and the techniques for locating dragon veins and burial spots, alongside various customs of secret burials, ancient tomb mechanisms, and the transformation of corpses. As a child, I had heard tales from my grandmother about my family's history. My great-grandfather, Lu Chongqing, was a scholar during the late Qing dynasty, later serving as a clerk in the county office. Following the Xinhai Revolution, he returned to the village, establishing a private school to educate the youth. In the 7th year of the Republic, our village was beset by floods, followed by an outbreak of foul plague, which claimed numerous lives. My great-grandfather nearly succumbed to that epidemic. But fortune smiled upon him when a wandering Taoist passed by and saved his life with an unconventional remedy. Afterwards, my great-grandfather chose to accompany that Taoist, traversing the world for over a decade before returning to the village. He married a widow from the neighboring village, bearing the surname Tian, and became a well-known geomancer, offering his services in the art of feng shui throughout the surrounding areas. The ancient tome titled Secret Burial, which I hold in my hands, is likely a relic passed down from that era. However, due to societal changes and the tumultuous decade of the proletarian revolution, faith in science overshadowed belief in the supernatural. Thus, the ancestral craft of observing the landscape and discerning the energies of yin and yang was lost with my father's generation. As I perused Secret Burial, I unwittingly arrived in town. I stowed the ancient book and disembarked, only to be greeted by a burly figure leaning against a red Suzuki motorcycle, grinning at me. His face, brimming with mischief, elicited a roll of my eyes. Suddenly, he barked, "The king of heaven covers the earth." Startled, I dropped my bag containing a few articles of clothing and assumed a stance, retorting, "The river demon of Bao Town." The stout young man stepped forward, grasping my hand with fervor, exclaiming, in the vastness of life and death, "Brothers meet again, shedding tears like a river." I replied, "When the winds of change arise once more, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield." He then offered me a half-consumed bottle of mineral water, saying, "Brother, I find myself in dire straits lately. This bottle is my humble offering to welcome you." I pushed the water back, replying, "Having spent a full day and night in transit, my bladder is in distress. You may keep that half bottle for yourself until I find a restroom." This man is Lu Wei, affectionately known as Xiao Wei, my childhood comrade, who grew up with me in our village, alongside my great-uncle's daughter, Lu Di. Together, the three of us were the best of friends. Once known as the Three Musketeers of the village. In our youth, we herded sheep, played with mud, attended school, engaged in brawls, faced the consequences together, and shared in our mischief. After graduating from middle school, I lost both my parents and ventured south to work on construction sites with the villagers before enlisting in the military, while Lu Wei and Lu Di pursued further studies. Lu Wei scored 200 points on the college entrance examination and attended a technical school to become a chef. Now he is stout and jovial, clearly skilled in the culinary arts. As for Lu Di, her path diverged significantly from mine and Lu Wei's. She excelled in the college entrance examination, achieving over 600 points, earning the title of the top female student in our county. She was admitted to the prestigious Tsinghua University in Beijing. After completing her undergraduate studies, she pursued a master's degree and then a doctorate. I recount these details about Lu Di primarily because I have harbored unrequited feelings for her since childhood. Yes, I have been in love with her. Due to road construction, our ancestral home in the village was demolished, and I have not returned in years. I reunite with Xiao Wei after such a long absence. Nostalgia washes over me, awakening memories of our youth. Xiao Wei mounted his motorcycle, and we set off towards Xiaozhou village, riding at a leisurely pace while exchanging words along the way. Xiao Wei, much like myself, remained single to this day. Last year, a matchmaker from the village introduced him to a potential partner, and they reached the stage of discussing marriage. Xiao Wei even exhausted his savings to construct a 2-story villa. However, true love often faces trials, and ultimately, the couple parted ways. Before long, Xiao Wei rode his motorcycle to the village entrance, with me as his passenger. As I gazed around, I noticed that the once prevalent brick and tile houses had nearly vanished, replaced by numerous 2- or 3-story villas. I found myself questioning if this was truly the place where I had grown up. I mused to myself about how rapidly the village had developed in recent years. Upon returning to the village, my first task was to bow before my grandmother's coffin, performing the rites of mourning and lighting incense. After donning the mourning attire, I rose to gaze upon my grandmother's serene visage within the ice coffin. The acrid scent of burning paper money and candles filled the entire mourning hall, where paper representations of golden boys and jade maidens flanked the coffin, evoking a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down my spine. As I approached the coffin, I looked upon my grandmother, adorned in an ornate burial garment, her body covered by a vibrant red quilt. The stark contrast between her pale skin and the crimson fabric struck me deeply, and in a fleeting moment, I seemed to perceive her closed eyes suddenly snap open, resembling eerie fox-like eyes that emitted a sinister green glow, fixating upon me with an unsettling gaze, the corners of her wrinkled mouth curling into an uncanny smile. A jolt coursed through my body, as if struck by lightning, rendering me momentarily unsteady that I could hardly fathom that my grandmother, who had passed just 2 days prior, was smiling at me from within the sealed ice coffin, reminiscent of the times when she stood before the Liu family ancestral hall, greeting the children returning home from school with a warm smile. Under the influence of my grandmother's bizarre expression, my mind began to drift, and I unconsciously reached out to touch the ice coffin. At that moment, a firm hand suddenly clapped on my shoulder, accompanied by Xiao Wei's familiar voice. "Lu Yang, what are you doing? Let's go." I was jolted back to reality, instinctively retracting my hand. Upon focusing my gaze, I found my grandmother peacefully resting in the ice coffin, her eyes still closed, her expression tranquil. Could it have been a mere hallucination? With my heart settling slightly, I pondered the nature of my experience, whether it was indeed a figment of my imagination or a manifestation of my grandmother's spirit. I could not ascertain. The fact that neither Xiao Wei nor the other mourners surrounding the coffin reacted suggested that perhaps I alone had witnessed my grandmother's peculiar display, possibly. Intended solely for my eyes, I took a few deep breaths to calm my racing heart, uncertain if it was the scent of burning paper money or a sense of dread that unsettled me, or perhaps the exhaustion from a lengthy journey of over 10 hours. Regardless, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, compelling me to step outside. After exchanging a few words with the mourning relatives, whose sorrowful cries filled the hall, I decided it was best to pull Xiao Wei away from the oppressive atmosphere of the mourning hall. Upon stepping outside, the oppressive feeling in my chest and the urge to retch immediately began to dissipate. After walking a few steps, I fortuitously encountered Deji, a robust young man preoccupied with family affairs. Deji is a title designated in our rural community, signifying a person who oversees significant events, both joyous and mournful. In the context of our grandmother's funeral, Deji, by virtue of kinship, is to be addressed as fourth uncle. Upon seeing me and Xiao Wei emerge from the mourning hall, Deji pulled out 2 packs of 10-yuan Huangshan cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to us, saying, "It is good that Lu Yang has returned. Many are estimating that they will not arrive home until tomorrow. We shall commence the proceedings tomorrow, but today we will rely on you young lads for various preparations." Before I could respond, the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Wei thumped his chest and declared, "Fourth uncle, you need not worry. The arrangements for our grandmother's affairs have long been prepared. Should there be any tasks requiring our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lu Yang and I may lack in some areas, but we possess ample strength." Deji nodded, gesturing towards several parked trucks not far away. "The mourning hall is nearly set up. Gather a few people today to erect the iron shed." At this, Xiao Wei and I were rendered speechless. It was not due to laziness, rather. According to local customs, funerals are of utmost importance, surpassing even weddings, necessitating a flowing banquet. Our village is renowned as a large one, comprising over 300 households, and the banquet would span 3 days, requiring at least 20 to 30 tables. Given this scale, we would need to construct 2 massive iron sheds for the banquet. Xiao Wei rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Fourth uncle, where did you rent these iron sheds? Isn't it the responsibility of the rental service to set them up?" Fourth uncle gave Xiao Wei a hefty kick and retorted impatiently, "Rented from your third uncle's place. You little rascal, do you think you can shirk your duties? Now, off you go to work." As Xiao Wei and I stood there with cigarettes in our mouths, we engaged in casual conversation while assisting in lowering the iron pipes onto the open ground. As for the actual construction, we were of little help, as there were dedicated individuals for that task. While smoking, I casually inquired, "Xiao Wei, do you think Lu Di will return?" Xiao Wei nodded. "Aunt Lu was brought back by our grandmother from the ancient well 29 years ago, so she will certainly come back. By the way, I heard she has become an expert in excavating ancestral graves." I scoffed. "You truly lack education. It is not grave digging, but archaeology. It is a profound discipline." Xiao Wei corrected, Yes, it seems it is archaeology. Aunt Lu is even a postdoctoral researcher now." "Postdoctoral? What does that mean? How could she be involved in postdoctoral work?" "It seems I shall have to admonish her when I see her next, urging her to obtain her doctoral degree promptly." Xiao Wei burst into laughter. "You criticize my lack of education, yet you fail to acknowledge your own ignorance. A postdoc is not a degree, but rather a professional experience, specifically referring to those who, after obtaining their doctorate, engage in scientific research at universities or research institutions, typically within postdoctoral research stations." I gazed at Xiao Wei in astonishment, taken aback by his smug expression. Qi Dao remarked, "When shall you extricate such an extensive and eloquent passage of oracle bone script from your lips? Is this still the same little Wei brother I know, who is avaricious, lecherous, and devoid of scholarly pursuits?" Little Wei chuckled. "During the spring festival when my aunt returned, I learned she is now a postdoctoral researcher. I urged her not to always remain in the shadows of others, but to seize opportunities to advance herself. This passage of oracle bone script is what she disdainfully recited to me at that time. I still have yet to comprehend its meaning. A sudden clarity washed over me. It was indeed Lu Di who had spoken, and I had mistakenly presumed that Little Wei had significantly improved his cultural acumen during our years. Apart, that it appears my concerns were unfounded. Grandmother's home is located at the easternmost edge of the village, mere meters away from the confluence of the Old Grave Ditch and the Golden Sand River. In the past, not far from her doorstep stood an ancient well, which, regrettably, ran dry many years ago. Now, a rudimentary toilet occupies the vicinity of the well, though it is uncertain whether it stands upon the original site. As the night grew late, around 10 o'clock, I followed Xiao Wei back to his home to rest. The following morning, the sound of the Suona trumpet awakened the entire village. After a brief wash, Xiao Wei and I returned once more to grandmother's house. Today marked the beginning of a 3-day period filled with busyness, as relatives and friends gathered to pay their respects, including those from grandmother's maternal side. Fortunately, many family members who had been working away returned home, and although Xiao Wei and I are of the same generation, our slightly higher status exempted us from the more laborious tasks, such as serving at the banquet. Instead, we found ourselves washing dishes in the open space outside grandmother's home. At 2 in the afternoon, after the second round of guests had feasted, we finally gathered together to share the leftovers. As evening approached, while Xiao Wei and I continued our dishwashing, a motorcycle suddenly sped in from the direction of the town and halted at grandmother's doorstep. Initially, I paid it little mind, but when I noticed Xiao Wei rising abruptly and several family members pausing to gaze at the young woman dismounting from the motorcycle, realization dawned upon me. The prodigal daughter had returned, Lu Di, my elder cousin by a year. Worn from her travels, Lu Di wore a simple gray t-shirt and somewhat dirty jeans. After years apart, the long, lustrous black hair that had once captivated my memories was now replaced by a short bob grazing her ears. Her arrival instantly commanded the attention of all present, prompting my great-uncle and Uncle Ji to stride toward her. Lu Di was not originally from our village. She was discovered by grandmother on a snowy winter night 29 years ago, abandoned by the well, a mere infant on the brink of freezing to death, wrapped in swaddling. She bore only a note and 3 dimes. The note contained her birth date and the name Pan Di. At the time, my great-uncle, who was already in his 40s and childless, adopted the infant girl as his daughter. Though she was not a Lu by birth, she has become a source of pride for our village. The day she received her acceptance letter from Tsinghua University, the entire village erupted in celebration. During those impoverished years, her tuition and living expenses were collectively raised by the villagers, and I, too, contributed what I could. I vividly recall the day we bid farewell to Lu Di. Grandmother, leaning on her dragon-head cane, stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Lu Di knelt before her, tears welling in her eyes, and bowed 3 times in reverence. Those present at the farewell were moved to tears. Everyone understood that Lu Di's life had been salvaged by grandmother, and irrespective of where she may roam, she would always return home to honor her. Lu Di followed her great-uncle and Ji into the morning hall, where her heart-wrenching cries soon echoed through the room. A pang of sympathy stirred within me. Over the years, I had never truly forgotten Lu Di. Witnessing her profound sorrow unsettled my own heart, causing me to wash the dishes absent-mindedly. As dusk fell, the evening feast commenced once more. For several hours, Xiao Wei and I toiled over the mountain of dishes until they were finally clean. I found it peculiar that Xiao Wei, who was studying culinary arts, chose to wash dishes instead of cooking. When I voiced my curiosity, he awkwardly explained that he specialized in hotel cuisine, which differed from the large-scale cooking required in the village. Observing his evasive demeanor, I sensed he was merely offering an excuse, likely due to his lack of skill in his craft. Around 10 o'clock that night, the sound of the Suona began to resonate, accompanied by the energetic performances of several wayward young women. Finding the spectacle dull, I retreated to the restroom by my grandmother's house for a moment of privacy, then lingered nearby to smoke a cigarette. The night sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, while the moon remained dim. I gazed at the celestial tapestry, lost in thought. Gradually, I realized that the feng shui of our village, Xiaozhou, possessed a certain intrigue. To the east, 2 rivers converged, forming a Y-shaped pattern, while to the west stood an ancient burial mound towering over 100 meters high. This site evoked the dragon-seeking verses from the ancient tome Secret Burial, which detailed the art of locating dragon veins and auspicious sites. To seek the dragon, one must observe the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents its own challenge. If the gate is locked with 1,000 bolts, one cannot escape the realms of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The taiji must be distinct, for a diagram shall emerge. The trigrams will reveal the yin and yang of the heavenly gate. Ensnared mountains and waters yield no hidden sights. The 8 trigrams make it difficult to discern the celestial patterns. The purple star and the Big Dipper converge at the heart of the heavens. Discerning the mountains and waters requires the alignment of 9 stars. To seek the dragon and observe its aura, one must first locate the vein. Once the heart of heaven is discerned, the sight shall be revealed. Reflecting on the years I spent perusing my great-grandfather's venerable tome, I noted that our village's feng shui configuration bore resemblance to the double dragons holding the moon formation described in Volume 7 of Secret Burial. The 2 rivers, Jinsha River and Laofan Ditch, symbolized the double dragons, while the moon they cradled likely represented an ancient well nearby, reflecting the moonlight. This well, steeped in history, could be traced back to the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. It had once been a source of water, but had dried up during the late Qing dynasty. According to the descriptions in Volume 7 regarding the double dragons holding the moon feng shui pattern, the convergence of 2 flowing rivers must be accompanied by a deep pool or ancient well within 10 zhang of the confluence. The ancient well at the eastern edge of our village was no mere coincidence. As thoughts raced through my mind, I contemplated why our village's layout, resembling a narrow boat, had remained unchanged for centuries. In ancient times, wells were typically excavated at the village center for the convenience of the inhabitants. Why then? Was this well located at the easternmost edge, close to 2 rivers? Why invest human, financial, and material resources to dig a well in such proximity to the rivers? What excites me is the feng shui configuration known as double dragons embracing the moon. This arrangement not only provides blessings for future generations suitable for the construction of residential homes, but more crucially, as documented in the book Secret Burials, it is also a treasure site for an ancestral tomb, fitting for the final resting place of someone of noble lineage, undoubtedly not an ordinary grave. The mere thought that beneath our village may lie the grand tomb of a noble, filled with countless invaluable funerary items, stirs my heart with an uncontainable thrill. If such an ancient tomb truly exists, then the old well must serve as its entrance. Having been away for many years, I cannot confirm whether the ancient well I frequently saw in my childhood still remains, though I recall it being near the restroom. The ground is overgrown with weeds, and with the dimming light, I can see nothing clearly. I activate the flashlight on my phone, bending down cautiously to search through the wild grass for what I believe could lead me to riches beyond measure, a direct passage to the ancient tomb. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes into my search, a familiar female voice calls out from behind me. "Lu Yang, what are you looking for?" The sudden voice startles me, causing me to nearly drop my phone. Turning around, I am met with the last person I expected to see, Lu Di. She appears somewhat haggard, her eyes red-rimmed. I have not seen her since she entered the morning hall that afternoon. Initially, I had intended to visit her there, but the memory of my grandmother's smile from within the coffin when I returned to the morning hall in my morning attire deterred me from doing so. After a brief pause, I respond, "Oh, nothing much. I was just smoking." I remembered there was an ancient well nearby and wanted to check its location to avoid falling in. Lu Di seems to have just come out from the restroom, greeting me only upon noticing my presence. She approaches slowly and says, "Smoking is not good for you. You should quit." I manage a wry smile and reply, "After so many years apart, is it necessary to lecture me upon our reunion?" Lu Di insists, "I am only looking out for your well-being." I raise my hands in mock surrender, discarding the cigarette, and say, all right, I won't smoke anymore." Observing the sadness etched on Lu Di's face, I feel a twinge of compassion and continue, "Lu Di, do not be too sorrowful. Grandmother lived to over 100 years. She departed peacefully." Lu Di nods slowly, saying, "I know. I just regret that I have been away studying all these years and could not show her filial piety." I reassure her, "You have accomplished significant things. Your grandmother would surely find solace in your endeavors from the heavens. There is no need for you to feel excessive guilt." After conversing with Lu Di for a while, primarily offering her comfort, she suddenly inquires, "I heard that after your discharge, you are working as a security guard in Hangzhou?" I reply, "Yes, the salary is modest. Just enough to get by. Fortunately, I still have 28 acres of land registered under my name, which I have been leasing to my third uncle for cultivation, yielding some rental income each year." Lu Di remarked, "You cannot continue like this. You are still young and should acquire some skills and experience the world outside. Moreover, you have yet to establish a family. In our childhood, she often took it upon herself to educate me, leveraging the fact that she was a year older than my aunt, which I found rather irksome. I hastily interrupted her, saying, "Enough, Auntie. I am almost 30 now. I am no longer the person I used to be, so please refrain from lecturing me." Ludi replied, "It is precisely because you are approaching your 30s that I feel compelled to encourage you." Feeling overwhelmed, I swiftly changed the subject. "Let us not discuss me for now. Tell me about yourself. I heard you are now a postdoctoral researcher. Where have you been excavating recently?" Ludi frowned and said, "That is called archaeology. How can you, like Xiao Wei, be so uninformed?" I chuckled lightly. "Yes, archaeology. Where are you conducting your excavations now?" Ludi explained, "Recently, a group of internationally connected antiquities smugglers dug up an ancient tomb in Sichuan. I have been assisting Professor Yang Sitsai in a salvage excavation of that tomb." I was taken aback. I had indeed seen that news online and inquired, "Is it the one that was reported recently, resembling an Egyptian pyramid? I remember some unfortunate tomb raiders suffocated inside." Ludi responded in astonishment, "You know about that?" I confirmed, "I read it in the news." "I had no idea you were excavating that tomb. However, given that several tomb raiders perished inside, it must be fraught with dangers. You should exercise caution." Now, it became clear to me why Ludi returned home looking so weary and covered in dust. She had just received news of our great-grandmother's passing and returned directly from the archaeological site in Sichuan. I had some familiarity with that tomb, as reports indicated that its earthen mound resembled a pyramid. A group of about 7 or 8 tomb raiders blasted a corner, alarming the locals. When the forestry personnel arrived to investigate, they apprehended 3 individuals, while 4 others tragically perished within the tomb. When the villagers carried out the bodies of the 4 tomb raiders, it was said that their deaths were gruesome, with their skin turning purple and eyes bulging. Some speculated they suffocated due to lack of oxygen, while others theorized that sheer terror had caused their demise. Perhaps due to my years of studying ancient texts like secret burials, I found myself intrigued by the ancient tomb and asked, "Ludi, is it true that several tomb raiders died in there from suffocation?" Ludi glanced at me, her expression suddenly shifting to something peculiar. She shook her head and replied, "You are interested in such matters?" I laughed lightly, just engaging in casual conversation. Ludi did not divulge any further details about the pyramid tomb, nor did she mention how those tomb raiders met their end. As we exchanged pleasantries and inquired about each other's recent experiences, I realized that despite our childhood familiarity, there now existed an unbridgeable chasm between us, a distance that had crept in unnoticed over the years. As I leisurely strolled and conversed with Ludi, suddenly, my foot slipped, and I lost my balance, plunging downwards. A sense of foreboding engulfed me. Instinctively, I reached out to grasp something, but before I could react, I was descending rapidly. Moments later, I felt a jolt beneath my feet as I landed at the bottom of a dark abyss. It dawned on me that I had fallen into a dry well. Truly, after searching for him endlessly, I had unexpectedly turned around to find the well right beneath me. Shrouded in darkness, Ludi leaned over the well's edge, calling out, Lu Yang, are you hurt?" I examined myself and discovered no fractures, merely a sensation of pain in my arm. Given the pitch blackness of the well's bottom, I was uncertain if I had scraped my skin. I shouted back, "I'm fine. Just a momentary lapse leading to a great misfortune, landing in this well. I knew this ancient well must be nearby." I urged her to seek help, saying, "Wait for me down there. Just throw down a rope. Don't tell anyone else that I've fallen in, especially not Xiao Wei. Please, don't mention it to him. It would be too embarrassing." I called out several times, but there was no response from Ludi, which likely meant she had gone to find assistance. I truly wondered if she had heard my last words. If she hadn't and returned with the crowd, it would be utterly humiliating. The darkness below was overwhelming, and the human fear of the unknown sent chills down my spine. I hastily retrieved my phone and activated the flashlight. The beam pierced through the darkness, gradually alleviating my fear as I acclimated to the environment at the well's bottom. Beneath my feet lay a soft layer of withered grass and cornstalk husks, accumulated over countless years, emitting a pungent odor of decay. Thankfully, the thick accumulation of debris from the well's mouth cushioned my fall. Otherwise, I surely would have sustained injuries. The ancient well measured about 1.2 meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters deep, boasting a history of several centuries. The walls were adorned with dark blue bricks, severely eroded by the passage of time. With no monsters lurking within, my initial fear began to dissipate. I recalled the geomantic features I had observed earlier, If this truly was the auspicious configuration of two dragons presenting the moon, then the presence of this ancient well here was certainly not coincidental. I had a slight understanding of the secret burial related to the two dragons presenting the moon terrain. If an ancient wealthy individual had indeed favored this site for its feng shui, then the entrance to the tomb would undoubtedly be located beneath the well representing the moon. Realizing this ignited a flicker of excitement within me. If there was indeed an ancient tomb here, excavating it could yield valuable artifacts for sale, providing me with the means to buy a home and marry. I was not one to espouse altruism or lofty morals. Having lived alone for years, I had long seen through the world's ugliness, understanding that only the money in my hands was truly tangible. With great caution, I moved the phone's light, methodically probing and tapping against the surrounding bricks. The bricks of the well's wall have stood for centuries, yet due to the dampness of the well, most have corroded and crumbled significantly. With a mere touch, I could easily dislodge handfuls of dark fragments. Soon, I made a discovery. The western wall had suffered the most severe degradation. A gentle tap caused an entire brick to cave inward, revealing a fist-sized black void, illuminated by an inexplicable light that seemed to stretch into infinity, likely leading to a passageway of an ancient tomb. A chill ran down my spine, a mix of surprise and dread enveloping me. The delight stemmed from the realization that the accounts documented in the tome's secret burials were not mere fabrications. Beneath this auspicious configuration of two dragons presenting the moon, a genuine ancient tomb indeed lay concealed. However, the terror arose from that ominous black hole, shrouded in darkness, akin to a demon's eye fixed upon me, rendering my legs weak with trepidation. Secret Burials comprises 9 volumes. The first 3 chronicle the secret burial customs from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the late Qing period. The middle 3 delve into the architectural structures of ancient tombs, intricate mechanisms, and the transformation of corpses. The final 3 explore geomancy, astronomical observations, and the art of locating dragon veins. Whenever I peruse this ancient text, it strikes me as akin to a thief's notebook of a rustic scholar. I recall the 5th volume discussing tomb structures, which notes that the terrain and geography evolve with time, and that a once auspicious location could become a site of great misfortune after a millennium. Such dire locations are prone to producing mummified corpses. This auspicious configuration of 2 dragons presenting the moon was irreparably compromised over a century ago with the desiccation of this ancient well, leaving only the struggle of dragons in its wake. Furthermore, to the west of our village lies an old cemetery that obstructs the winds after the well's water dwindled. This previously prosperous site gradually transformed. My heart raced, fearing I had unwittingly opened a Pandora's box, from which a corpse, covered in white hair and with drooping eyes, might emerge to devour me. Given the narrow confines at the bottom of the well, escape seemed improbable. Perhaps due to my military background and resilient psyche, my avarice swiftly vanquished my fear. Curse it, I thought, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. If I dared not seize the treasure so close at hand, my life would be destined for mediocrity. I quietly encouraged myself, envisioning the myriad priceless artifacts that might lie within the tomb. Just a few genuine items could change my life. Acquiring a modest 3-bedroom apartment in the city would no longer be a distant dream. Such an opportunity was not one to squander. With determination, I bit my lip and forcefully pried at the caved-in brick. Years of neglect had rendered it fragile, and within moments, I had created a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter. Peering into the dark abyss, I illuminated it with the flashlight on my phone, revealing a long, filthy tomb passageway, the floor thick with sludge, and a foul stench wafting from the gaping void I had created. I was apprehensive that the odor might be toxic, so I hastily covered my mouth and nose, carelessly stacking the removed bricks back in place. Now that I had discovered this ancient tomb, I knew I must not rush. Adequate preparation was essential before venturing inside, and I could not undertake this endeavor alone. I needed a companion. If I were to recklessly enter by myself, it was likely that I would meet my demise within those depths. Just as I finished piling up the bricks, a blinding beam of light shot down from the well's opening, followed by the insufferable voice of Xiao Wei. With a boisterous laugh, he exclaimed, "Commander Liu, have your eyes grown on your backside? Or are you so smitten with your lady friend that you've lost your wits? How could you possibly miss such a wide well opening? It's my first time hearing of someone falling into this well." Haha. Xiao Wei's lewd laughter ignited a surge of irritation within me. Evidently, Lu Di had disregarded my earlier warning and had indeed summoned him. I tilted my head back and retorted, "Cease your mockery and stop adding insult to injury. Hurry up and pull me up." "All right then. We have been brothers for many years. I cannot stand by idly. Here, grasp the rope, he replied, tossing me a length of rope. I reached out and seized it, swiftly climbing up. Upon my ascent, I found only Lu Di and Xiao Wei at the well's edge. No one else was present, which somewhat eased my mind. It seemed that few were aware of my misfortune. However, observing Xiao Wei grinning while coiling the rope, a chill ran through me. I recalled that he had always been a blabbermouth once he learned of any secret. It wouldn't be long before the entire village of over 300 households would be in the know. Lu Di shone a flashlight over me, inspecting my body, and asked, "Are you injured?" Illuminated by the beam, I examined the scraped area on my arm and shook my head, responding, "It's nothing serious, just a little abrasion." She insisted, "I have some medicine in my room. Wait here, I'll fetch it for you." The depths of this ancient well are filthy and rife with bacteria. An infection could lead to complications. Though I had initially hesitated to trouble Lu Di, her words prompted me to reconsider, especially with the possibility of hidden bacteria or viruses in the tomb below. I quickly nodded in gratitude as she departed. After Lu Di left Xiao Wei and I moved away from the well. Not long after, he wore a peculiar grin and remarked, with 2 bands of swana playing and several beautiful maidens dancing, "Why would you choose to rendezvous with your lady by the ancient well instead? And then you fell in. Are you plotting something untoward with her, only to be sent tumbling down by a slap?" The fact that I had secretly harbored feelings for Lu Di was known only to Xiao Wei, and his teasing at that moment made me feel quite embarrassed. I retorted, "Stop your prattling. Say one more word, and I'll unleash my unique technique, the deadly scissor kick, and smash your head." Soon, Lu Di returned with penicillin to ward off tetanus, offering me a few words of caution. Noticing that it was nearly midnight, Xiao Wei and I made our way home. Once at his house, I remained in a state of insomnia, my thoughts consumed by the ancient tomb beneath the well. And it was not until past 3 in the morning that I finally drifted into a hazy sleep. The following day, I continued my monumental task of washing dishes, remaining occupied until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I sat on a bench with Xiao Wei, indulging in cigarettes and idle chatter. Just as I had yet to finish my cigarette, Lu Di and De Ji emerged from the morning hall, while a few strong laborers from nearby households awaited with shovels and other tools in hand. I recognized these individuals as those engaged in preparing the ancestral tomb, a laborious endeavor in which I had no intention of participating. However, upon seeing Lu Di and De Ji approach them, curiosity stirred within me, prompting me to pull Xiao Wei along to observe. It turned out that the venerable master of feng shui from Wanghui Ridge had fallen ill a couple of days prior. This morning, my 4th uncle had dispatched someone to fetch him, only to discover that he had been admitted to the county hospital, seemingly unable to withstand the impending autumn. The older generation in the countryside places immense faith in the feng shui of ancestral graves. Without the master consulting his divination tools, no one would dare to haphazardly establish a tomb for our grandmother. At this revelation, I couldn't help but chuckle quietly to myself. The old master from Wanghui Ridge, in truth, possessed limited capabilities and bore the suspicion of living off others, rendering him far inferior to my great-grandfather and grandfather. Regrettably, my grandfather passed away early, depriving him of any opportunity to shine. Upon hearing that the master had been hospitalized, De Ji grew anxious. In his desperation for a solution, he recalled that his sister Lu Di had studied the craft of excavating ancestral graves. Thus, he implored her, saying, "Look, everything is prepared. Our grandmother is to be laid to rest tomorrow afternoon, and we cannot afford any further delays in establishing her tomb. Dear, you are trained in this art, and my only recourse now is to seek your assistance." Lu Di frowned and replied, "Fourth brother, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but my expertise lies in excavation, not burial. If I were to disturb the ancestral feng shui, the consequences could be dire." De Ji shook his head, asserting, "Excavation and burial are essentially the same. Historically, those who construct tombs and those who plunder them are of the same ilk. I understand this well. The younger generation no longer believes in feng shui, they merely go through the motions. The site for our grandmother's tomb has been designated for decades. It is merely a matter of directing them to where they should dig." Eventually, Lu Di could not resist De Ji's insistence and reluctantly agreed. Observing this, I interjected, "Fourth uncle, it has been several years since I last paid respects to my great-grandfather. Since we are heading to the ancestral grave, I would like to accompany you." De Ji likely had other tasks in mind for Xiao Wei and me. Yet upon hearing my intention to honor my great-grandfather, he felt it inappropriate to dissuade me. He waved his hand, saying, go on, but return early." I entered the mourning hall to retrieve a stack of spirit money, and alongside Xiao Wei, Lu Di, and the laborers, we mounted several motorcycles and headed towards the old cemetery at the western edge of the village. The old cemetery is situated in the western part of Xiaozhou village, adjacent to a household that our ancestors relocated from Dingjiabao during the Kangxi reign, having invested considerable resources in the endeavor. Interestingly, this household, which has been in residence for over 2 centuries, has maintained a single lineage through numerous generations, without ever having a second child or a daughter. A group of us rode our motorcycles for less than 5 minutes before reaching the foot of Old Grave Hill, the ancestral burial site of the Liu family. As I gazed around, I noticed that from the mid-slope to the base, tombstones and graves dotted the landscape, nearly encompassing the entire hill. My great-grandfather rests here. My great-grandmother, having married my great-grandfather as a widow, was unable to enter the ancestral hall, be included in the family genealogy, or gain access to the family grave, resulting in my great-grandfather being the sole occupant of this sacred ground. Dismounting our motorcycles, we hoisted shovels and made our way forward. Before long, we arrived at a clearing, the designated resting place of my great-grandmother. The surrounding weeds had been cleared, and nearby lay the grave of my great-grandfather, with my great-grandfather's resting place above him. Perhaps due to the presence of so many graves, even in the bright light of day, I felt an eerie chill at the nape of my neck, as if numerous spirits were whispering behind me. This unsettling atmosphere was not lost on the others. Xiao Wei and the rest of the group also felt a sense of discomfort. Only Lu Di, who had unearthed many graves over the years and ventured into numerous tomb chambers, appeared unfazed by this minor spectacle. As we, the men of the Liu lineage, observed Lu Di's fearlessness, we felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, we were descendants of the Liu family, surrounded by the resting places of our ancestors. Surely, even if spirits lingered, they would not harm us. In the presence of a lady, one must maintain dignity, and thus we straightened our backs, feigning an air of indifference and courage. Old Grave Hill, a modest elevation of merely 100 meters, resembled the earthen mounds atop ancient imperial tombs, aptly earning its name. I knelt before my great-grandfather's gravestone and bowed 3 times, murmuring, "Great-grandfather, it has been a while since I last visited. I hope you do not hold it against me." I then produced a lighter and ignited the joss paper I had brought, engaging in a one-sided conversation with my great-grandfather. Naturally, it was merely my own musings, for if my great-grandfather were to respond, it would indeed be the most extraordinary tale. After approximately 10 minutes, the joss paper had burned down, and my casual conversation had drawn to a close. I rose and approached Lu Di, who, unbeknownst to me, had been holding a compass and was meticulously surveying the surroundings with an air of expertise. Surprised, I inquired, "You brought a compass with you?" Lu Di replied, "I came directly from an archaeological site and didn't have the chance to put down my tools. This compass was among them." She scrutinized the terrain for some time, comparing it with the adjacent grave of my great-grandfather, seemingly at a loss for direction. Growing impatient, I began to examine the surroundings. The contour of Old Grave Hill resembled a dirt slope. From a feng shui perspective, it did not appear to house any significant burial sites. On the shaded side of the hill lay a recently excavated canal, created for agricultural irrigation, while the sunlit side was adorned with a grove of ancient locust trees, merely a handful in number. It is said that this location, flanked by mountains yet devoid of water, is hardly conducive to the gathering of auspicious winds. According to the descriptions of feng shui and the ancient text's secret burial, it does not appear to be an ideal site for a resting place. Typically, affluent families would certainly overlook the feng shui of such a spot. I found myself puzzled as to why our esteemed Liu family chose this very place for our ancestral grave. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lu Di began to sprinkle lime powder to mark the boundaries. By the time I regained my composure, she had already completed the task, drawing a rectangle 3 meters long and 1.8 meters wide upon the earth beneath our feet. The younger men waiting nearby were growing impatient, and as soon as Lu Di finished her markings, they were eager to start digging. Upon a cursory glance, I was taken aback. Just as the first shovel was about to strike the ground, I called out, "Wait." The young man, startled, replied, "Uncle Yang, what's wrong?" I turned to Lu Di and said, "Aunt, we have no enmity, do we? Besides, I am the last of my lineage. You cannot treat me so." Lu Di, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter? Is something amiss?" I pointed to the position of the grave she had marked for our great-grandmother, stating, "It is indeed quite wrong. If our great-grandmother's coffin is placed there, it would directly face the entrance of my great-grandfather's resting place, thereby disrupting the feng shui of all surrounding graves. You cannot merely compare it to the grave of your grandfather and claim all the good fortune for your family. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Wei and the others indeed noticed that, according to Lu Di's marked position, it would align directly with the entrance of my great-grandfather's abode. Xiao Wei nodded, saying, Lu Yang has a point. Lu Di's expression brightened with surprise as she regarded me, saying, I remember my grandmother often mentioning that your grandfather and great-grandfather were once the most renowned practitioners of yin and yang in our county. It seems such knowledge has been lost in your father's generation, yet you possess some understanding. I was aware that Lu Di, educated under a materialistic regime, was an atheist who disdained the ancestral practices of feng shui. I hesitated to reveal that my insights were derived from the ancient text's secret burial passed down by my great-grandfather, fearing ridicule. Men, after all, are often proud. Noticing my silence, Lu Di inquired, Lu Yang, how should we proceed with excavating our grandmother's grave? Seeing her seek my opinion, I naturally did not hold back. I scrutinized the surroundings, recalling the teachings from secret burial, and, in conjunction with the local terrain, formulated a new positioning in my mind. I instructed Xiao Wei to erase the earlier markings made by Lu Di with his foot, and then I redrew the outline with lime powder. Once finished, I brushed the powder from my hands and declared, Feng Shui must invite winds and conceal waters. The feng shui of this old grave site is not particularly favorable, as it is backed by mountains yet devoid of water, making the gathering of winds difficult. Thus, each grave must be tilted 12 degrees toward the direction of the Ziwei constellation. You may observe the surrounding ancestral tombstones. Do they not all lean at that angle? This way, we can avoid clashing with any neighboring graves while also creating a funnel for winds and waters, ensuring blessings upon our descendants and fostering peace and prosperity for the nation. Lu Di appeared incredulous, yet she proceeded to examine some nearby graves. Upon her return, her expression was one of astonishment. I chuckled, remarking, Did I not speak the truth? Lu Di stowed away her compass and gazed at me for quite some time before stating, You truly surprise me. I did not anticipate your profound knowledge in the art of feng shui. I replied, It is not as remarkable as you think, as you mentioned earlier. It is a family tradition, and I have learned a thing or two. Noticing that twilight had descended, I addressed the eager crowd behind us. Dig according to the positions I have indicated. Remember, do not overturn the soil, only raise it. All excavated earth must be piled to the west, and the depth should be precisely 3 meters and 3 centimeters, neither too deep nor too shallow. The yin grave must be completed overnight, and it must be ready before the crowing of the rooster 3 times tomorrow. As for the first and last shovels, they should be handled by someone born in the year of the sheep. Uncle Yang, we are well aware of this. Leave it to us. Brothers, let us begin. Lu Di and I stood by to oversee their efforts, with me primarily guiding her as she observed. I felt a sense of reassurance once I confirmed that these fellows were not averse to the labor. The eerie atmosphere gave me chills, as though countless eyes were watching us. I turned to Lu Di and suggested, Let us return. They can continue digging here. This yin grave is challenging to excavate. It will be best to commence after midnight. Lu Di nodded, walking alongside me as she remarked, Your knowledge is quite extensive, the specifics of 3 meters and 3 centimeters, along with the elevation of soil to the west, are concepts I have only recently encountered in an ancient text. How do you know of them? This wisdom, of course, stemmed from my family's ancient tome, the secret burial, which is not for the ears of outsiders. Yet, Lu Di's praise swelled my pride. Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed, I assure you, I am not boasting. I have indeed mastered my family's feng shui techniques. This humble wind and water site is but a trifle for me. Even the grandest imperial tombs could be delineated using my skills in feng shui in conjunction with stargazing techniques. Lu Di remained skeptical, thinking I was merely bragging, while Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he interjected, Lu Yang, you are truly remarkable. Have you read Ghost Blows Out the Light? Let us venture into tomb raiding. If we unearth a few grand tombs and unearth some funerary artifacts, we shall never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of our lives. I was momentarily taken aback, pondering how Xiao Wei, an avid reader of online novels, had even encountered Ghost Blows Out the Light. My thoughts then shifted to the ancient tomb suspected to lie beneath the old well. If I wished to explore this venture, I would require assistance, for it would be difficult to do so alone. Xiao Wei, with his audacious spirit and unwavering trustworthiness as my childhood companion, could prove to be an excellent partner in this endeavor. As I contemplated this, Lu Di, walking beside me, admonished, Xiao Wei, what are you thinking? Tomb raiding is illegal. Xiao Wei chuckled awkwardly, replying, I had almost forgotten about our resident archaeologist eating from the public purse. I shall refrain from such talk henceforth. As we continued on our way, I found my mind wandering, uncertain whether the tomb beneath the old well had indeed been disturbed by previous explorers. Since I had discovered it, I felt an undeniable urge to investigate further. It represented a potential pathway to wealth and prosperity. I could not bear the thought of not exploring it. As I approached the entrance of the village, I noticed old Ding standing before his door, casting a peculiar gaze upon the three of us. Our village, Xiaozhou, has historically been inhabited solely by the Lu family, save for one household of the Ding clan located at the western edge. This circumstance carries an intriguing tale. Due to the elongated and pointed shape of our village, resembling a tiny boat, it was aptly named Xiaozhou. During the reign of Emperor Kangxi in the Qing dynasty, a geomancer proclaimed that our village's boat-like form, flanked by two rivers on the east, foretold misfortune. To prevent this vessel from drifting away, the villagers invested considerable silver to relocate a family from the nearby Dingjiobeo to anchor at the tail of the boat, symbolizing the intent to secure this fragile craft amidst the storms of life. Now, 3 centuries have passed, and the Ding family has remained steadfast at the village's western entrance. Strangely, this family has perpetuated its lineage for centuries without a second child or even a daughter. Old Ding, now 70, is of modest stature with a dark complexion, having once shared a cordial relationship with my grandfather. Upon noticing his gaze fixed upon us, I waved to greet him. Yet, old Ding, known for his eccentric demeanor and reticent nature, turned and retreated into his home. We had long grown accustomed to his peculiarities during our childhood, so his behavior did not warrant much concern. Returning to my great-grandmother's home at the eastern end of the village, we toiled until midnight, watching a performance featuring young women in a provocative dance before I departed with Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, having lost his mother at an early age, lived alone with his elderly father who remained engrossed in the raucous entertainment. As I noticed Xiao Wei preparing to retire for the night, I called out to him, saying, Xiao Wei, I have something to discuss with you. He inquired, what is it? After closing the front gate, I tossed him a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before asking, do you desire wealth? Xiao Wei paused, then responded, what do you mean, Lu Yang? Do you have a way to get rich? To be honest, I'm currently in dire need of money. You see, I planned to marry this year and borrowed 70 to 80,000 for building a house. But now the marriage is off, and I dream of repaying that debt. After a lengthy hesitation, I gazed at him and finally spoke. I indeed have a way to acquire wealth, albeit not through lawful means. It could land us in prison or worse. Are you willing to take the risk? Is it robbery? If so, I'll pass, he replied. Rob you of your dark-headed ghost. To be frank, I have been studying the feng shui book passed down from my great-grandfather for years and have gleaned some insights. There exists an ancient tomb within our village, rumored to contain valuable funerary artifacts. If you dare, we could excavate this tomb together. Xiao Wei's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, tomb raiding? Is that for real? I have 2 great wishes. First, to repay the 70 to 80,000 debt, and second, to become a treasure hunter like the characters in Ghost Blows Out the Light. You've read too many novels. Let us not digress. If you're willing, let us take the plunge. If we succeed, our lives will improve tremendously. But should we fail, it's just fate. I am a solitary man without attachments. While you have an elderly father to care for, think it through carefully. What more is there to ponder? If the ancient tomb at our doorstep remains undisturbed, it would be an affront to justice. Speak of the tomb's location, and I shall immediately seize a shovel and excavate it under the cover of night. Observing Xiao Wei's unwavering determination, his excitement seemingly surpassing my own, I resolved to share my thoughts. The tomb lies beneath the ancient well at the village entrance where I fell last night. Recently, there has been a surge of mourners at that site. Once our grandmother is laid to rest, we shall proceed to unearth this grave. Subsequently, Xiao Wei and I discreetly deliberated on the details to prepare for our forthcoming endeavor. Venturing into a tomb is not akin to hosting a banquet. It requires meticulous planning. For centuries, if not millennia, these ancient tombs have remained sealed, and the perils within are inscrutable. The emperors and generals of yore anticipated that their sepulchres might one day attract grave robbers. Thus they devised numerous lethal traps within, such as fire, quicksand, toxic gas, crossbows, mercury, venomous creatures, and rolling stones. These contraptions do not instill fear in me. What truly unsettles me is the possibility of encountering a vengeful spirit, which would pose a far greater challenge. Neither Xiao Wei nor I have ever engaged in such endeavors. We are but novices. Ill-prepared and recklessly entering the depths of the tomb would undoubtedly invite peril. After much contemplation, we resolved that tomorrow we would act separately. He would procure tools in the village while I would venture to the county to acquire the necessary supplies. At dawn the following day, under the guise of distraction, I took Xiao Wei's motorcycle to the county, primarily to search online for the equipment required for our excavation. As for the techniques and precautions related to tomb raiding, they are well documented in the ancient tome's secret burials, of which I am fully aware. After spending several hours in an internet CAF, I withdrew 100,000 yuan from the bank. I had resolved that should there be treasures within the tomb, any potential consequences of being caught would be inconsequential to me as a solitary figure. However, for Xiao Wei, it was different. I must ensure that his debts are settled. In the past, my parents had received substantial compensation following an accident, and a few years ago, I was compensated 20,000 yuan for the demolition of our ancestral home. Coupled with my earnings over the years and military allowances, alongside the 28 acres of land I have leased to my uncle, my savings have accumulated to over 200,000 yuan. After withdrawing the funds, I proceeded to a large pharmacy to purchase a stack of gloves. I initially intended to buy gas masks, yet to my dismay, such items were unavailable in the small county, so I settled for a batch of filtering masks. Additionally, I acquired 6 flashlights along with an ample supply of batteries, then visited the local nunnery and church to procure 2 consecrated jade Buddhas and 2 silver crosses. Should there be any ancient spirits within the tomb, these artifacts may serve to ward off malevolent forces. Ultimately, I spent over 5,000 yuan, returning to the village only by nightfall. Xiao Wei had also prepared various items at home. Upon my return, he eagerly presented an assortment of peculiar objects he had retrieved from beneath his bed: ropes, pry bars, hatchets, cleavers, glutinous rice, candles, lighters, matches, black dog blood, chalk lines, shovels, and even 2 legendary black donkey hooves. I was taken aback and inquired, "Where did you procure these black donkey hooves?" With a sense of pride, Xiao Wei declared, 2 years ago, when Lu Liang's black donkey passed away, I discreetly collected its hooves, believed to ward off evil spirits. I never anticipated that they would prove useful today. As aspiring grave robbers, how could we venture forth without the protective charm of black donkey hooves? I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. The notion that black donkey hooves could repel zombies was merely a myth, a tale spun in ghost stories. I retorted, "This is our first endeavor. We are not even worthy of being called the lowest level tomb raiders. Here, take this jade Buddha and crucifix, which I acquired today. They will serve you better than your black donkey hooves." Xiao Wei accepted them, gesturing thoughtfully. Lacking authentic treasure-hunting talismans, this jade Buddha and crucifix will suffice. Tomorrow, we shall procure genuine talismans to ensure that all spectral entities dare not approach us. Xiao Wei and I were merely second-tier tomb raiders. We possessed neither the specialized tools of proper treasure hunters nor a clear understanding of the conventions. Our knowledge was limited to fragmented sayings like "ghosts do not touch gold" and "do not disturb the dead." My only guidance came from the ancient tome, Secret Burials, passed down from my great-grandfather, which detailed burial customs and methods to combat the undead. Unlike Lu Di, I was less educated and held a deep faith in the heavens and spirits, embracing the cultural essence of millennia handed down by my ancestors. The following morning, our grandmother's remains were taken to the county crematorium. Only her direct descendants attended, and Xiao Wei and I naturally did not join. However, Xiao Wei rose early that day and, upon reaching our grandmother's home, sat beside the dry ancient well, smoking and gazing intently into its depths. After searching for him, I finally discovered him by the well and kicked him firmly in the backside, scolding, "What are you doing?" Seeing it was me, Xiao Wei chuckled and replied, "I'm guarding this spot. If someone uncovers the secrets beneath the well, our efforts will be in vain." I rolled my eyes and responded, "With you here, it's impossible for anyone not to notice. We have other preparations to make. The funeral is this afternoon, and we need to be ready for our evening venture." The day was filled with frantic activity, from the funeral arrangements to dismantling the tents and mourning hall. In the afternoon, we received our grandmother's ashes and immediately prepared for the sealing of her coffin. 16 bearers lifted the heavy willow coffin, weighing over 1,000 pounds. Amidst the wailing of devoted descendants, floral wreaths, mourning banners, paper figures, and paper cars were burned around the gravesite for much of the day. As our grandmother's progeny wept until dusk, when she was finally interred, plans often falter. We initially believed we would return by 8 o'clock to prepare for our nocturnal descent. However, my fourth uncle and others insisted on drinking with me, and we continued until the early hours. Though emboldened by intoxication, I feared jeopardizing our mission and realized we lacked sufficient time, so we postponed our plans by a day. The next morning, we placed our grandmother's spirit tablet in the ancestral hall and updated the family genealogy, remaining busy until well into midday. I exchanged a few words of condolence with Lu Di, my mind weighed down by the significant task that awaited us that night. After bidding farewell, I met up with Xiao Wei, where we meticulously checked the equipment we had organized over the past few days. Following a modest dinner at Xiao Wei's home, we waited for his father to drift into slumber before stealthily slipping out into the night with 2 large fertilizer bags in hand. Our hearts were a tumultuous blend of anxiety, excitement, fear, and trepidation. Life and death are dictated by fate, and fortune is in the hands of heaven. Tonight's descent into the well might very well alter the course of our lives forever. If we succeed, we would be free from want for a lifetime. If we fail, we risk losing everything, perhaps even our lives. The moon hung obscured in the night sky, a sight the villagers referred to as a fuzzy moon, with hardly a star in sight, casting an eerie ambience around us. Given that a death had recently occurred in the village, most households were already in slumber, with only faint shadows flickering at my grandmother's house. The ancient well lay just a few dozen meters from her home, and mindful of disturbing those inside. Xiao Wei and I crouched low, moving silently. Earlier in the day, Xiao Wei had quietly driven in 2 wooden stakes by the well, greatly facilitating our endeavor. Upon reaching the well, I suppressed my inner fear and retrieved the rope I had prepared from the fertilizer bag, securing it to the stakes. The space inside is limited. I will descend first, and once I've breached the tomb wall, you can follow. This is a matter of life and death, so be alert and keep watch above. I instructed him softly. Xiao Wei nodded eagerly, urging me, "Don't worry, just get down there. We're waiting to strike it rich." After a few more reminders, I carefully began to descend the rope, my heart pounding fiercely. To claim that I was unafraid would be a lie. Disturbing ancestral graves could bring dire consequences, and the uncertainty of what lay within added to my considerable anxiety. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, I switched on my flashlight and quickly located the section of the wall I had hastily excavated and filled in previously. In my earlier haste, I hadn't had the chance to examine it closely, but with ample time now, I scrutinized it and noticed something amiss. Compared to the surrounding walls, the bricks in this section appeared lighter in color, suggesting it had been recently unearthed and rebuilt. Could it have been my great-grandfather or grandfather? I pondered silently. The art of geomancy, of seeking the auspicious and discerning the hidden, I had gleaned from the ancient tome's secret burials. My great-grandfather and grandfather were well-versed in this practice, far more so than I. Yet even as a novice, I could discern that this location harbored the favorable geomantic configuration known as double dragons holding the moon. They must have recognized it long before I did. Upon reaching the bottom of the well, I also observed that the wall leading to the ancient tomb appeared to have been previously breached. I speculated it might have been my grandfather or great-grandfather's doing. My conjecture was not unfounded. Now, the arrow is knocked, and it must be released. Even if it means entering again, I had to investigate. Perhaps I could uncover 1 or 2 funerary artifacts, ensuring at least some profit. With this thought settled, I tugged on the rope, and Xiao Wei lowered the bag of equipment down to me. From it, I extracted an axe and gently tapped the wall with its blunt edge. The azure bricks of the well walls are shrouded in mystery, their age indeterminate, yet they surely date back to the Ming dynasty. They have succumbed to corrosion, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Fearing that the sound of my efforts might attract the attention of the villagers, I hesitated to exert too much force. After successfully breaking a few bricks, I positioned my axe at an angle on my belt, donned gloves, and began to pry. In ancient times, there was no cement or concrete, and swiftly I cleared a substantial area of the well wall, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Previously, I had detected a foul stench emanating from within, and, wary of potential toxic gases, I hastily donned a filtered mask. After a moment, feeling no ill effects, I surmised that the air was likely safe. As I waited for the air within the hole to circulate, my companion, Xiao Wei, grew impatient, frequently tugging at the rope. Though I felt a twinge of fear gazing into the inky void, I decided to let Xiao Wei descend. Following my signal, he skillfully maneuvered down the well. Unbeknownst to us, just a few meters away, a shadowy figure emerged from the restroom, approaching the well's edge to peer down. Once Xiaowei descended, the once narrow ancient well felt overwhelmingly cramped, my body largely encroaching upon the tomb passage. I muttered under my breath, with masks and gloves on, "We shall venture forth." Xiaowei promptly complied, and we steeled ourselves for the journey ahead. With a flashlight in one hand and the axe in the other, I entered the tomb passage, while Xiaowei clutched 2 fertilizer bags tightly, following closely behind. The tomb passage was modest in size, measuring 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width, with a floor of bluestone slabs and walls lined with dark, tomb bricks, all crowned by a vaulted ceiling. The ground was coated in mud and dust, suggesting that this ancient tomb had once been inundated with water, contributing to its current filth and odor. It was our first descent into a tomb, having read numerous tales of tomb raiding. However, apprehension of potential traps made us cautious in our pace. The darkness enveloped us, the beams from our flashlights failing to illuminate the surroundings adequately, creating a stifling atmosphere. I sensed a chilling breeze wafting from the depths of the passage. Uncertain if it was a true draft or merely a manifestation of my own trepidation, my heart raced, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Xiaowei, seemingly bolder than I, appeared exhilarated, urging me onward. As I surveyed the passage, it appeared merely to be a corridor devoid of any treasures. Not a single priceless artifact or mural adorned the walls, leaving me somewhat disheartened. Besides the mud beneath our feet and the oppressive darkness surrounding us, there was little else to behold. After traversing approximately 20 meters, we finally reached an impasse. 2 stone doors obstructed our path. They were not particularly tall, around 2 meters high, and each was about 1 meter wide, forming a square when closed. I reached out to push, discovering the stone doors to be exceedingly heavy, and suspected that opening them would be no easy feat. Xiaowei approached, setting down the fertilizer bags, and, shining his flashlight up and down, remarked, "Lu Yang, it seems the treasures lie beyond this door. Let us hasten to pry it open." Seeing Xiaowei eagerly wanting to venture inside to explore the tomb, I gently tapped his hand and said, "Do not act recklessly. This is an ancient grave, not your backyard. Allow me to study it first." Xiaowei grumbled in response. "We are here to explore treasures, not to bring along a little ant for archaeological research. What is there to study?" I disregarded Xiaowei's discontent, scrutinizing the stone door before us, while my mind wandered to the accounts of ancient tombs found in the tome's secret burial. It was evident that this was an ancient tomb from the Yuan or Ming dynasties. Both the wall bricks and the structure of the stone door conformed to the descriptions in secret burial. As for tombs from the Song dynasty, although many featured arched domes, their bases were typically made of grave bricks, and sealed doors were often capped with iron paste. The stone door, worn by the passage of time, was covered in dust and dirt. I gently wiped away a small section, revealing some intricate carvings on the door, reminiscent of murals. I beckoned the reluctant Xiaowei to assist me, and as we cleaned the modest stone door, we indeed discovered 2 distinct patterns. The left side depicted a fearsome 6-armed demon, with 3 arms extending from each side of its body. Each grotesque hand clutched a bloodied human organ, seemingly extracted from its own body, as if it were stuffing them into its gaping maw. Its large, bloodshot eyes were grotesquely affixed to its face, which was twisted in agony, its fangs bared, and its expression painted in vivid red, creating a chilling sight within the somber tomb. A mere glance rendered both Xiaowei and me pale. In this eerie, foreboding tomb, even before the door was opened, encountering such a terrifying demonic visage was profoundly unsettling. In stark contrast, the design on the right stone door was not a grotesque demon, but rather an elegantly carved figure of a man clad in armor, with a sword hanging at his waist, exuding an air of grandeur, likely representing a great general. Gazing at the demonic relief on the stone door sent shivers down my spine, and I remarked, This ancient tomb seems to be cursed." Xiaowei, appearing somewhat frightened, forced a smile and replied, "These are merely tricks. As a good youth of the new era, raised under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze, we need not concern ourselves with these malevolent superstitions devoid of scientific basis. Let us open the door and explore the tomb." I cast a glance at Xiaowei, thinking that having ventured this far, we could not be deterred by a mere demonic relief on the door. The ancients were notoriously superstitious, to deter future generations from plundering their graves. Many tomb owners adorned their tombs with terrifying imagery and fierce curses, primarily intended to instill fear. With this thought, I nodded and declared, You make a valid point. Let us find a way to open the door. Together, we exerted our strength to push the stone door adorned with the imposing general's relief. The door creaked and shifted slightly backward. Clearly impatient, Xiao Wei produced a crowbar from his bag, measuring over a meter in length, its end bent for prying open coffins, which now proved fortuitously useful. He inserted the tip of the crowbar into the gap we had just created, and with all our might, we pressed down on the bar. The stone door, weighing several hundred pounds, gradually moved inward, inch by inch. Upon witnessing this scene, my heart surged with joy as I exerted more force, managing to create a 5-centimeter gap. When the crowbar became ineffective, I withdrew it. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and apprehensive of potential traps or toxic gases. I hurriedly pulled Xiao Wei back a few steps. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, noticing no black smoke or poisonous fumes, we cautiously approached. Given that the gap was merely 5 centimeters wide, not even a flashlight could fit, so both of us extended our heads, utilizing the beam of light to peer inside. The space was pitch black, the ground covered in muck, with various jars and bottles strewn about in the mire, yet no coffin was visible. Instead, a foul stench wafted from within. We exchanged glances, and the greed in our hearts swiftly overshadowed any fear. Together, we pressed our shoulders against the stone door, pushing inward. Gradually, the opening widened under our combined strength, reaching about 30 centimeters, sufficient for a person to enter sideways. We persisted, ultimately forcing the stone door open entirely. Gasping for breath as we did so, a pungent odor assaulted us, and despite wearing gas masks with filtration capabilities, it was still quite nauseating. I hastily retrieved 2 additional masks, handing one to Xiao Wei. After donning 2 layers of masks, the sensation improved slightly, though breathing became a tad arduous. Positioned at the stone door, we illuminated the interior with our flashlight, only to find no coffin. It appeared to be a burial chamber, similar to the corridor behind us. The chamber soared about 3 meters high, featuring a semicircular dome, encompassing roughly 40 square meters. The tomb walls seemed adorned with faint murals, and in each corner stood a stone platform, each bearing a rusted iron basin, likely remnants of extinguished perpetual lamps. What struck me as remarkable was the ground of this burial chamber. It was not flat, but rather elevated in the center and lower on the sides, resembling a dome shape, as if a half-egg were propping it up. This design did not seem out of place. It appeared intentional by the builders. The raised central area was bare, revealing tightly interlocked stone slabs, while fragments of porcelain and pottery, mostly shattered, lay scattered in the depressions on either side, many covered in mud. At Xiao Wei's feet lay a broken piece of porcelain, eroded by the muck, appearing quite dark. He nudged it with his foot and remarked, "Lu Yang, most of the accompanying treasures here are shattered. Can they still hold value?" I glanced over and nodded. It should be enough for both of us to find wives. Xiao Wei, skeptical, muttered uncertainly to himself. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Assuming it was Xiao Wei, I did not turn around and said, "What is it?" A few seconds later, my shoulder was tapped again. An irritation surged within me as I kicked at Xiao Wei's calf. He seemed startled and exclaimed, "Lu Yang, why did you kick me? Who told you to keep tapping me? If something's up, just say it." Xiao Wei paused, extending his hands, one holding the flashlight and the other carrying 2 bags filled with equipment. I held objects in both hands, leaving no opportunity to capture your image. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through my body, and I slowly turned my gaze to Xiao Wei, then glanced at my own shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, I beheld a 5th hand, one that did not belong to either Xiao Wei or myself, resting upon my shoulder. The hand was pale, with elongated fingers, likely belonging to a woman. A ghost? My scalp prickled in terror. Could it be that a 1,000-year-old female specter resided within this ancient tomb? Though I could not see my own countenance at that moment, I was acutely aware that it had turned ashen. Noticing my distress, Xiao Wei turned back and, to his horror, also spotted the hand resting on my shoulder. His eyes widened, and I could see beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That delicate, pallid hand remained on my shoulder, and to our astonishment, it audaciously patted me again. In this ancient crypt, a 3rd presence had unexpectedly emerged, seemingly alive and undoubtedly malevolent. I gasped for breath, my legs trembled, and my heart raced to the point of nearly leaping into my throat. Slowly, I turned to look behind me, and upon seeing the figure standing there, my heart nearly ceased to beat. Behind me was a grotesque visage, eerie and terrifying, devoid of a mouth and nose, yet with eyes that blinked menacingly, exuding an aura of horror. A Zongzi. The sight of that ghastly face in the dim light sent my mind reeling. I had barely taken my first step into the tomb when I encountered a Zongzi. Truly, I must have stumbled upon a great misfortune. Having served as a soldier for 3 years, my psychological resilience was somewhat superior to the average individual. In my panic, I instinctively swung the axe in my hand toward that monstrous face. Whether it was a Zongzi or not was of no concern. A strike was necessary. My strength was considerable, and the axe, used by Xiao Wei's family for chopping trees, could easily cleave through branches as thick as a bowl. Even if the Zongzi possessed a body of iron and bronze, a blow from my axe would surely either topple her or split her head in two. Xiao Wei was merely a heartbeat slower than I. At the moment my axe descended, he swung his flashlight with great force towards that grotesque face. With our lives at stake, we had no choice but to fight for survival. The specter reacted swiftly, letting out a shriek as she evaded my blow. Retreating through the tomb's exit. Thud! My axe struck the stone door that had been pushed open behind me, and I exerted all my strength. Feeling a sudden fatigue in my arm, nearly losing grip on the axe from the recoil. Xiao Wei, too, had missed his target, nearly stumbling forward. The Zongzi had evaded my strike, and within the confines of this ancient tomb, I was determined not to let her escape easily. Seeing her retreat into the only passageway, I stepped forward, raising my axe once more to strike. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. "What are you doing?" "It's me." I felt a sense of familiarity with the voice, causing me to momentarily halt, while Xiao Wei, amidst his busyness, finally seized a hatchet, crying out in alarm as he rushed towards me from behind. "Wait!" I reached out and grasped Xiao Wei, who burst into a torrent of curses, exclaiming, "Lu Yang, why are you pulling me? Let me slay this Zongzi." "Zongzi, my foot." "It's me, Lu Di." Upon hearing Lu Di's voice, I quickly shone my flashlight in her direction, and an immense sigh of relief escaped my lips. There stood Lu Di, much like us, with a mask adorning her face, unsteadily positioned 2 meters away. Had she not managed to evade my previous swing, my axe surely would have cleaved her skull. The grotesque visage I had glimpsed in my earlier fright, devoid of a nose and mouth, was merely a result of Lu Di's mask. The ancient tomb was shrouded in darkness, and neither Xiao Wei nor I had anticipated Lu Di's presence here, mistaking her for a malevolent spirit, which nearly led to a grave error. "Lu Di, what brings you here?" I inquired, my heart settling somewhat. Lu Di rubbed her knee and replied, "I ought to be asking you too the same question. What are you doing here?" At that moment, the terror that had gripped Xiao Wei and me dissipated significantly, though a trace of apprehension lingered. Xiao Wei sheathed his hatchet and forced a smile, saying, "And let us not dwell on how Lu Yang and I ended up here. Do you not realize that scaring someone can be fatal? You nearly frightened me to death just now." Lu Di retorted angrily, "I nearly met my demise at your hands." Thankfully, I dodged in time. She continued to rub her knee, clearly having bumped it against the edge of the stone door while evading my axe. "You're not injured, are you?" I asked. Lu Di gently waved her hand, stepping slowly into the stone door. "I was in the restroom when I noticed you two sneaking down. Curiosity compelled me to follow, only to discover this ancient tomb. I had no idea you two were tomb raiders. Are you aware that tomb raiding is illegal? Are you trying to throw your lives away?" Relieved that Lu Di appeared unscathed, I shrugged and replied, "That perspective is rather flawed. We are merely responding to the nation's call for self-sufficiency, striving to not hinder its progress, but rather to contribute to our prosperity. How could that be deemed illegal?" Lu Di removed her mask, her anger flaring as she declared, "That's a feeble justification. Tomb raiding is tomb raiding, and according to national law, it is illegal. Come with me immediately. We must contact the Cultural Relics Bureau tomorrow morning to investigate and excavate this tomb." She tugged at my arm, but I resisted, a frown on my face as I grumbled, "Xiao Wei, your scouting skills are utterly lacking. You've truly managed to complicate matters. Had I known, I wouldn't have included you in this venture." Xiao Wei, sensing his failure in reconnaissance, hurriedly interjected, "Aunt, please don't. Are you really going to send Lu Yang and me to prison? Just turn a blind eye. We'll share whatever treasure we find." Lu Di paused, glancing at both of us, her grip on my arm loosening slightly. Noticing her hesitation, I quickly added, "Xiao Wei is right. We'll share the spoils." Lu Di scoffed, stating that a gentleman cherishes wealth but acquires it through rightful means, asserting that even in poverty, one should not engage in the illegal act of tomb raiding. Observing her indifference towards money stirred something within me, and I implored, "Lu Di, even if our motives are not monetary, for the sake of our long-standing revolutionary camaraderie, you must spare me and Xiao Wei. You are aware that I am the sole member of my family, should I be imprisoned for several years. I may never find a wife again. Furthermore, your elder brother, Xiaowei's father, is over 60 and plagued by illness, with little time left. Can you truly bear to see him depart this world without anyone by his side? Xiaowei interjected angrily. Lu Yang, what are you saying? My father could live for decades more. Do not curse him. Lu Di hesitated. The bonds of friendship forged over many years and the memories of growing up together seemed to weigh on her conscience, making her reluctant to betray us. Sensing an opportunity, I quickly proposed, as a student of archaeology, how about we forego any illicit activities tonight and accompany you to explore the tomb? To learn from your expertise and broaden our horizons? I exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaowei, who chimed in, Lu Di is right. Look how eerie, no, how magnificent, this ancient tomb is. You are the expert in this field. Lead us inside, and we promise we will take nothing. Lu Di glanced around, wavering, and asked, You truly want to take anything? I raised my hand in a solemn vow, declaring, I swear we will not take a single item. In truth, I was cunningly deceptive. Though I claimed not to take anything, I intended to seize multiple treasures. Lu Di appeared swayed by her words, perhaps due to her archaeological background. She possessed an innate curiosity for the unknown tomb. She took the flashlight from my hand and shone it into the burial chamber, suddenly exclaiming in wonder as she strode confidently to the center of the tomb. I retrieved another flashlight from my bag, eager to follow. But noticing Xiaowei still standing there in a daze, I nudged him with my foot and whispered, Get a grip. Lu Di was evidently captivated by the layout of the tomb, while both Xiaowei and I were preoccupied with the burial artifacts nestled in the surrounding mud. Indifferent to the architectural details, the arched floor appeared waterproof. However, the tomb had evidently taken on water, causing the artifacts that once rested atop the arched surface to be submerged in the muddy depths below. Lu Di seemed to be speaking to herself, and I caught fragments of her murmurs, suddenly realizing the uniqueness of this burial chamber, particularly the arched floor, which was an ancient means of water prevention. I silently admired her acumen. Lu Di, indeed, was worthy of her title as a doctoral archaeologist, immediately discerning the tomb's secrets. As I shone my flashlight upon the muddy artifacts at my feet, a glimmer caught my eye. Seizing the moment while Lu Di was distracted, I crouched down and carefully extracted the object from the muck. After wiping away the foul, odorous mud, my eyes widened in astonishment. It was a remarkably intricate gold figurine, depicting a rider atop a horse, approximately the size of my palm, exquisitely lifelike. At first, I believed it to be gold, and my heart swelled with joy. However, when Lu Di turned around and noticed my gleeful expression, she approached and gently took the small golden figurine of a horseman from my hands. Alarm bells rang in my mind, but I felt too embarrassed to snatch it back. I signaled to Xiaowei, who understood my intent, and quietly moved to the other side in search of intact porcelain or other burial artifacts, to divert Lu Di's attention and keep her preoccupied. I inquired, Lu Di, what is this? Lu Di examined the burial item meticulously and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, This is a gilded silver horse. In the 1980s, one was unearthed in Nanjing. According to historical records, it was minted by Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, to reward his meritorious generals. There were a total of 12, bestowed upon notable commanders such as Su De and Chang Yechen. I can hardly believe there is one here as well. It seems the tomb's owner was a general under Zhu Yuanzhang. She furrowed her brow in contemplation. However, it is strange that this gift from the emperor, even as a burial item, should be placed carelessly in this tomb chamber. Could it be that tomb robbers had previously visited and inadvertently dropped this gilded silver horse after extracting it from the owner's coffin? Upon hearing it was gilded, my interest waned immediately, and I paid little heed to Lu Di's subsequent remarks, thinking that if it were solid gold, it would indeed be valuable. However, gilded items likely wouldn't fetch even 1,000 yuan. With a hint of disappointment, I remarked, Oh, then this piece is yours. Lu Di replied, This is a national. It must be submitted to the state. Initially, I had generously relinquished this gilded silver piece, but upon learning it was my eyes widened in surprise. How much is it worth? It was merely a matter of money. My earlier indifference quickly morphed into regret. A national could potentially be exchanged for 2 modest apartments. I cursed my inexperience for so readily surrendering such a valuable treasure. The burial chamber was unremarkable, devoid of human or animal remains, containing only a few fragmented porcelain pieces and decaying wood, with precious little intact. Most notably, the gilded silver horse now rested in Lu Di's possession. As the three of us surveyed the chamber, we discovered a closed stone door on the western wall, which bore evident signs of having been pried open. The door was not fully secured, leaving a gap of 5 or 6 centimeters, presumably leading to the main burial chamber. The surrounding walls were adorned with some tattered murals. Yet Lu Di seemed more captivated by the artwork than eager to venture into the main chamber. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wei and I rummaged through the muddy depressions on either side, ultimately uncovering a complete jade wine cup and a rather exquisite blue and white porcelain wine pot. The latter likely worth a considerable sum. Noticing Lu Di was distracted, I discreetly tucked the jade wine cup into my coat pocket and carefully placed the intact blue and white porcelain wine pot into a pre-prepared sealed plastic bag designated for porcelain. I whispered to Xiao Wei, "This blue and white porcelain wine pot is likely crafted by the imperial kiln during the Ming dynasty. It is quite valuable. Please be cautious, for this is the only intact piece left. Do not let it be chipped or damaged." Upon hearing my words, Xiao Wei immediately adopted a more careful demeanor. Thumping his chest as he declared, "You can trust me with this task." Observing his demeanor only heightened my unease. I inwardly chastised him, wondering how his security measures could have been so lax that Lu Di managed to stealthily infiltrate the ancient tomb. After rummaging through the foul-smelling mire for a while longer, I discovered nothing of worth, only fragmented and shattered pottery, which would likely be unwanted even as makeshift chamber pots. Resigning myself to the futility of my search, I conceded that the most valuable items were likely nestled within the coffin in the main burial chamber behind that stone door. I turned my head to see Lu Di still examining the nearly eroded murals, which seemed almost entirely ravaged by time. After quietly instructing Xiao Wei, I approached her and asked, "Lu Di, what are you looking at?" She pointed to the murals on the tomb wall and said, "Take a look." I moved my flashlight to scrutinize them closely. Due to the ancient tomb having been submerged in water, the damage was quite severe. Only fragmented patterns remained without textual explanations. I could discern a formidable general engaged in battle alongside a tall figure, while several appearances of a refined gentleman, reminiscent of a strategist like Zhuge Liang, were also evident. I pondered that, since this was the tomb of a great general from the early Ming dynasty, the tall figure and the elegant man were likely Zhu Yuanzhang and Lu Bowen. The murals extended to the northern wall of the tomb, where the erosion was comparatively less severe, revealing scenes of naval combat, with numerous boats depicted. Naturally, the outcome of the battle indicated that the general triumphed, with the enemy being vanquished entirely. My limited knowledge allowed me to comprehend only a fraction of the imagery, and I found it perplexing why Lu Di was so captivated by these murals, which could not be sold for profit. Although I was bewildered, I inquired, "I cannot decipher this. What do these paintings depict?" Lu Di replied, "These murals represent significant battles fought by the tomb's owner during his lifetime. He was likely a commanding officer under Zhu Yuanzhang. The final naval battle illustrated is presumably the Battle of Poyang Lake, which determined the geopolitical landscape of the time, against Zhu Yuanzhang's greatest rival, Qingwu Kan Yu. However, it is curious that the murals cease after the Poyang Lake battle." I was taken aback and remarked, "But after that, wasn't the Ming dynasty established? With the weapons stored and horses released into the mountains, the realm unified and peace restored. Since he was a commanding general and the paintings depict his major battles, it seems odd that there would be nothing further." Lu Di slightly shook her head, clearly unconvinced by my reasoning, and said, "The founding of the nation, the bestowal of rewards, and the granting of gilded silver steeds were significant events that surely warranted documentation. It appears we must investigate the main burial chamber." This accompanying chamber had already been thoroughly searched by Xiao Wei and me, and while I was contemplating how to coax Lu Di into the main tomb, she unexpectedly displayed even greater urgency than I. Another individual equally eager was Xiao Wei. While Lu Di and I engaged in a profound discussion regarding the mural's content and the historical intricacies of the Ming dynasty, Xiao Wei, unnoticed by either of us, was pushing against the slightly ajar tomb door. Lu Di's attention shifted from the murals as she finally noticed Xiao Wei attempting to push the stone door and walk towards him. I hurriedly stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Wei's backside, my expression one of exasperation as I exclaimed, "Xiao Wei, how can you, having been well educated and nurtured by the party and the state for so many years, display such low awareness? Who permitted you to clandestinely tamper with an ancient tomb?" Realizing the gravity of my disapproving gaze and noticing Lu Di approaching, Xiao Wei's face flushed with shame as he confessed, "I have failed the education and trust bestowed upon me by the organization. I am guilty." Lu Di, indifferent to his presence, pushed past Xiao Wei, and discovered that the initial 5 or 6 centimeter crack in the stone door had been significantly widened due to Xiao Wei's unwarranted efforts, nearly allowing a person to pass through sideways. Upon observing Lu Di's expression, I instantly recognized that, as a PhD in archaeology, she could not suppress her innate curiosity about the unknown world beyond the stone door. Even without my prompting, she would surely venture inside to explore. She reached out to touch the stone door, and the beam of her flashlight pierced through the gap, illuminating the darkness within. It revealed a corridor that appeared identical to the one we had entered, yet its length remained indiscernible. Vaguely, one could perceive its height of over 3 meters and width exceeding 2 meters, with the ground covered in the same foul-smelling sludge we had encountered earlier. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Di, without waiting for a response from Xiao Wei or me, bit down on her flashlight and, with both hands braced against the stone door, exerted her strength to push. The door was exceedingly heavy, and after several attempts yielded no movement. She dusted off her hands, turned to us, and waved the flashlight's beam across our faces, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you going to help?" Xiao Wei and I exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within us. Rolling up our sleeves, we placed our hands firmly against the stone door. The creaking noises echoed in the dark tomb as, through our combined efforts, the stone door gradually began to yield. A wave of rancid odor wafted from the corridor behind the door, even with 2 layers of filtration masks. The nauseating stench was hard to withstand. The end of this corridor likely led to the main burial chamber where the coffin of the deceased was placed, as valuable burial goods were typically housed there. Xiao Wei was aware of this rationale. Upon seeing the door ajar, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he was about to rush inside when Lu Di seized him, admonishing, "Are you out of your mind? This place has been sealed for years and may contain toxic gases. Wait before entering." Xiao Wei, restless, glanced at me. I patted his shoulder, saying, "Patience is a virtue. Lu Di's wisdom should be heeded. Let us wait a moment longer." Reluctantly, Xiao Wei resumed his search of the burial chamber with his flashlight, seeking any overlooked treasures. Unfortunately, due to water damage, most of the burial goods, primarily ceramics and pottery, were in disrepair, with hardly a complete item in sight. Lu Di, evidently unperturbed, continued to inspect the murals on the tomb walls. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Wei ventured repeatedly to the entrance of the corridor leading to the main burial chamber. Noting that the noxious odor had dissipated considerably, unable to contain himself any longer, he implored, "Aunt, it seems clear enough now, and dawn is approaching. They say one should not seek treasures at the crowing of the rooster. We should seize the moment and enter." I too felt a surge of impatience. Strangely, since Lu Di's arrival, my apprehension regarding the unknown within the tomb had significantly diminished. It was as if her presence alone rendered the notion of malevolent spirits inconsequential. Lu Di rolled her eyes and remarked, "Do you truly believe yourself to be a treasure hunter? Let me remind you, there is also Lu Yang. Tomb robbing is illegal, so do not be foolish." I hastily defended myself, saying, "Xiao Wei and I have been model young pioneers, embracing the virtues of diligence and integrity since childhood. We would never commit unlawful acts for personal gain. We have agreed to accompany you solely to learn from your advanced experience, broaden our horizons, and enrich our knowledge. Rest assured, we shall not take even a single thread from this ancient tomb." Lu Di, seemingly still unconvinced of our intentions, admonished us once more to refrain from touching anything within the tomb, especially the burial artifacts. After Xiao Wei and I solemnly vowed not to take any funerary items, she finally relaxed and said, "Then let us proceed." Both Xiao Wei and I were overjoyed, with this archaeological PhD leading the way. Even if we were to inadvertently acquire a few artifacts, we believed she would not report us, for she had brought us here, and any accusation would only invite trouble upon herself. The corridor beyond the stone door was similar to the one we had initially entered, albeit considerably longer. As we walked for several meters without reaching its end, Lu Di walked at a leisurely pace, wielding her flashlight to inspect the walls of the corridor, seemingly searching for inscriptions or patterns. To our dismay, there was nothing of interest in this passage. Treading through the mud, we continued for several minutes until we finally reached the terminus. Before us lay the main burial chamber, flanked on either side by 2 relatively smaller side chambers, reminiscent of a quaint courtyard in a Beijing huttong. Curiously, neither of the side chambers possessed stone doors, while the main burial chamber, which once had a stone door, was now shattered, evidently forced open by previous tomb raiders. From the moment we descended into the tomb, I had sensed that it had been visited by others at least several decades ago. The second stone door bore clear signs of having been pried open. Now, witnessing the main burial chamber's entrance ajar, a sense of dread washed over me. Had all the valuables been pilfered by those who came before us? Typically, the side chambers are designated for the burial of a wife, yet these two chambers were utterly devoid of contents. Not a single funerary item remained, let alone a trace of a body. Under the beam of the flashlight, it was evident that the tomb's occupant had likely lived a life devoid of romantic pursuits, perhaps never finding a spouse, thus dying a solitary existence. Otherwise, it was inconceivable for a joint burial tomb to lack a wife's coffin. Lu Di, a dedicated archaeologist, meticulously adhered to the principles learned in her studies, first examining both side chambers thoroughly. Once she confirmed their emptiness, she shifted her focus to the main burial chamber. For quite some time, both Xiao Wei and I had been eagerly anticipating a breakthrough. Yet without Lu Di's command, we dared not enter the main burial chamber. Earlier, while peering through the shattered entrance with a flashlight, we glimpsed the presence of a coffin within. Due to the alterations in the feng shui configuration following the desiccation of the ancient well, the once harmonious dual dragon layout had transformed. I could not ascertain whether this had led to the formation of a dire pitfall. The notion of encountering a grotesque, hairy figure within the coffin sent chills down my spine. Thus, it seemed prudent to await Lu Di, whose extensive experience would ensure our safety. I glanced at my watch. It was already 1 a.m., and we had unwittingly spent 3 hours within the ancient tomb. Soon, dawn would break, and although I refrained from voicing my concerns, I was acutely aware of the traditional rule that prohibits tomb raiding before the roosters crow. I longed to conclude our endeavor before the first light of day. The main burial chamber was undeniably larger than the side chambers and the outer accompanying burial rooms, spanning approximately 80 square meters. By any standard, it was indeed a grand and opulent mausoleum. Like the other chambers, the layout of the main chamber was also arched. Upon entering, our eyes were immediately drawn to the enormous coffin, which lay askew upon the arched floor. Surrounding it, the ground was littered with numerous shattered burial artifacts and decaying blackened wood, rendering the chamber in utter disarray, as if it had been ravaged by an aerial bombardment. Under the beam of our flashlight, our collective attention fixated on the tilted coffin, but upon closer inspection, disappointment washed over us. The coffin was colossal, encased in stone, with 2 additional wooden coffins nested within, contributing to its imposing size. However, the lids of these coffins had been violently pried open by previous intruders, leading me to suspect that little of value remained inside. Xiao Wei exclaimed in frustration, "What is going on? Has someone been here before? Who on earth was it?" I held the belief that it was my great-grandfather or grandfather who had once ventured into this tomb. Irritated by Xiao Wei's expletives, I gave his rotund rear a swift kick, retorting that we were all colleagues in this line of work and should show proper respect to the deceased. Rubbing his backside, Xiao Wei muttered, "When did I ever realize your ideals were so lofty?" With bolstered courage, the 3 of us approached the damaged coffin. As we drew nearer, a wave of disappointment washed over me once more. The extent of its destruction was far worse than I had anticipated. The stone lid had tilted precariously to one side, and the inner wooden coffins, deprived of their protective casing, had succumbed to decades of oxidation and decay. Rotting wood intertwined with dusty bones, and the silk burial garments once worn by the deceased lay in tatters. The interior of the coffin resembled a foul pit, chaotic and reeking. Despite my disappointment, the sight of the decayed remnants of the occupant, reduced to mere bones, diminished the likelihood of any significant corpse transformation. It seemed evident that the sensational tales spun in tomb raiding novels were largely embellished and deceitful. The likelihood of encountering something ghastly was remote at best. I composed myself and discreetly glanced at my sister-in-law, Lu Di, who was intently observing the severely damaged coffin, seemingly troubled, yet she uttered not a word. With a flashlight in hand, she approached a side wall of the tomb, appearing eager to examine if there were any murals or inscriptions. Noticing Xiao Wei still standing dazedly, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for a reward? Hurry up and seek fortune." Startled, Xiao Wei finally recalled our lucrative endeavor and hastily discarded the 2 pockets he held, commencing his search for valuable burial items in the muddy depression nearby. The artifacts in the main burial chamber were evidently far more precious than those in the previous burial room. The ground around us was strewn with scattered timber, remnants of what must have once been a series of wooden racks designed to hold the burial offerings, which had long since collapsed due to the ravages of time and water. Consequently, the artifacts here, especially porcelain items, were largely fragmented, with scarcely any intact pieces left. I paid little mind to Lu Di, as Xiao Wei and I crouched in the mud, diligently excavating with our small shovels. Soon, a jubilant cheer escaped Xiao Wei's lips. Turning to see, I noticed he had unearthed a dark yellow object from the muck. It was, astonishingly, a gold ingot. I hurried towards him and whispered, "What are you shouting for? Do you think your sister-in-law can't hear you? Quickly stash it away. We shall divide it later once we are outside." Xiao Wei glanced at Lu Di and nodded fervently. After discovering the gold ingot, our spirits soared. The earlier gloom cast by the sight of the ruined coffin dissipated. Neither of us was excessively greedy. A little extra fortune would suffice for us to marry. Having searched only a small area, we had already unearthed a gold ingot, indicating that previous tomb raiders had likely overlooked the offerings in the mud, failing to search thoroughly. Besides this gold ingot, there were surely other treasures yet to be found. Such is the mindset of rural folk. Jade and porcelain hold little value in comparison to solid gold and silver. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wei and me, gold ingots were among the least valuable items within a tomb. For instance, in the case of the Ming Dynasty general's tomb before us, retrieving a single intact piece of blue and white porcelain could be worth a fortune, enough to trade for a spacious 3-bedroom apartment in the city, while a gold ingot could only yield 2 gold necklaces at most. Once the first gold ingot was found, it seemed that Lady Luck had finally smiled upon Xiao Wei and me, who had endured a lifetime of misfortune. After scouring a large area, we collectively discovered 7 or 8 gold ingots and a dozen silver ingots hidden in the mud. Suddenly, wielding a small hoe colloquially known as a manure rake in the countryside, I unearthed a large object from a thick layer of mud. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a vase and appeared to be intact. My heart raced with excitement as I quickly beckoned Xiao Wei over. Together, we cautiously wiped away some of the mud from the porcelain, revealing exquisite patterns. Although I possessed considerable knowledge of ancient texts regarding burial practices, none had addressed the identification of funerary artifacts, leaving me unable to discern its true value. Nevertheless, it was evident that this slender, approximately 20-centimeter tall blue and white porcelain vase was undoubtedly worth a significant sum. My eyes gleamed with excitement as I whispered, "This must be valuable. Quickly, fetch a sealing bag." Before I could finish my sentence, a hand swept in and snatched the bottle from my grasp. As Xiao Wei and I turned to look, we discovered Lu Di had appeared beside us, seemingly from nowhere. I swallowed hard, gradually rising to my feet, and said, "Lu Di, this object. I was the one who discovered it first." Xiao Wei rolled his eyes and forced a smile, saying, "What are you talking about, Lu Yang? As the saying goes, those who see share a portion. Once it's sold, we shall certainly give Annie a share." Lu Di shot us both a fierce glare and exclaimed with anger, "Did you not swear to refrain from taking a single thread from the tomb? You have thoroughly searched the entire chamber, haven't you? Your eyes are quite sharp. You overlook the worthless yet fail to recognize its significance. Do you know what this is? If you were to take this, it would certainly land you in prison for a long time." Noticing Lu Di's reverence for the item, Xiao Wei and I exchanged knowing glances. Realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous object was undoubtedly worth a fortune, I inquired, "What is this?" The porcelain bottle stood at a height of 20 centimeters, featuring a flared mouth, slender neck, bulging belly, and rounded foot, resembling the pure water jade bottle held by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. However, instead of being white, it was adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly depicting birds and beasts. After examining it for a few moments, Lu Di, with her extensive knowledge, identified it, stating, "This is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, scientifically known as a Yuhuchen vase. Such pieces are exceedingly rare in the market, and the patterns on this vase reflect the rich cultural motifs of the Yuan Dynasty, specifically the Qilin design." "You too." Before she could finish her sentence, I swiftly reached out and seized the Yuhuchen vase from her, catching her off guard. Lu Di exclaimed, "What are you doing?" I retorted, "Lu Di, do not even think of handing over such a valuable item to the state. We have grown up together. Just turn a blind eye." Lu Di, filled with rage, declared, "You are committing tomb robbery." I replied dismissively, "What tomb robbery? Auntie, where are we? This is our Xiaozhou village. The owner of this tomb must surely be an ancestor of the Lu family, given that the descendants are struggling. What is wrong with entering our ancestors' abode to retrieve a few belongings to improve our lives, build houses, and marry? Surely our ancestors would not hold this against us. Is it illegal to take a few heirlooms? Our village lies merely 100 miles from Fengyang, the hometown of Zhu Yuanzong. and many from the surrounding areas once followed him in rebellion. I was uncertain if the tomb's owner was indeed a member of our Lu family. It was merely a fanciful assertion. Xiao Wei clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, how could I have forgotten this? Lu Yang is right. This must be our ancestors' grave. We are all descendants of the Lu family, and taking anything from here is not illegal. Lu Yang is quite clever, huh?" Lu Di trembled with fury, vehemently criticizing our flimsy arguments. As Xiao Wei and I confronted Lu Di, suddenly, in the dim glow of the flashlight, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a spectral white figure flitting behind her like a ghost. In that instant, it seemed as though a face, twisted into a sinister grin, was staring back at me. My scalp tingled with dread, and I doubted my own vision. However, upon glancing at Xiao Wei, I found him wide-eyed, veins protruding on his forehead, staring in terror at the space behind Lu Di. Noticing our shocked expressions, Lu Di ceased her defiance, perhaps realizing the gravity of her misstep. "Why are you two silent? Are you so shamed by my words that you intend to reform?" she taunted, with 2 layers of filtration masks covering my face. She could not discern my expression, but I was undoubtedly drenched in cold sweat. My legs felt weak, and my scalp tingled as if a weight had lodged itself in my throat, and slowly, I raised my hand to point behind Lu Di. In a hoarse whisper, I stammered, Lu Di, just now, a ghostly shadow darted past you." Lu Di scoffed, "Don't change the subject. There are no such things as ghosts." Xiao Wei trembled as he responded, and Lu Yang didn't speak in error. I saw it too, a shadow that vanished in an instant, and I glimpsed that face. Lu Di, upon seeing our bulging eyes and beads of sweat, seemed taken aback, recognizing this as a manifestation of sheer terror, not an act. She turned around, shaking the flashlight to inspect behind her. But aside from a damaged coffin precariously placed on the curved ground, there was nothing amiss. Xiao Wei and I hastily shone our flashlights around, but again, nothing was revealed. Lu Di remarked, "There's nothing here. Where are the ghosts? You two were so adamant that this ancient tomb housed the ancestors of the Lu family. Even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't harm you." Despite my lingering dread, I felt the atmosphere of the tomb had grown ominously heavy. If it were merely a trick of the flashlight, I could dismiss it as a misperception. Yet, Xiao Wei had also distinctly seen that fleeting shadow. Like him, I had perceived the figure, which appeared human, and in its vanishing moment, I too had glimpsed a ghastly face, contorted into a malicious smile. It was a peculiar grin, one that seemed to mock and jeer, unforgettable in its chilling nature. I suggested, "This tomb feels unclean, we should depart swiftly." Xiao Wei nodded vigorously, urging, Yes, we shouldn't linger, let us hurry." Lu Di, clearly skeptical of our claims, retorted dismissively, "Can't you two men muster a bit more courage? I've ventured into many ancient tombs over the years. There are no spirits." I countered, "Precisely because you've traversed so many tombs, you carry an air of negativity. Even if spirits exist, they wouldn't target you." Lu Di remained oblivious to whether we were genuinely frightened by something within the tomb, or merely concocting excuses to avoid returning the exquisite jade vase. Having thoroughly examined the deteriorating murals on the tomb walls and taken photographs, she was now intent on investigating the damaged coffin. She said, "Wait a moment. Let me see if there are any inscriptions or epitaphs inside the coffin." Xiao Wei and I exchanged glances, and before we could speak, Lu Di had already crouched down in front of the coffin, carefully examining the outer layer of the stone sarcophagus, meticulously searching for any semblance of writing. I whispered to Xiao Wei, "You saw it too, didn't you?" Xiao Wei nodded. It seemed like a shadow flashed past. Perhaps what my aunt said is true. It might just be a reflection of the flashlight. We've been here for several hours without incident. I think we were just imagining things. Observing Xiao Wei's expression, I realized he was more focused on the potential treasures within the coffin than on his safety. The feng shui of this place had clearly shifted, and I couldn't ascertain whether it had turned into a site of great misfortune. I was uncertain if that apparition was merely a reflection of light or something more sinister. However, with Lu Di examining the coffin, we had no choice but to remain, especially since Xiao Wei and I shared the same thought. Typically, the most valuable burial objects are placed within the coffin, despite the fact that this ancient tomb had likely been disturbed by grave robbers in the past. We had found intact pieces of blue and white porcelain and several gold ingots within the surrounding mud. There might still be undiscovered treasures inside the coffin. With this in mind, I quietly said, "Prepare the black donkey hoof, glutinous rice, and ink line. We need to be ready for any situation." Xiao Wei nodded and retrieved these items from his pocket, which he had prepared for the dumplings. I placed the jade vase into a pre-prepared sealed bag and handed it to Xiao Wei, instructing him to put it inside. This jade vase is for my future wife. So be careful. Xiao Wei patted his chest, assuring me, don't worry, with me around, your wife will be safe. I knew Xiao Wei was extremely fond of wealth. He would undoubtedly prioritize the preservation of such valuable burial objects over his own life. I then took the black donkey hoof from him and approached Lu Di. Holding the black donkey hoof instilled me with newfound courage. If there were indeed any spirits or demons in this tomb, I felt somewhat equipped to confront them with the hoof, along with the jade Buddha, silver cross, and glutinous rice. As I reached Lu Di's side, I noticed she seemed to have discovered something peculiar about the stone coffin, so I leaned in for a closer look. To my astonishment, I saw that on one side of the outermost stone coffin, there was a strange inscription accompanied by a grotesque demon relief sculpture. I recognized this relief. It was the same six-armed creature depicted on the first tomb door, each hand clutching a piece of human entrails. Its expression contorted with agony and blood dripping from its mouth, truly horrifying. A chill ran down my spine, and I shuddered, saying, "This mural is identical to the one on the tomb door." Lu Di, who was crouched beside the coffin studying the demon totem and the inscription, suddenly looked up and asked, "What did you say? There is such a mural on the stone door?" I nodded, "Yes. There was a relief mural of this six-armed demon on the first door leading to the burial chamber. Didn't you see it when you came in?" Lu Di slowly shook her head and remarked, "When I first entered, I was nearly slain by you and Xiao Wei, and without a flashlight in hand. How could I have noticed that tomb door?" I felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "Let us not dwell on that. I cannot shake the feeling that this tomb seems to be under a curse. Once you have completed your research, we should hasten our departure." Lu Di responded, "You should first examine the inscriptions above." At her words, I turned my gaze towards some text adjacent to the demonic mural, and I could not help but be taken aback. I recognized some traditional characters from the Ming dynasty, yet the script on the mural was distinctly not from that era. The characters were twisted and abstract, resembling ancient scripts from before the Qin dynasty. I inquired, "What is this? I cannot comprehend a single character. Is it ancient script?" Lu Di explained, "That is the crux of the matter. These characters are the bird script from the state of Chu during the Warring States period. Everything within this tomb is from the Ming dynasty, save for this script and the relief of the six-armed creature, which is peculiar, is it not?" I speculated. Could it be that a ghost obscures the truth? Are this terrifying relief and the Warring States script manifestations conjured by a spirit? Do not frighten me. I am not courageous. With a dismissive sound, Lu Di, a PhD in archaeology educated at a prestigious institution, had little faith in supernatural beings. She stated, "This ancient tomb contains gilded silver steeds, indicating that the tomb's owner was likely a general under Zhu Yuanzhang during his lifetime. Our village is merely 100 miles from Fengyang, so discovering a Ming dynasty general's tomb here is not surprising. However, the script and relief perplex me." I asked, "What do these inscriptions convey?" Lu Di replied, "The text states, in Chu, there was a man named Yunlin who fished for the king in the waters, hunted for the king in the mountains, and guarded the tomb in the ancient fields." My limited education made these phrases sound as incomprehensible as ancient oracle bone inscriptions. I furrowed my brow and queried, "What does this mean?" Lu Di elucidated, "The essence of these lines suggests that there was a person named Yunlin in Chu, who fished for the Chu king in the waters, hunted for him in the mountains, and either safeguarded or constructed the tomb in the ancient fields." My eyes brightened as I pondered. Could it be that in those ancient fields lies a tomb of a Chu king from the Warring States period? Where are the ancient fields? Lu Di pointed to the ground beneath us and said, "The ancient fields are right here." I was taken aback and exclaimed, "Here?" Lu Di affirmed, "Indeed. Last spring festival, when I returned, I researched the county's history at the local library. This vicinity has been referred to as the ancient fields since the Warring States period, only gradually being called Sanha during the Song and Yuan dynasties. You may not be mistaken. It is quite possible that the owner of this tomb is indeed an ancestor of our Lu family." Upon hearing that our village had been known as the ancient fields thousands of years ago, I wondered if, apart from this modest general's mound, there was also a grand tomb of imperial stature. When I regained my composure, I realized I had not heard the rest of Lu Di's words. Just then, an unexpected sound echoed through the tomb, followed by a flickering light that illuminated the chamber. As Lu Di and I were startled by the sudden illumination, we turned to find Xiao Wei, who was holding a lighter and had just ignited a candle. With the presence of this single candle, The entire tomb chamber became significantly brighter. I exclaimed in frustration, "Why didn't you bring out the candles sooner?" My annoyance was warranted, since our entry into the tomb. Our only source of light had been the limited beam of our flashlight, which paled in comparison to the steadfast glow of a candle. Humans possess an innate fear of darkness. Had there been numerous candles flickering within the tomb, my trepidation regarding any malevolent spirits would have surely dissipated. Xiaowei approached with the candle and remarked, "This can only be lit in the southeast corner." "Cousin, I recall you have a compass. May I borrow it?" Lu Di frowned and replied, "Do you truly see yourself as a tomb raider?" Xiaowei retorted, "In any profession, one must adhere to its rules. We are engaged in significant undertakings, and we cannot disregard the established customs." Upon hearing Xiaowei's words, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Lu Di, an archaeologist, harbored a deep disdain for tomb robbers and charlatans. Xiaowei's almost thoughtless claim of being involved in such grave matters would undoubtedly provoke her ire once again. Indeed, although I could not discern her expression behind her mask, I noticed her eyes widen momentarily in reaction. While Xiaowei and I were novices in this realm, we were nonetheless considered tomb raiders. The ancient tomb raiders, known as Majin, had established the custom of lighting candles in the southeast corner of tombs, a practice that had endured for millennia and must have been rooted in sound reasoning. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. With this thought in mind, I turned to Lu Di and said, "If you do not lend him the compass, he will surely persist, disrupting your examination of the sarcophagus." My interruption seemed to momentarily diffuse Lu Di's anger, redirecting her focus back to the sarcophagus. She retrieved the compass from her pocket and handed it to me, saying, "Just wait until we get out. I will deal with both of you then." I accepted the compass from her fingers and examined it briefly. At that moment, Xiaowei leaned in with the candle and asked, "Lu Yang, what are you staring at? Do you understand it?" His question ignited my ire. What did he mean by understand? After years of studying the ancient text Secret Burial, I could effortlessly handle the compass used in ancient feng shui, let alone this modest device. I retorted sharply, "Your words reveal your short-sightedness and lack of knowledge. What do you mean by understand? This is no boast. Not only can I handle this small compass effortlessly, but I could also master the profound art of celestial observation and feng shui with ease." Listening to my grandiloquent declarations, Xiaowei, with an expression of disdain, interrupted, "All right, enough. You really think you're being impressively eloquent. Just tell me where the southeast is." I'm eager to uncover treasures from the sarcophagus. A surge of irritation coursed through me, but I quickly reminded myself that I was in a perilous ancient tomb, fraught with dangers, and there was little time to engage in banter with this fool. After consulting the compass, I directed the southeast, representing the entrance to the realm of life, towards Xiaowei, who scampered eagerly to the southeast corner, securing his candle in a suitable spot. I returned the compass to Lu Di, who remained squatting beside the imposing sarcophagus, examining the demonic reliefs and inscriptions on its outer surface. My thoughts lingered on the ancient text that mentioned a tomb of a Chu king located in the vicinity of Gyutan. Thus, I inquired Lu Di, "Where have our academic discussions led us? I recall you mentioned that our village was once known as Gyutan. Could it be that there lies a Chu king's tomb near our village?" Lu Di shook her head slightly, responding, "Indeed, Sana town was once called Gyutan, and during the late Warring States period, this area was certainly within the domain of the Chu state. However, within 100 miles, only Shuangdunji has yielded a plethora of noble tombs from the Chu dynasty. It appears that we have never discovered ancient tombs from that era in Sanha." A sense of delight swelled within me. The absence of previous discovery suggested that even grave robbers had not trespassed here. The tomb of this Ming dynasty general had evidently been excavated by predecessors, who had taken away valuable funerary objects, leaving only shattered remnants behind. Aside from a few gold ingots, we had unearthed a complete Yuan dynasty jade vase. If we could unearth the Chu king's tomb and retrieve genuine bronze artifacts, it would ensure a lifetime free from want. Naturally, I kept my musings to myself, recalling vaguely that during my moment of distraction, Lu Di had mentioned that the tomb's occupant might very well be an ancestor of the Lu family. I thus posed further questions. Lu Di rose, stating, "I have perused our family genealogy in the ancestral hall. According to the records, our Lu ancestors were among the first to follow Zhu Yuanzhang in his quest for power during the late Yuan dynasty, being direct descendants and fellow townsfolk. Our forebear quickly rose to become a significant general under Zhu Yuanzhang. However, the genealogy does not specify our ancestor's name or rank. It merely chronicles several key battles in which he participated. Just now, I studied the murals in the main burial chamber, though severely damaged. They still hint that the tomb's occupant was of direct descent from Zhu Yuanzhang. Otherwise, such precious items as gilded silver steeds would not have been bestowed upon him. A spark of realization ignited within me. Could it be that our ancestor, akin to the tomb raiders under Cao Cao, was engaged in secretly excavating ancient tombs for Zhu Yuanzhang to fund military campaigns? Perhaps he discovered this ancient Chu king's tomb and, upon his death, constructed his own mausoleum nearby? Lu Di snapped her fingers, affirming, that is indeed my conjecture, albeit lacking compelling evidence. The murals in this main burial chamber appear to recount scenes of the tomb's occupant excavating ancient tombs, yet their condition is far worse than that of the accompanying chambers. As if much of the content had been deliberately erased. The origins of Zhu Yuanzhang's wealth and military funding remain an enigma. If it could be substantiated that he indeed had a cohort of tomb raiders, akin to the Magan and Yuchang officials, secretly unearthed ancient tombs for him, it would constitute one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in recent years. A wave of astonishment washed over me as I realized that both Xiao Wei and I shared the lineage of the tomb raiders. A legacy likely bestowed upon us by our ancestors, leaving me utterly incredulous. At that moment, Lu Di remarked, I suspect this is a tomb within a tomb. Returning to my senses, I furrowed my brow and inquired, what do you mean by a tomb within a tomb? Are you suggesting that this Ming Dynasty general's mausoleum is indeed constructed atop the tomb of the Chu king? The concept of a tomb within a tomb is indeed chronicled in the ancient text's secret burials. Since the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the ancestors of China have held a superstitious reverence for the art of feng shui, particularly concerning the afterlife's resting places. It is conceivable that excellent feng shui locations may conceal tombs from various eras, including those from Pre-Qin, the Han, and the Tang dynasties. The secret burials records that during the reign of Emperor Qianlong in the Qing dynasty, a grave robber named Fang Yunci, while excavating a Song dynasty tomb in Luoyang, discovered that it overlapped and fused with a Western Han tomb, creating an extraordinary interplay of timelines, where the tomb would alternately manifest as either the Song or the Western Han, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Just as I was poised to delve deeper into the notion of a tomb within a tomb with Lu Di, Xiao Wei had already secured a candle in the southeast corner of the burial chamber and scampered over, exclaiming, Lu Yang, and the candle is lit. Let us see if there are any treasures left in the coffin. Frustrated by his lack of focus, I retorted, all you think about are treasures. Can't you see that Aunt and I are engaged in a profound academic discussion? However, Lu Di interjected, perhaps there are pieces of information within the coffin that can confirm the identity of the tomb's owner. Given the extensive damage inflicted by grave robbers, we should examine what remains. Curiosity, a double-edged sword, is humanity's greatest virtue and vice alike. The saying curiosity killed the cat seems to embody Lu Di's character. In her eagerness, she appeared to have forgotten that Xiao Wei and I were playing the role of grave robbers and disregarded the jade vase I intended to secure, instead fixating on the veracity of her conjectures. She cared not for the treasures of the afterlife, but rather for the truth of history itself. Seeing Lu Di so intent on her pursuit, I refrained from further banter with Xiao Wei. The three-tiered coffin had already been violently breached, sparing us considerable effort. We gathered on either side of the coffin, illuminating it with our flashlights. Upon first entering the main burial chamber, we had observed this coffin, now reduced to a heap of dusty, brownish bones due to prior desecration. Unlike contemporary practices of cremation, the ancient custom required the deceased to be adorned in layers of ornate burial garments and enveloped in multiple layers of cotton blankets. Over time, these silk and cotton products had succumbed to decay, coalescing into a foul mass, rendering the coffin reminiscent of a long-sealed latrine, both filthy and odorous. Equipped with gloves and shovels, Xiao Wei and I prepared to sift through the remains when, suddenly, I heard an unusual sound emanating from within the coffin. Instantly, I gestured for silence to Xiao Wei and Lu Di, then cautiously leaned my head closer to the coffin's interior, straining to listen. Who? As I concentrated, I discerned a faint sound at the bottom of the coffin, akin to human breathing, which sent a jolt of terror coursing through me, causing me to stumble backward in shock. Xiao Wei scoffed, Lu Yang, are you so frightened by this pile of bones? Never claim to be brave in my presence again. My heart raced as I stammered, There's breathing. Goodness, it seems someone is breathing below. Before I could finish my sentence, the entire tomb chamber was suddenly enveloped in darkness. The three of us instinctively turned to the candle that had been lit in the southeast corner. The candle had extinguished, The beams of our flashlights converged on the candle, and beneath the illumination, a horrifying crimson face appeared before it, gazing at us with an eerie intensity. Was this a ghostly encounter? I saw the silent emergence of a blood-red visage beside the extinguished candle, its unsettling gaze causing a jolt in my mind, sending shockwaves through my scalp. The words ghostly encounter reverberated throughout my consciousness. Xiao Wei, who had previously doubted that there was breathing from the coffin, was immediately shaken upon seeing that ghostly face. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat broke out. Far more terrifying than the fleeting shadow of a ghost he had glimpsed earlier. This was no mere illusion. We all witnessed that strange face. In unison, we redirected our flashlight beams, too frightened to look further. I gasped for breath, slowly lifting my flashlight to illuminate the candle, only to find that the ghostly visage had mysteriously vanished. In that instant, I felt an oppressive chill permeating the tomb, aware that it was certainly unclean. The owner of that blood-red face was undoubtedly lurking within the ancient tomb, possibly drifting right behind us. I steadied my nerves and seized Xiao Wei by the collar, demanding, "Where did you buy that candle?" Xiao Wei, clearly intimidated, replied, "At a small shop in the village, 50 cents each." Good grief. You skimped on such an important item? Why didn't you purchase the $1 candles? If I had known it would extinguish, I would have opted for an electronic candle. What are we to do now? In the annals of Chinese history, the earliest tomb raiding activities trace back to the Warring States period when Wu Zixu excavated graves and desecrated corpses. By the Eastern Han Dynasty, the realm was in chaos, with warlords vying for supremacy, leading to a surge in tomb raiding activities. Among these were civilian thieves, bandit thieves, and official thieves. Civilian thieves comprised amateur locals who, upon discovering nearby ancient tombs, rushed in with picks and shovels to excavate. Typically, these groups were quite numerous, ranging from dozens to thousands, with no regard for preserving the ancient tombs, directly unearthing everything they encountered to take home. Bandit thieves operated similarly, a band of ruffians who, emboldened by their numbers, would excavate ancient tombs in the mountains, refusing to cease until they had thoroughly ravaged the site. This violent form of tomb raiding, akin to civilian theft, often considered Wu Zixu as their patron saint. However, official thieves were different. Their numbers were significantly fewer than civilian and bandit thieves. Yet they were highly professional and adhered to strict rules of tomb raiding. The earliest records of official thieves date back to the late Eastern Han period. During the conflict when Yuan Shao attacked Cao Cao, it was proclaimed in a decree, Cao the bandit emulates the Western Chu overlord, appointing a general to excavate graves. Wherever they pass, no bones remain hidden. At times, Cao himself appears, sending officials to break open coffins and expose the corpses, seizing treasures to fund his army. The tomb robber, known as the Mo Jin Xiaowei, and the grave inspector, referred to as the Fho Tianguan, were established by Cao Cao, emulating the renowned Xiang Yu of the Western Chu, to serve as officials tasked with grave robbing, thus becoming the ancestral figures among corrupt officials. The Mo Jin technique is an art, while the Fho possesses symbols. However, the Mo Jin Xiaowei often despised the Fho Tianguan for frequently desecrating ancient tombs and disturbing the remains of the deceased, leading to a diminished collaboration between them. During the Southern Song dynasty, the Fho Zonglingjiang experienced a brief resurgence, yet by the early Yuan dynasty, it abruptly vanished, leaving the Mo Jin Xiaowei as the sole surviving lineage among these illicit officials. Over the course of more than a millennium, the Mo Jin Xiaowei evolved and established a comprehensive set of rules and practices. A genuine Mo Jin Xiaowei must not only don the authentic Mo Jin talisman, crafted through secret methods using pangolin claws, but also adhere to numerous regulations. For instance, they must refrain from robbing graves after 3 crowing cocks signal dawn. And when encountering a supernatural event, they are obliged to return all acquired funerary items and respectfully bow 3 times before the coffin of the deceased before exiting the tomb. Furthermore, they must leave behind a few treasures for the tomb's owner. Both Xiao Wei and I, self-proclaimed Mo Jin Xiaowei, aspired to excel in this industry. However, upon noticing the extinguished candle and the sudden appearance of a terrifying face, panic ensued. Flee. This was the immediate thought racing through our minds. The notion of returning anything was out of the question. We could not possibly retrieve the funerary items we had found, and it was imperative to exit the tomb swiftly. The few items we had already acquired would suffice for a prosperous future. Without further ado, we turned and ran. In the pitch-black passage of the tomb, the only sounds were the echoing thuds of our hurried footsteps, which reverberated ominously in the silent ancient crypt. As we neared the original burial chamber, I suddenly sensed something amiss and turned back, my heart sinking. Where was Lu Di? The darkness behind us concealed her presence. Xiao Wei also realized Lu Di was missing and exclaimed in alarm. Could she have been taken by a vengeful spirit? A wave of dread washed over me. Moments before, I had heard breathing from the coffin, and then the supernatural event had unfolded. In my fear and confusion, all I wanted was to escape the tomb, and I had not noticed whether Lu Di had fled with us. Lu Di's absence was significant, and the thought of her lost within the tomb compelled us to abandon our escape. I steadied my heartbeat and said to Xiao Wei, gather our gear. We must rescue Lu Di. Xiao Wei quickly opened his pocket and spilled out an array of prepared items. Black donkey hooves, ink lines, black dog blood, and glutinous rice. Once we assembled our equipment, we exchanged a resolute glance and, with determination, retraced our steps along the tomb's passage. As we approached the main burial chamber, we noticed a beam of light from a flashlight within, a flicker of hope igniting in my heart. Lu Di must still be alive. We stealthily neared the entrance, peering inside, only to be taken aback. Lu Di was not engaged in a struggle with malevolent spirits as we had feared. Instead, she was examining the wall near the extinguished candle with her flashlight. Upon hearing our footsteps, she turned and waved the light at us, exasperated. Are you two even men? When faced with danger, you leave me, a woman, behind and run away. I observed Lu Di appearing unharmed, which eased my anxiety slightly. I hurriedly said, Lu Di, this tomb chamber is not safe. We should leave at once. Lu Di scoffed and replied, you two come over here and take a look. A glance exchanged between Xiao Wei and me filled us with embarrassment. It was quite humiliating that two grown men lacked the courage of a woman. Steeling myself, I approached the tomb chamber and stood beside Lu Di. To my astonishment, I noticed faint, human-like traces on the tomb wall behind the candles. A chill ran down my spine as I stammered, What? What is this? Lu Di explained, this is the ghostly face we saw earlier, rendered with a special paint that disappears upon drying. However, if you apply heat from a candle, it will briefly reappear. Realizing that the terrifying visage was merely a painting, I felt deeply embarrassed. After all, I was a grown man, yet I had been frightened nearly to death by a mural. I took out my lighter and reignited the candle. Sure enough, after a few minutes, under the flame's heat, the eerie, crimson face with its sinister smile emerged once more, gazing at the three of us. Upon realizing it was not a ghost, Xiao Wei sprang up, cursing vehemently. Observing the candles rekindling, Lu Di studied the strange face for a moment and remarked, the tomb's owner was well versed in the methods of tomb raiders. They knew that if tomb raiders entered, they would surely light a candle in the southeast corner, thereby revealing this ghostly visage, leading them to believe it was the restless spirit of the tomb. This is a clever anti-theft measure. You two timid fellows truly believed in ghosts. Lu Di's mockery left both Xiao Wei and me feeling quite shamed, though I still felt a lingering unease. I retorted defensively, you can't blame us. I genuinely heard breathing from the coffin. The oxygen density in here is normal, and the candle extinguishing suddenly is rather illogical. It's only natural for us to be frightened. Xiao Wei hastily nodded, adding, yes, yes. Unlike you, who has explored many ancient tombs and carries a heavy aura, this is our first time. Lu Di, seasoned from years of excavating numerous tombs, remained remarkably composed compared to us novices. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, let us examine what lies within the coffin. Reluctant, I recalled the ominous sounds I had heard earlier, resembling either animal or human breathing. Yet Lu Di's insatiable curiosity compelled her to investigate the coffin of its owner. Unable to refuse her, I tightly gripped the black donkey's hoof and followed her. Returning to the coffin's side, I listened intently, faint rhythmic breathing still emanating from within. My complexion paled as I opened my mouth to speak, but Lu Di suddenly placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. I mimicked her earlier action, pressing my hands against the coffin and leaning in to listen closely. Xiao Wei and I dared not breathe, gripping the black donkey's hoof tightly, ready to confront whatever might arise. Lu Di listened for what felt like an eternity, her head still inside the coffin, sensing no immediate danger. Xiao Wei also leaned in to listen. Moments later, Xiao Wei let out a peculiar cry and jumped up, exclaiming, there really is a sound of breathing. Don't shout. Lu Di suddenly rose, surveying the surroundings before her gaze fell upon the enormous coffin before us. Her brows knitted tightly together, revealing her contemplative state. I anxiously inquired, Lu Di, what is wrong? If it's too dangerous, we should retreat. This coffin appears to be severely damaged, and the items within have likely been tampered with. Our lives are at stake. It would be wise to leave. Lu Di remained silent, instead reaching out to push against the coffin. After several attempts, she remarked, "Even if the 2 wooden coffins inside have rotted away, this coffin still weighs several hundred pounds. Lu Yang, you have some understanding of feng shui. Haven't you noticed something amiss with this coffin?" I was taken aback. In truth, I had noticed it long ago. Upon entering, the entire coffin was positioned at an angle on the arched floor of the tomb chamber. I initially thought it had been submerged in water and had shifted to a lower position once the water receded. However, Lu Di's words instantly heightened my alertness. Even if it had been submerged, the outer layer of the coffin is made of stone and is exceedingly heavy, making it unlikely to have changed its position. Frowning, I asked, "Are you suggesting that someone has moved this coffin?" Lu Di nodded, stating, "If I am correct, this chamber is merely a false tomb. The true ancient tomb lies beneath this coffin. This also confirms my earlier speculation that this is a tomb within a tomb." Lu Di's analysis was astute, and my heart raced with excitement. Initially, when she mentioned the possibility of a tomb belonging to a king of Chu from the Warring States period, my greed had already been ignited. Although my education was limited, I understood that artifacts over 2,000 years old, particularly bronze ones, are exceedingly rare and are often deemed divine objects, worth a fortune, far more valuable than the blue and white porcelain from the Yuan and Ming dynasties. If Lu Di's conjecture was accurate, the general's tomb was indeed a tomb within a tomb, and the ancient tomb lying beneath it could very well be the grand tomb of the king of Chu, as inscribed on the coffin. With this thought, my avarice swiftly eclipsed my reason. What did it matter about the dangers of the tomb? If it obstructed my pursuit of the treasures within, I would force my way through. Xiao Wei, though unfamiliar with the concept of a false tomb, was not foolish. He exclaimed, "What? There's an ancient tomb beneath this coffin?" Upon seeing the gleam of greed in his eyes, I realized he was as covetous as I, valuing wealth over life. Resolutely, I suggested, "Lu Di, how about we move the coffin to see what lies beneath?" Lu Di hesitated for a moment, glancing at the time on her watch, before finally nodding in agreement. Elated, I called to Xiao Wei, dismissing any thoughts of what valuable artifacts might be inside the coffin. The 2 of us positioned ourselves against the coffin, attempting to push it aside. This coffin had 3 layers. The 2 inner layers were wooden, while the outer layer was encased in stone, making it immensely bulky. Even if the wooden coffins inside had decayed significantly, the stone coffin remained extraordinarily heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds. Despite our utmost efforts, Xiao Wei and I struggled to move it even slightly. Observing our plight, Lu Di took a crowbar and pressed it against the bottom of the coffin, applying her strength to assist us. Due to the waterproof arched floor of the general's tomb, the coffin was placed atop it at a certain slope. As we pushed down along this incline, the coffin, weighing over 1,000 pounds, gradually slid toward the low northern area. After considerable effort from the 3 of us, we managed to shift the coffin aside, revealing a straight, descending black hole before us. The realization that there was indeed space beneath the general's tomb filled us with immense excitement. Xiao Wei, in his eagerness, immediately pulled out a rope, ready to descend in search of treasures. Lu Di quickly restrained him, urging him to exercise caution. At that moment, I felt a deep admiration for Lu Di. Had she not inadvertently joined us in this tomb, Xiao Wei and I, mere second-tier grave robbers, would never have uncovered this hidden chamber within a tomb. Seeing Xiao Wei's impatience, I approached to offer him some words of reassurance. The black hole was square, approximately 80 centimeters wide, extending straight downward. It was not a tunnel excavated by grave robbers, as the surrounding walls were made of bricks identical to those of the ancient tomb itself. This dark opening, resembling a ghostly eye, emitted a foreboding aura. When we illuminated it with our flashlight, it appeared to extend about 10 meters deep, but the depths remained obscured from view. As the 3 of us crouched at the edge, we felt gusts of chilling wind rising from below, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a person gasping for breath. It suddenly dawned on me that the breathing noises I had heard earlier beneath the coffin were merely the whispers of the wind. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I discreetly glanced at Lu Di, who remained focused on the black hole and refrained from mocking me. "Lu Di," I proposed, "since we have come this far, shall we venture down to explore?" Lu Di tilted her head, glancing at me and then at Xiao Wei, and remarked, "Are you 2 contemplating the burial goods within the chamber below?" I replied earnestly, "Dear cousin, do not misconstrue my intentions. While I cannot speak for Xiao Wei's moral compass, I am a youth who has devoted 3 years of my life to serve my country and promote national prosperity. How could I engage in actions detrimental to our nation's interests?" Lu Di scoffed, "You still have the audacity to say that? Just before entering the tomb, Did you not swear that you would not take a single thread from within? And yet, here we are, your greed and selfishness laid bare for all to see. All for a mere jade vase. I should call the county's Cultural Relics Bureau tomorrow and have them send experts over. Upon hearing this, I inwardly lamented the situation. If those archaeologists arrived, I would truly have nothing left. Before I could respond, Xiao Wei interjected, "Cousin, do not worry. The several chambers have been thoroughly ransacked by Lu Yang and me. Any expert would easily discern the chaos we've caused. At that point, you might very well find yourself delivering winter clothing and blankets to us in detention." Lu Di replied, "Is this my fault? I have warned you both repeatedly not to act foolishly. The tomb within a tomb is exceedingly rare. It is highly likely that there lies an imperial mausoleum beneath, one of immense archaeological value. I cannot afford to act recklessly." As I shifted my gaze, I recalled my childhood spent alongside Lu Di, and I had a fair understanding of her character. At that moment, with Lu Di engaging in such idle chatter, it was clear she had ulterior motives. I scrutinized her closely and noticed her glancing intermittently towards the abyss below. I pondered that, as an archaeology student, her curiosity about the mysteries of ancient tombs surely surpassed that of both Xiao Wei and me. Judging by her demeanor, she appeared eager to descend, albeit hesitant, fearing that we might disturb the ancient burial site. With a sense of clarity, I inquired, "Lu Di, how can we earn your trust?" Lu Di, seemingly in a quandary, replied, "Descending is not out of the question, but you must first surrender the Yuan Dynasty Qilin pattern jade vase you recently discovered. Otherwise, you truly risk becoming tomb robbers." I mused that if the site below were indeed the tomb of a Chu king, even a single bronze or jade artifact would far exceed the value of the Yuan vase, making such a trade quite reasonable. However, Xiao Wei was reluctant. Parting with a treasure he had just acquired felt akin to a death sentence. He shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "No, no, how can we take a funerary object out? Do you think we are fools?" I swiftly pulled Xiao Wei aside and whispered, "You fool, if it truly is the tomb of the Chu king, its grandeur will far surpass this Ming general's tomb. Just one or two bronze artifacts could ensure our financial security for a lifetime. It's merely a piece of porcelain. Let her have it." Xiao Wei, lacking resolve, eventually succumbed to my persuasion and slowly retrieved the exquisite jade vase from a sealed plastic bag, handing it to Lu Di. She accepted it with an approving nod, stating, "Now that is more like it. The gold ingots you found could fetch you hundreds of thousands, but one must not be overly greedy. Such artifacts should be returned to the state." Upon hearing Lu Di's indifference towards the gold ingots valued at hundreds of thousands, yet her focus on the jade vase, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. I asked, "Lu Di, now that the vase is yours, could you enlighten us on its worth?" Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly, replying, 3 months ago, a Yuan Dynasty Qilin patterned jade vase sold for over 1.6 million at Sotheby's in Hong Kong." "What? Over 1.6 million? Xiao Wei and I widened our eyes in disbelief and leaped to snatch the vase from Lu Di's grasp. "With that sum, why would we even consider entering the tomb of the Chu king? Not only could we afford a wife, but we could easily maintain a couple of concubines as well." No wonder Lu Di dismissed the gold ingots we had unearthed in the mire. It became evident that the true treasure lay within that unassuming little vase. Earlier, I had been deceived in the burial chamber, losing a priceless gilded silver steed to Lu Di. Now, I felt cheated out of over 1 million. How much more could I endure? As Lu Di saw Xiao Wei and me lunging towards her, she shouted in alarm, but we paid her no heed. In a swift motion, Lu Di seized the exquisite jade vase that had just come into my possession, still warm from my grasp. Lu Di erupted into a torrent of curses, but we remained oblivious, our eyes sparkling with desire as we salivated over the jade vessel. I handed the jade vase to Xiao Wei, treating it with utmost reverence, and said, "Comrade Xiao Wei, this is a moment for the organization to test your personal abilities. They have faith in your competence and loyalty, entrusting you with this substantial sum. You must not betray their confidence." Xiao Wei pounded his chest and vowed loudly. "The waters of Honghu, waves crashing upon waves, the revolutionary spirit shall never be forgotten. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the organization for the past 30 years of nurturing, and I shall transform this spark into a blazing inferno." I patted Xiao Wei's shoulder with satisfaction, then whispered, "This treasure is my dowry for marrying a wife. You must ensure Lu Di does not snatch it away." Hearing this, Xiao Wei cast a furtive glance at the scowling Lu Di and nodded solemnly. Lu Di could hardly fathom that Xiao Wei and I were brazenly snatching artifacts before her very eyes, her face alternating between shades of green and black with fury. I approached her and asked, Lu Di, what troubles you? Your complexion does not appear well. Seemingly infuriated, she lifted her foot and stomped on my instep with force. The sharp pain made me leap up, exclaiming, Lu Di, have you lost your mind? Lu Di retorted, you are the ones who have lost your sanity. I crouched down, rubbing my aching toes, and remarked, the world of grave robbers does not consist solely of Xiao Wei and me. Why should they take treasures from ancient tombs while we cannot? Enough of this. Xiao Wei, prepare the rope. We're going down to investigate. All right, Xiao Wei exclaimed joyfully, pulling out a large coil of nylon rope from a fertilizer bag. Having served 3 years in the military, I was well versed in tying climbing knots, and I swiftly secured 3 knots before fastening the rope around my waist. Turning to Lu Di, I declared, Auntie, Xiao Wei and I are going down now. Whether you choose to report to the authorities or contact the County Relics Bureau is of no concern to us. Lu Di, curious about where this vertical passage led, feigned resistance, saying, I will wait until dawn to contact the Relics Bureau. I fear you may damage the ancient tomb below, so I will accompany you. I had anticipated this outcome. After testing the rope for stability, I said, do as you wish. Xiao Wei, I will descend first, if it's safe below. You and Lu Di can follow. Xiao Wei cautioned, be careful. Something about this makes me uneasy. The narrow passage, a square about 80 centimeters wide, was quite constricted. With a flashlight clenched in my mouth, I slowly descended along the rope. After sliding down approximately 17 or 18 meters, the walls of the passage suddenly vanished, and I lost my balance as the rope began to spin. Looking down, I discovered I had reached the exit, revealing a mysterious stone chamber of indeterminate size. With a sense of resolve, I loosened my grip on the rope and slid down to the bottom. The ground beneath my feet was far from even. As I landed, a series of crackling sounds erupted from below. I had just untied the ropes and, shining my flashlight downward, I was struck by a chilling sensation akin to being bitten by a venomous snake. A wave of cold surged from my feet to my forehead, and I involuntarily let out a cry, my body instinctively leaping upward. The unevenness of the ground was caused by the multitude of gray bones haphazardly piled within this vast stone chamber, layers upon layers of them, creating an unsettling sight. The cracking noises I had heard were the result of my weight crushing the bones beneath me. In such a confined ancient tomb, the alarming realization that I was standing atop a heap of remains sent a jolt of terror through me, nearly causing me to lose control of myself. The first thought that crossed my mind was the unsettling belief that these were human bones. My panicked shout attracted the attention of Xiao Wei and Lu Di, who were in the upper chamber. Xiao Wei's voice echoed through the tomb entrance, calling out, Lu Yang, what's wrong? Upon hearing his voice, my frayed nerves began to ease slightly. I took a moment to scan the surroundings in the beam of my flashlight and exclaimed, it's nothing. Damn it. You scared me. There are so many bones down here. Come down. As Xiao Wei and Lu Di began their descent along the rope, I seized the opportunity to survey this terrifying underworld. Initially, I was horrified by the sight of the bones, assuming they were human. However, upon closer inspection, I realized they were not human remains but rather the bones of cattle, horses, and sheep. This revelation brought me a measure of relief, and I thought to myself that this must be a burial pit for sacrificial animals. Before long, Xiao Wei and Lu Di descended in succession. When Xiao Wei reached the bottom and beheld the vast chamber filled with bones, he too could not suppress a startled cry. I quickly reassured him. These are merely the remains of sacrificial cattle and sheep, not human bones. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's composure returned, and as he examined the area closely, he did indeed notice several calcified skulls of cattle and sheep scattered around. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath and kicked angrily at a skull that was indeterminate in origin, whether it belonged to a cow or a horse. Ugh, you nearly scared me to death. I thought this was a mass grave. The 3 of us gathered together to assess our equipment and meticulously scrutinize this sacrificial pit. It was astonishingly large, far exceeding our expectations. Spanning at least 400 to 500 square meters, it was 7 or 8 times larger than the main chamber of the Ming Dynasty general's tomb above. The remains of hundreds of cattle, sheep, horses, and mules were arranged in what appeared to be a specific orientation. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that every few meters, there was a prominent stone path, broad enough to accommodate no less than 9 routes. Lu Di, after observing for a while, exclaimed excitedly, this burial pit for cattle and horses is exceedingly rare. Look at these paths, there are 9 of them. This indicates a tomb of imperial status in ancient times. The number 9 signified the highest authority. Throughout history, Only the tombs of emperors are designed with 9 pathways. Upon hearing the news, both Xiao Wei and I were filled with immense joy. It seemed that our streak of misfortune had finally come to an end. This year, it was destined for us to amass great wealth. The grandeur of an imperial tomb, despite having been plundered multiple times by previous tomb raiders, surely still held artifacts that those earlier thieves deemed unworthy. If we could extract even a few genuine funerary items, we would never again have to worry about sustenance in our lifetimes. At this moment, the size of this sacrificial pit was astonishing, making it hard to fathom just how many valuable treasures lay within this royal mausoleum. Evidently, the inscriptions on the upper coffins were accurate. This site was likely the resting place of a king from the state of Chu during the pre-Qin Warring States period, though it remained uncertain which specific Chu king it was. Based on my years of study of the ancient text secret burials, I quickly deduced the approximate layout of the underground tomb in my mind, using the orientation of the burial chamber as a guide. According to ancient burial customs, the accompanying burial chambers were typically located on the periphery of the main tomb and generally appeared in pairs. Thus, directly opposite this sacrificial pit, there must be a corresponding pit, each connected to the main chamber by a burial passage. As anticipated, I soon discovered a dark corridor to the west of this ominous sacrificial pit, leading into unknown depths. This ancient tomb differed significantly from the Ming Dynasty general's tomb above. Not only was it vastly larger, but the walls of the tomb dedicated to the Chu king were constructed from massive stones rather than brick, indicating a monumental effort that could not have been completed in just a few years. The entire corridor measured 4 meters in width and 3 meters in height, extending into the darkness beyond. Lu Di stood at the entrance of the corridor and remarked, "This passage connects to the sacrificial pit, and it is likely that the main body of the Chu king's underground tomb lies within. Follow my lead and do not wander." Such ancient imperial tombs from before the Qin era may harbor perilous traps. Xiao Wei, unafraid of mechanisms yet wary of ghosts, thought to himself about seizing a few superior funerary items and retorted, "Although my education may be lacking, I am aware that the pre-Qin era dates back at least 2 millennia. Any traps must surely have decayed by now. Lu Di, it seems dawn is approaching. We should hasten and explore before the rooster crows." Lu Di scoffed, seemingly on the verge of reprimanding Xiao Wei. Observing this, I quickly interjected, "Lu Di, Xiao Wei has always had a limited understanding. Please do not hold his ignorance against him. We shall heed your guidance in all matters." Clearly unconvinced of our capabilities, Lu Di cautioned us once more before stepping into the corridor. The passage was eerily silent, suggesting a vast space within, and I could occasionally feel a chill emanating from the depths, sending shivers down my spine. During this visit to the village for mourning, I had never anticipated such an adventure. Not only had I descended into a tomb, but I was also experiencing the role of a tomb raider for the very first time, and it was within a monumental royal tomb. Lu Di's fascination with this ancient mausoleum stemmed from the rarity of imperial tombs predating the Qin dynasty. After years of archaeological pursuits, she had yet to enter a single well-preserved royal tomb from that era. Lu Di, unlike Xiao Wei and me, is not motivated by greed. Her purpose in entering the ancient tomb is not to seek riches, but to uncover the truth of history. Initially, she led the way, and I felt uneasy allowing a woman to venture ahead, concerned about potential traps lurking in the tomb's passage. Thus, I hastened my pace and suggested, "Lu Di, allow me to take the lead. Should any danger arise, I can handle it." She glanced at me and remarked, "I never knew you had a heart for the delicate." With a sense of pride, I replied, "Of course. After all, I am a man." Lu Di cautioned, "Just be careful, don't rush too fast. There may be murals on the tomb walls." Nodding in acknowledgement, I forged ahead into the passage. Regret soon washed over me. At first, Lu Di illuminated the path with her flashlight, and I felt no foreboding. However, as I ventured into the darkness, the tomb widened, and an abyss of blackness loomed ahead, resembling the malevolent eye of a demon, causing my legs to tremble. Yet, having asserted my position in front, I could not allow Lu Di to take the lead again. Unwilling to lose face, reluctantly, I pressed on. After nearly 2 minutes, Lu Di's voice called from behind, "Wait." I halted and turned to see her approaching the left wall of the tomb, where she gently brushed away some dust. "What is it? Have you found something?" I inquired. Lu Di remained silent, seemingly captivated by something on the wall. Xiao Wei and I hurried over to investigate. Upon closer inspection, our faces paled in unison. The wall bore a mural, once vibrant with color, now faded after 2 millennia. Yet, the image was unmistakable, a fearsome depiction of a six-armed demon, identical to the one we had encountered twice in the general's tomb. Its expression was grotesque, each of its 6 hands clutching a human organ, an alarming sight indeed. As we beheld this seemingly cursed mural, a chill crept up my spine, as if a ghostly presence were whispering against my neck. My body shuddered as I muttered, "Why is it this 6-armed demon again? Is there truly a curse within this tomb?" Xiao Wei, upon hearing the word curse, felt discomfort as well. Forcing a smile as he said, "Lu Yong, you're quite the scaremonger. This is merely psychological. As aspiring youths of the new century, how can we believe in such superstitions?" Lu Di interjected, "Enough? Everyone, please be quiet." I shrank my neck, hesitant to gaze upon the 6-armed demon on the wall. "Lu Di, have you discovered something?" I asked. Her brows furrowed, and she replied, "Nothing. Let us continue moving forward." Seeing her grave expression, my heart sank, and I couldn't shake the thought, please let there not be anything sinister lurking here. As we ventured deeper, the frequency of the murals depicting 6-armed demons on the tomb walls escalated, ultimately culminating in a continuous series of paintings. Each nearly identical, various sizes of 6-armed fiends adorned both the left and right walls, as well as the ceiling above and the pathway beneath our feet. Walking amidst these ominous images, I felt as though I were being scrutinized by countless malevolent entities, my trepidation mounting with each step. Xiao Wei continued to mutter curses, his words a feeble attempt to bolster his courage amidst the palpable fear that gripped us both. Suddenly, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes of navigating the passage, an unsettling transformation occurred. A cacophony of cackling laughter erupted unexpectedly within the corridor, reminiscent of a 7- or 8-year-old girl straining her voice in the darkness, sharp and jarring. It reverberated throughout the expansive passage, stretching out in an eerie, protracted echo. The tomb corridor was suddenly filled with this disquieting giggle, as if a Na'vi child were lurking in the shadows, mocking our trio. We halted in our tracks, scarcely daring to breathe. A wave of dread washed over me. It dawned on me that we had unwittingly stumbled into a predicament. The ghostly figure Xiao Wei and I had glimpsed earlier in the upper chamber suddenly seemed all too real. Initially, I had assumed that the ghostly visage on the wall had merely conjured an illusion, but it appeared that this malevolent entity had followed us here. As the eerie laughter gradually subsided, chills coursed through my body, and beads of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I stammered, "Did you hear that?" At that moment, a hand rested upon my shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. I jumped as if struck by lightning, letting out a sharp gasp, nearly losing my balance. "What is wrong with you?" "It's me," Lu Di said, reassuringly. As I regained my composure, the spectral laughter dissipated entirely. I exclaimed, "There are ghosts in this ancient tomb." Lu Wei, visibly shaken, could scarcely articulate his thoughts, insisting, "Yes, yes, yes. There really are ghosts." Lu Di, though she too had heard the bizarre laughter, appeared unfazed. "I want to see what a ghost looks like in this world," she declared, boldly striding forward. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a valiant heroine, resolutely marching toward her fate. I shouted, "Have you lost your mind? We should retreat." Despite my calls, Lu Di paid no heed, and soon her figure was enveloped by the encroaching darkness, the faint glow of her flashlight barely visible. "What should we do?" Xiao Wei inquired, his anxiety palpable. I knew I could not abandon Lu Di, and in frustration, I retorted, "What else can we do? Let's gather our tools and find her." With a flurry, Xiao Wei retrieved the black donkey's hoof, the crucifix, and black dog blood, an assortment of talismans meant to ward off evil spirits. Armed with these protective items, my courage surged, and seeing Lu Di venture further into the abyss, I called for Xiao Wei and hastily pursued her. After only a few strides, a sudden instinct urged me to halt. Xiao Wei, caught off guard by my abrupt stop, collided into me from behind. Xiao Wei exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why have you stopped?" I remained silent, slowly turning my head to gaze down the corridor from which we had come. Moments later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, emanating from the tomb passage we had just traversed. In mere seconds, the thudding grew louder and closer. This revelation was indeed alarming. It was evident that an unknown entity, perhaps not entirely human, was approaching us from behind. Xiao Wei and I exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound terror reflected in each other's eyes. "Damn it. Run," I thought. Uncertain if we could confront whatever was pursuing us, fleeing seemed the wisest course. I had never imagined that Xiao Wei, the plump fellow, possessed such explosive speed. In an instant, he darted away from my side, his pace rivaling that of a sprinter. I cursed him silently for his lack of loyalty and began to sprint ahead. We ran swiftly, stumbling and panting for at least several minutes, only to find that not only had we failed to catch up with Lu Di, but we also hadn't shaken off the ominous presence behind us. This frantic dash was far more exhausting than any 10-kilometer weighted march I had endured in the military. Eventually, both Xiao Wei and I were left breathless, leaning against the tomb wall, our faces ashen as the footsteps drew ever closer. Xiao Wei gasped, "This ancient Zongzi is surprisingly agile. We can't shake it off. Old Lu, it seems this time we are doomed." I shouted in exasperation, "Enough of your ominous words. We may yet prevail against that filthy creature." Realizing that escape was futile, I grasped the black donkey's hoof in my left hand and unsheathed my axe from my lower back with my right, resolved to confront the encroaching Zongzi. As the footsteps closed in, a ghastly pale light flickered in the darkness. At that moment, to Xiao Wei and me, that eerie glow resembled the eye of a malevolent spirit. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed something relentlessly pursuing us, likely this ancient Zongzi from the tomb. My mind raced, recalling the techniques for battling Zongzi described in the ancient text Secret Burial, yet a wave of fear and anxiety washed over me, momentarily erasing everything I had learned about combating the Zongzi. The light drifting from the dark corridor grew nearer, and the thudding footsteps intensified. I gestured for Xiao Wei to extinguish the flashlight, thinking that perhaps the Zongzi was a blind creature. The beam was far too conspicuous, and it was better to remain concealed in the shadows. Xiao Wei quickly understood my intention and turned off the flashlight, plunging us into an overwhelming darkness that enveloped us from all sides. Both of us were gripped by fear, hardly daring to breathe. With the black donkey's hoof in one hand and the axe in the other, I waited for the Zongzi to draw near, prepared to strike it down and then stuff its mouth with the black donkey's hoof. As the distance between us narrowed, my heartbeat quickened. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters. Just as Xiao Wei and I were about to leap forward towards that Zongzi, a sudden radiant light enveloped us. The blinding white glare nearly rendered me unable to open my eyes, and a wave of terror washed over me, mistaking it for spectral flames. I immediately shouted, "Attack!" Almost simultaneously, Xiao Wei and I raised our weapons and charged towards the Zongzi. Just as our axe and cleaver were about to strike, Lu Di's voice rang out unexpectedly. "Lu Yong, what are you two doing here?" Upon closer inspection, we realized that the Zongzi pursuing us was none other than Lu Di. The source of the blinding light was the flashlight she held. Shock coursed through me, causing my axe to veer off course by mere inches, sliding past the edge of Lu Di's shoulder and nearly cleaving her in half. As for Xiao Wei, his reaction was slightly slower. His cleaver hung suspended in midair as he recognized Lu Di. Not only were Xiao Wei and I astonished, but Lu Di appeared equally bewildered. I exclaimed in frustration, "Lu Di, what on earth are you doing? This is the second time tonight you've nearly met your demise under my axe. When did you manage to sneak up behind us?" Lu Di, her face a mask of confusion, retorted, "How would I know? What about you two? Why are you in front of me, playing tricks? I thought you were ghosts, chasing me relentlessly and nearly exhausting me." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wei and I turned pale. Ever since we ventured into this passage after digging the burial pit, we had noticed no forks or side paths. The eerie laughter of a little girl had startled us earlier, while Lu Di, dismissive of the supernatural, boldly strode ahead, soon vanishing from sight. Before long, Xiao Wei and I heard footsteps echoing from the passage behind us, prompting us to flee. We sprinted at a remarkable pace, yet after 3 or 4 minutes, we had not caught up with Lu Di. Doubts began to plague my mind, but with danger lurking, I had no time to ponder further. To my astonishment, the footsteps from behind were, in fact, Lu Di's. How could she, who had seemingly disappeared in front of us, suddenly reappear from the passage behind? My body trembled slightly as I questioned, "Lu Di, you clearly ran ahead. How can you now be behind us without realizing it?" Xiao Wei, still shaken, added, Yes. I can attest to this. You were in front, and now, in the blink of an eye, you're behind us. And that ghostly laughter earlier, was that you're doing to frighten Xiaoyang and me?" Lu Di scoffed. "Am I insane? Why would I frighten you? It seems this tomb truly holds mysteries." Xiao Wei and I, sensing Lu Di's sincerity, were both taken aback. I recalled the peculiar and bizarre occurrences documented in the ancient tome's secret burial and speculated, could it be a case of ghostly walls? Perhaps the spirit of a woman, long deceased, still haunts this ancient grave? Xiao Wei leapt up, exclaiming, "This is quite alarming. I have heard the elders say that female ghosts are particularly fond of robust men. Is it my fate, Lu Wei, to be oppressed by a female ghost?" To have my purity tarnished and my vital energy drained? I scoffed, remarking, with your appearance, you should spare yourself the worry. Even a colorblind individual with severe myopia and cataracts would choose to weigh down my spirit first. Xiao Wei interjected, that may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps the aesthetic preferences of women in ancient times differ from those of modern women. They favored dark, muscular men, much like myself. I retorted disdainfully. Having served 3 years in the military, I can assert that I am not inferior to you in terms of strength. Furthermore, if you equate being overweight with being strong, you are woefully superficial. Enough of this bickering. What time is it to be squabbling over such trivialities? I fear the tomb of King Chu may be riddled with clever traps. If we cannot find our way out, we shall be left to perish within. Lu Di found it utterly ludicrous that Xiao Wei and I were debating who was more handsome and stronger amidst the ancient tomb's corridor, and she chastised us. It was only then that Xiao Wei and I recalled our precarious predicament, although Lu Di was closely pursuing us. The earlier eerie laughter and the inexplicable appearance of Lu Di behind us were matters we could not rationalize. One thing was certain. This tomb was decidedly unclean. I suggested, there are female spirits within this tomb. We ought to retreat. Xiao Wei hesitated, stating, indeed, a gentleman values wealth, but only through righteous means. The tomb of that Ming dynasty general belongs to our Lu family ancestors. We could take a few of his belongings without incurring his wrath. However, this tomb of King Chu does not belong to our family, and we are certainly unwelcome guests. Since we are not welcome, we should take our leave. Lu Di suddenly shook her head. You are both exceedingly naive. If I am not mistaken, escaping this corridor will not be an easy feat, I countered. You are overthinking this. There are no forks in this corridor. We shall simply retrace our steps. Is it possible we may encounter a ghostly wall? Ever since I heard that eerie girl's laughter within the corridor, I wished to linger no longer. After a brief discussion, the three of us turned back and began to retrace our steps. Yet, upon turning, even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. As we descended from the main chamber of the general's tomb, our feet found solace in a sacrificial pit of this enigmatic king of Chu's grave, where an assemblage of bones from cattle, horses, and sheep lay in disarray. Soon after, we stumbled upon a spacious passageway, initially believing it to lead us back to the main burial chamber. However, not long into our venture, we were startled by an eerie laughter that echoed through the air. Lu Di, a skeptic of both heaven and spirits, emboldened by her artistic prowess, ventured away from our group, pursuing the sound along the passage, only to find herself behind me and Xiao Wei. The peculiar occurrences within the depths of this royal tomb unfolded one after another. Despite our lingering thoughts of the treasures concealed within the underworld, Xiao Wei and I ultimately deemed our lives more precious and resolved to retrace our steps back to the surface for further contemplation. The passage offered no branching paths, a fact firmly etched in our memories. Yet, upon turning back to exit through the sacrificial pit from whence we came, we discovered that reality was far more complex than we had anticipated. According to my recollection, after entering the passage for approximately 100 meters, we encountered a mural depicting a 6-armed demon on the tomb wall. The deeper we ventured, the more frequent these grotesque images appeared, until nearly every wall, from the vaulted ceiling to the stone slabs beneath our feet, was adorned with these sinister murals. At that moment, the sound of a cackling laughter reverberated through the tomb, prompting Xiao Wei and me to sprint for about 3 to 4 minutes. By my calculations, we had traversed a few hundred meters at most. Yet regardless of how we navigated, the passage stretched before us endlessly, devoid of any hint of conclusion. After what felt like half an hour, the walls remained enshrouded with the 6-armed demon murals, and we had not returned to the original sacrificial pit. Xiao Wei finally tugged at me, expressing, Lu Yang, have you noticed how long this passage seems? I don't recall it taking this long to enter. I had already sensed the anomaly, but refrained from voicing my concerns, fearing it might alarm Xiao Wei and Lu Di. Now, with Xiao Wei, the oblivious fool, recognizing something amiss, I nodded and whispered, indeed, it appears Lu Di was right. This passage is rather peculiar. However, with Lu Di's expertise, we shall surely find our way out. Observing Lu Di, who walked silently ahead, Xiao Wei seemed to draw confidence from her presence, considering her a substantial pillar of support. Our flashlight batteries were nearly depleted, casting a dim crimson glow that weighed heavily on our hearts. Fortunately, I had prudently purchased 6 flashlights and an ample supply of spare batteries in the county town, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. As Lu Di, now with a feeble beam of light, paused and inquired, Lu Yang, do we have any batteries left? I nodded, prompting Xiao Wei to retrieve a pack of batteries from his bag. After peeling off the plastic seal, he handed 3 batteries to Lu Di. Lu Di discarded the spent batteries and handed them to me, stating, "No modern items should remain within an ancient tomb. Please dispose of these dead batteries." I nodded and casually tucked the 3 spent batteries into my pocket. I observed that Lu Di's expression remained largely unchanged, prompting me to say, "Lu Di, have you noticed that the length of this passageway differs from when we first entered? It feels as though we have been walking for ages, merely treading in place. Are we perhaps encountering a wall of ghosts?" In my mind, I contemplated that the notion of a wall of ghosts was not without merit. The eerie laughter we had just heard suggested that there were indeed unsavory entities within the tomb of King Chu. Perhaps the owner of that sinister laughter was toying with the 3 of us, leading us in circles within this passageway. Lu Di did not respond, but it startled Xiao Wei beside her, who exclaimed, "Phooey, old Lu, your crow's mouth shouldn't frighten us unnecessarily. The elders say that a wall of ghosts can trap and exhaust a person, requiring the crowing of a rooster for 3 years to break free. And we currently possess not a single feather, let alone a rooster." I increasingly felt the oppressive atmosphere around us. We ought to hasten our search for an exit. Lu Di inserted a new battery into her flashlight and, after turning it on, scoffed, "What wall of ghosts? It is merely a manifestation of esoteric practices beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk." Esoteric practices? Both Xiao Wei and I were taken aback. I wondered if Lu Di had already discerned something. Earlier, when Xiao Wei and I had discussed the possibility of turning back, Lu Di had indicated that this passageway might not be easy to navigate, suggesting she had sensed something amiss. Lu Di did not elaborate further to us. This time, she chose not to lead us onward, but instead moved to one side of the passageway to study the mural depicting the 6-armed demon on the tomb wall. The murals, having endured the passage of time, had lost much of their pigment, allowing only faint outlines to be discerned. Throughout this passageway, the walls above and below were densely etched with numerous 6-armed demon murals of varying sizes. I contemplated the contents of the ancient text Secret Burial for quite some time, but found no mention of the 6-armed demon. As I watched Lu Di delve back into her study of the mural, I could not help but interject, "Lu Di, given the circumstances, let us cease our archaeological research on these murals and focus on finding a way out." Xiao Wei chimed in, "Lu Yang speaks wisely, Aunt. Since you possess knowledge of ancient tombs, please lead us out instead of lingering on these unsettling murals." Lu Di replied, "The key to our escape lies within these murals." My spirits lifted as I inquired, "Have you perceived something?" Lu Di explained, "These murals are peculiar. They can subconsciously influence one's thought processes. Once one's thinking is swayed, it becomes easy to become lost within the passageway. I suspect our inability to navigate out is largely due to the influence of these 6-armed demon murals." I could not refrain from glancing at the numerous 6-armed demon murals surrounding us, finding them indeed terrifying, yet I questioned the possibility of them affecting one's rational thought. I remarked, "This passageway lacks any forks and is merely 3 or 4 meters wide. Even if our thoughts were influenced, we should not be able to endlessly circle within such confined space. I truly believe we have encountered a wall of ghosts." Lu Di shook her head and remarked, "The passageway we entered from the sacrificial pit, while devoid of any forks, does not extend in a straight line. Just moments ago, you two were clearly behind me. Yet now you appear in front. This indicates the presence of mechanisms within this passageway that we have yet to uncover." Lu Di firmly believed that the tomb of the King of Chu was intricately designed with sophisticated traps by a master craftsman. But I remained convinced that we were ensnared in a ghostly labyrinth. If a single person failed to perceive the mechanism, it could be excused. Yet the 3 of us had walked side by side into this passage without encountering any divergence. As for how Lu Di had previously appeared behind us, it could only be attributed to some spectral trickery. Suddenly, Xiao Wei interjected, "Could this be a circular tomb passage? The entrance might be an inconspicuous location that we overlooked. Or perhaps there truly is a mechanism within the passage that was activated upon our entry, sealing off the original entrance and leaving us to wander in circles within this circular passage." I was taken aback, surprised that the burly Xiao Wei could articulate such a constructive thought, and I regarded him with newfound respect. "There is indeed a strong possibility," I replied. "In the Shang and Zhou dynasties, there existed a peculiar staircase known as the Hanging Soul Ladder, structured in triangular segments, from which one could not escape regardless of the direction taken. However, what we encounter is not a staircase of stone but a flat passage. The principle should be akin. perhaps even simpler than the hanging soul ladder. Lu Di regarded me with astonishment, asking, "You are familiar with the hanging soul ladder?" I forced a smile and replied, "I shall explain that to you later. If this is truly a circular passage, it simplifies matters. We need only to feel our way along one wall, and we are bound to find some distinction." This time, the three of us did not blindly advance through the passage, but instead cautiously explored along its edge. To my surprise, Xiao Wei, whose intellect barely reached 70, proved to have stumbled upon a significant truth. This passage indeed formed a vast circle, and before long, we discovered another entrance at an inconspicuous spot along the passage's edge. This entrance did not align perfectly with the walls of the tomb. Rather, it existed at an angle, creating a visual illusion. Moreover, the surrounding walls were adorned with terrifying depictions of six-armed demons, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the presence of this tomb passage without meticulous observation. Upon uncovering this passage, I felt a sudden clarity wash over me, inwardly cursing the treacherous king of Chu for his cunning traps. Fortunately, the three of us were bold, and with Lu Di, an archaeologist well-versed in tombs, we had avoided a fate of either fright or entrapment within this passage. Without further ado, we ventured into the newly discovered, inconspicuous passage. After just a few steps, we emerged into a vast underground palace, where numerous gray-brown skeletal remains were strewn about in disarray, the remains primarily of cattle, horses, and sheep. I exclaimed with delight, "We have returned to the sacrificial pit." At that moment, Lu Di retrieved a compass from her pocket, glanced at it, and astonishingly declared, "This is not the sacrificial pit we descended from." Lu Di suddenly remarked that this was not the sacrificial pit from which we initially descended from the general's tomb, leaving both Xiao Wei and me astounded. The ground was undeniably littered with animal bones. How could it not be? Consequently, we hastily stepped over the remains, and soon our faces turned ashen. We had descended through a vertical tomb passage using a rope, leaving it intact to ensure our escape. However, this sacrificial pit had not only lost our rope, but also the towering vertical passage that extended for over 10 meters. Xiao Wei, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "How could it be gone? The way back was clearly right here. I remember it vividly. Damn it, could that female ghost have taken the rope?" I replied, "Impossible. Even if that ghost had removed the rope, the passage, constructed entirely of brick, could not possibly have been whisked away." At that moment, I began to regain my composure, contrasting Xiao Wei's frantic turmoil. Gradually, the descriptions from the ancient text, Secret Burial, regarding the structure of tomb chambers resurfaced in my mind. I recalled that Chinese culture places great emphasis on symmetry, especially in imperial tombs, which are not only grand in scale but also meticulously designed. Lu Di had mentioned earlier that sacrificial pits are typically arranged symmetrically, yet I had paid little heed to it at the time. Now, it dawned on me that we had traversed the circular passageway countless times, and we might have inadvertently entered another sacrificial pit. According to the architectural layout of ancient tombs from the pre-Qin era, sacrificial pits are generally situated on the eastern and western sides of the main underground chamber. The pit we had entered should have been on the eastern side, and now we had likely stumbled into the opposing western sacrificial pit. Lu Di approached, stating, "It seems we must re-enter the passageway." At this juncture, I began to calculate in my mind. Since the positions of the eastern and western sacrificial pits were now established, the main chamber of the tomb must lie between these two pits. This indicated that within the circular passage, there must be a direct route leading to the royal tomb's underground chamber that we had yet to discover. Initially, I had heard eerie laughter emanating from the passage, and with Lu Di inexplicably behind me, fear gripped my heart. Having previously touched several ghostly artifacts within the general's tomb, I prioritized my safety and sought to return to the surface. Now, armed with insights from the secret burial, I had roughly deduced the location of the royal tomb's main chamber, and avarice stirred within me. If Lu Di's presence behind me was indeed linked to the circular passage, then the eerie laughter was likely a mechanism revealing some hidden secret. Regardless of the royal tomb's vastness, it must have a defined area. The linear distance between the two sacrificial pits should not exceed 1,000 meters, ensuring that the main chamber of the tomb lay within this 1,000-meter diameter. I feigned following Lu Di back into the passageway, but now with a calculated mindset, I began to measure the length of the circular passage in my thoughts. Soon, I stumbled upon a secret. This circular passageway was not as expansive as I had initially estimated. Its diameter fell short of 1,000 meters, measuring only about 300 meters. As I proceeded, the depictions of six-armed demons on the surrounding tomb walls began to diminish, filling me with a sense of joy as I commenced my search along the inner walls of the circular tomb passage. After traversing an additional 10 meters or so, I suddenly encountered an unusual spot where the six-armed demon appeared colossal, towering over 3 meters in height. Its craftsmanship differed markedly from the other six-armed demon murals, presenting a strikingly protruding texture that was not painted but rather sculpted in relief, exuding a palpable quality. Lu Di, come and take a look. Lu Di was on the opposite side, guiding Xiao Wei in search of another sacrificial pit's passage. Upon hearing my voice, both turned their heads in unison. Xiao Wei exclaimed, "Old Lu, it's already bright outside. Hurry up and find a way out. What are you dawdling for?" I waved my flashlight and beckoned them, saying, "Something feels amiss here. I believe this leads to the main burial chamber." Initially reluctant, Xiao Wei's eyes lit up at the mention of the main burial chamber. Disregarding all thoughts of escape or ghostly encounters, his sole desire fixated on unearthing treasures. He rushed over and asked, "Where's the main burial chamber?" I chose to ignore Xiao Wei's dreams of riches and turned to Lu Di. "Lu Di, do you think there's something peculiar about this stone carving?" Lu Di reached out to touch it, her brow furrowing as she turned to me, stating, "This six-armed demon is indeed different from the other murals. It is a stone sculpture. But how can you be so certain that the main burial chamber lies beyond it?" I grinned and replied, "Have you underestimated me? Although I have not studied archaeology, and this is my first venture into a tomb, the principles of feng shui emphasize the harmony of yin and yang, the opposition of heaven and earth. Since there are two sacrificial pits, they must be in opposition, and the main burial chamber would be located between these two pits. The passage connecting them spans only a few hundred meters, so the main burial chamber of the late king of Chu must surely lie within this range." Lu Di retorted, "Be honest with me. How did you acquire such knowledge about tombs? You aren't involved in the business of tomb raiding, are you?" I was taken aback, realizing that Lu Di had already deduced that the main burial chamber was indeed situated between the two sacrificial pits. Her earlier inquiry was merely a test of my knowledge, and in my eagerness to impress, I had momentarily overlooked this fact. I chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, the lament of the cuckoo, a timeless injustice. Dr. Lu, you cannot place such a heavy label upon us humble proletarians. I, Lu Yang, have always been the same person, you know. We might as well have grown up bare-bottomed." Lu Di, unfazed by my deflections, responded, "It is simply implausible for an ordinary person to deduce the precise location of the main burial chamber based solely on two sacrificial pits. How do you explain that?" Faced with Lu Di's relentless pressure, I found myself in quite a predicament, akin to being cornered with no other options at hand. Thus, I spoke, "Lu Di, I assure you I have never engaged in the despicable act of disturbing ancestral graves. It is not, how should I put it? You are aware that my grandfather was a geomancer, and my father, having served in the military, ceased such practices. A few years ago, when the village was undergoing road construction, my family's old residence was included in the plans. During my visit to tidy up, I stumbled upon an ancient tome beneath my grandfather's bed, containing numerous insights on geomancy and the art of locating treasures. Over the past years, I have perused it occasionally, thus gaining some understanding." Before Lu Di could respond, Xiao Wei suddenly interjected, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. No wonder you discovered the ancient tomb beneath the old well upon entering the village. Your ancestors left behind a tomb raiding journal." Lu Di, observing Xiao Wei's dawning realization, began to believe me. Fixating her gaze upon me, she asked, "Is it truly so?" From the depths of my pocket, I retrieved the ancient tome, Secret Burial, which I had carried for years, stating, "This book is indeed authentic. I would not dare deceive you. Here, take a look." Lu Di took the tome from my hands, casually flipping through a few pages, revealing intricate techniques of geomancy inscribed in traditional characters. Although she had always dismissed such esoteric practices, the tangible evidence in my possession quelled her doubts. After tossing the ancient book back to me, she remarked, "The six-armed demon relief on this tomb wall indeed differs from others. It could very well be the entrance to the subterranean palace." I carefully stowed the ancient tome, my face alight with hope, and proposed, "Let us devise a method to unlock this tomb wall and venture inside to explore." Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly nodded, saying, "Indeed, Commander Lu is correct." Lu Di scoffed, "What? Are you no longer afraid of the female ghost within this underground palace?" With a resolute tone, I declared, "What ghost? Such tales are mere fabrications. As enlightened youths of the new century, we must dismantle all feudal superstitions. Right, Xiao Wei?" Xiao Wei nodded vigorously, stating, We must eradicate feudal superstitions, promote civilized ideals, and deepen funeral reform, abolishing outdated customs. The king of Qu, in his quest to construct an underground palace for himself, undoubtedly squandered immense resources and perhaps even sacrificed numerous young lives for his burial. Against such obstinate feudal lords, we shall resist to the end, not only overthrowing their living reign, but also dismantling the feudal dynasty entombed beneath the earth. I could not help but exclaim, Xiao Wei, how has your consciousness suddenly ascended to such heights? However, there is a point you have misstated. I recall my middle school history teacher instructing us that the feudal rule in China commenced with the unification of the 6 states by Qin Shi Huang. The king of Qu mentioned is likely the monarch of the state of Qu during the Warring States period, still entrenched in the phase of slavery. A society far more abhorrent than feudalism, where hands were severed, feet were stomped, and eyes were gouged and skins were flayed. Just consider the vast expanse of this underground palace. It nearly rivals the area of our humble Xiaozhou village. We must eradicate this malignant tumor, thoroughly uprooting it from beneath the feet of the laboring masses, under the radiant light of our glorious proletarian revolution. How can we allow such exploitative slave owners to roam freely beneath the earth? Lu Di, overhearing our spirited exchange, shook her head in exasperation, aware that we, her 2 brothers, were consumed by lustful thoughts and blinded by greed, clearly intent on entering the tomb of the deceased king to seek ill-gotten gains. She glanced at her watch and remarked, "It is already 7 in the morning. We cannot venture further. We must head out. And as for the tomb of the king of Qu, we ought not to disturb it." Disappointment welled within me, and I exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wei. Understanding my intent, he brandished his axe and struck fiercely at the grotesque 6-armed demon relief. A thunderous crash echoed through the corridor. Lu Di, infuriated, exclaimed, "Xiao Wei, what are you doing?" Xiao Wei coughed and replied, "I was merely testing the sturdiness of this stone wall. I didn't expect it to be so solid that it numbed my arm." I stepped forward, arching my eyebrows, and said, "Just a moment ago, you spoke of high ideological awareness, and now, in the blink of an eye, you have succumbed to base thoughts? Although this ancient tomb belongs to that nefarious old king of Qu, it is also a precious cultural heritage of our nation. Thankfully, you did not cause any damage. Otherwise, with that one blow, you would surely face a sentence of 3 to 5 years." Lu Di pushed Xiao Wei aside and approached the relief for a closer examination. Finding no damage from Xiao Wei's strike, she felt relieved. Subsequently, she gently tapped the handle of her flashlight against it. With each resonant thud, we 3 became increasingly convinced that the relief concealed a hollow space behind it. This relief likely served as a stone door, cleverly disguised to blend seamlessly with the surrounding walls of the tomb. The pervasive engravings of 6-armed demons visually obscured its secret, making it difficult to detect without meticulous scrutiny. Lu Di understood well that since Xiao Wei and I had discovered a potential passageway leading to the underground palace, we would undoubtedly linger and refuse to leave. As a young woman of modest strength, she could hardly hope to dissuade 2 greedy gentlemen such as ourselves. In truth, Lu Di harbored her own curiosity about this ancient tomb. In contemporary times, most imperial tombs are not excavated or studied unless they have suffered human-induced damage, as the state does not readily issue permits for such endeavors. Since the founding of the nation, the only instance of state-sanctioned archaeological research on imperial tombs occurred in 1956, when the Dingling of the Ming dynasty's 13 tombs was excavated. The regulations governing imperial tombs differ significantly from those of ordinary noble tombs. The long-standing history of tomb raiding has led every generation of emperors to be acutely aware that their underground sepulchres may be plundered by thieves centuries after their demise. Consequently, these emperors spared no expense in manpower and resources, dedicating decades to the construction of their final resting places. The imperial tombs possess immense archaeological value, representing the pinnacle of productivity and craftsmanship of that era. Lu Di, a student of archaeology and a disciple of Professor Yang Xicai from Tsinghua University, is deeply engrossed in the study of pre-Qin cultures. She is almost certain that the grand and well-preserved tomb before us likely belongs to a monarch of the Qu state from the Warring States period. Both Xiao Wei and I yearn to enter the underground palace in search of fortune, yet her thirst for the truth of history surpasses even our own desires. She understands that, given the tomb's undisturbed state, the government would undoubtedly protect it, and she may never witness the true visage of the underground palace in her lifetime. I observed Lu Di studying the reliefs for quite some time, aware that her curiosity to explore was even greater than mine, though she hesitated to express it due to her professional standing. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and approached her, saying, "Lu Di, the government has policies in place. If an ancient tomb remains intact, its discovery is primarily aimed at preservation. The Ming Dynasty General's tomb and this Chu King's tomb lie beneath our village. Even if reported to the authorities, excavation would be improbable. Since we have journeyed this far, it would be a shame to turn back now. Besides, we merely wish to take a glimpse. With you overseeing us, do you not feel reassured?" Lu Di appeared indecisive, seemingly at a crossroads. I was increasingly convinced of her internal yearning to explore the underground palace and hastened to add, "We genuinely only wish to witness it. In the general's tomb above, Xiao Wei and I have already uncovered some treasures, sufficient to build a house and marry. We are not greedy and would never harm the tomb." Xiao Wei joined in the persuasion, and Lu Di, unable to withstand our relentless entreaties, ultimately nodded in agreement to enter the underground palace. Overjoyed at Lu Di's consent, Xiao Wei and I felt a surge of excitement. However, a sense of unease lingered in my heart. Although Lu Di had approached us from behind due to the circular passage, the piercing laughter of a woman we had heard earlier in the passage was undeniably real. There was certainly something sinister within the tomb. I discreetly reached inside my collar to touch the jade Buddha and silver cross I had procured at great expense from a local nunnery and church, reflecting that these two talismans, blending Eastern and Western traditions, might help ward off any lingering spirits. Coupled with traditional items like black dog's blood and black donkey hooves, I felt emboldened enough to face even a millennium-old corpse. United in purpose, the three of us worked seamlessly together. Yet, when we truly intended to open the grand door of the underground palace, a perplexing challenge left us bewildered. The colossal six-armed demon relief served as a stone door. That much was certain, but how could it be opened? The stone door seemed to be equipped with a mechanism. Xiao Wei, exerting all his strength, had struck it without causing even a chip to fall. Lu Di studied it intently for quite some time, but found no means to unlock the stone door. Xiao Wei, growing impatient, remarked, "Aunt, are you not a postdoctoral researcher in archaeology? After years of studying ancient tombs, how is it that you cannot figure out how to open a mere stone door?" In my heart, I pondered over Lu Di's inability to uncover the mechanism to open the stone door, feeling a mix of surprise and doubt. "Indeed, Lu Di, are you capable of this?" I remarked. Lu Di retorted with irritation, "This is a grand imperial tomb. Do you think it's merely a Ming Dynasty general's tomb? The sheer scale of the sacrificial pits on both the east and west sides of this Chu King tomb is immense. It would take no less than 100,000 slaves decades to complete. Opening the entrance to this subterranean palace is not a trivial task." Glancing at my phone, I noted it was already 8 in the morning. Lu Di had been examining the relief stone door for nearly an hour, and my patience was wearing thin. I stepped forward to push her aside, stating, "Let me take a look." Lu Di replied, "I have no leads. Please refrain from meddling." I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Are you underestimating me? While you are an archaeology student, your knowledge stems solely from textbooks. The profound cultural heritage of the Chinese nation, spanning thousands of years, cannot be compared to a few recently published archaeological works. The ancient tomb Secret Burial, passed down from my great-grandfather, contains many records concerning ancient tomb mechanisms. Perhaps it will prove useful." Though Lu Di remained skeptical, Xiao Wei, at that moment, regarded me with utmost reverence, saying, Yes, let Commander Lu give it a try. He might indeed find a way to unlock this stone door." I scrutinized the six-armed demon relief before me. Unlike the surrounding murals, this relief was stark and tangible. Each of its 6 arms gripped a mass of entrails, contorted and fearsome. As I gazed upon it, a chill crept over me. I could not fathom how Lu Di could study such a thing for an entire hour. Calming my inner trepidation, I began to recall the descriptions of tomb mechanisms from Secret Burial. In the 72 trades, tomb raiding reigns supreme. The skilled thief is revered as a gentleman. The ancient text from my great-grandfather resembled a thief's journal, detailing the art of tomb raiding. Tomb robbing emphasizes 4 aspects: observation, scent, inquiry, and incision. Observation involves assessing the geomancy and determining the burial site. Scent pertains to discerning the soil to identify the tomb. Inquiry involves gathering information from the populace. Incision refers to creating a tunnel directly into the subterranean palace. Now that we stood in the corridor of the ancient tomb, observation, scent, and inquiry were no longer applicable. It was time for incision. Although we need not create a tunnel, the essence remained the same. We must open a passage leading directly into the subterranean palace. As I slowly recalled the ancient teachings, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within me. I murmured, to seek the dragon, one must observe the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a barrier. If the door has 1,000 locks, it lies within the realms of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. According to the ancient text, the grand tombs buried beneath the earth in Huaxia were predominantly sited based on the contours of the mountains, the flow of geomancy, and the cosmic arrangements of the constellations. The construction of the tomb chambers was also influenced by the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. The ancients believed that the Book of Changes encapsulated the celestial order, with the art of geomancy evolving from its teachings. Before me lies a tomb, presumably that of a king from the Warring States period, specifically a Chu king. The presence of 2 enormous sacrificial pits, positioned in opposition to one another, along with the meticulously arranged 9 chariot paths within these pits, suggests that the underground royal mausoleum boasts a rigorous layout, undoubtedly influenced by the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. I am acutely aware of the ancient superstitions, particularly among monarchs, who aspired to enjoy the riches and splendor of life even after death. Upon the king's demise, his body would be interred within a pre-constructed tomb, which was not entirely sealed. Rather, subsequent consorts and others who passed away would be buried alongside him. Thus, the stone door is certainly not in a permanently sealed state and must possess mechanisms for opening. I turned to Lu Di and requested the compass. She inquired about my intentions, but I insisted she hand it to me. Lu Di retrieved the compass from her pocket and passed it to me. I held the compass in my left hand while forming a gesture with my right. This was my inaugural attempt at applying the ancient text's secret burial in practice, and I was uncertain of its accuracy. The compass could only provide a general indication of the cardinal directions, far inferior to the traditional 8 trigram plate passed down from our ancestors. Whether I could locate the mechanism remained to be seen. Unlike Lu Di, I had not devoted excessive time to studying the 6-armed demon relief, instead stepping back to allow Xiaowei and Lu Di to illuminate the area for me with their flashlights. As I scrutinized the ground beneath my feet and the surrounding tomb walls, soon, I felt a surge of excitement upon discovering that the tomb path was paved with numerous large stone slabs, each slightly different in color, subtly forming an ancient pattern of the Fushi's 64 hexagrams. The well-known Bagua diagram of today was simplified from Fushi's 64 hexagrams during the Tang dynasty, although they appear similar. The former is far more profound and abstract. Upon uncovering the hexagram pattern on the ground, I was filled with admiration for the secret burial text I held, pondering that the itinerant Taoist who had once saved my great-grandfather was likely not a mere yin master, but rather a specialized tomb raider traversing the realms of yin and yang. My great-grandfather must have spent over a decade following that Taoist, excavating ancient tombs across the vast landscapes. Lu Di and Xiaowei also discerned the hexagram diagram on the ground. Lu Di remarked that the Chu people held a deep belief in the art of star divination and revered the profound principles of the I Ching. Thus, it seemed that this Bagua diagram was the key to unlocking the underground palace. I nodded in agreement, reiterating the adage, to seek dragons, one must observe the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents its own challenge. If the gate has 1,000 locks, it lies within the realm of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. As long as we could identify the location of the heavenly gate within this hexagram, we could unlock the stone door and gain access to the underground palace. Lu Di's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "The Hanlong Classic? You understand the Hanlong Classic?" I was taken aback, asking, "What is the Hanlong Classic?" I merely derived this knowledge from the secret burial text regarding the discernment of ancient tombs. Lu Di appeared skeptical, seemingly regarding me with newfound respect. The Hanlong Classic, originating from the Tang dynasty, was composed by the feng shui master Yang Yunsong. It consists of 3 volumes, Hanlong Classic, Yilong Classic, and Qingnong Aoi, which detail the intricacies of feng shui mountain formations and the identification of burial sites in the form of 7-character ancient poems, profoundly influencing the practices of secret burial feng shui throughout successive dynasties. At this moment, I found myself bereft of time to engage in a debate with Lu Di regarding the matter at hand. I remarked, "What significance does the Hanlongjing hold? Let us refrain from such trivial discussions and focus on devising a means to access the underground palace." Lu Di retorted, "When it comes to the intricacies of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, I am at a loss. Given your mastery of the Hanlongjing and your ancestral skills, you should be able to unlock it. Internally, I pondered the true nature of this Hanlongjing. Why was it that Lu Di, an archaeologist, seemed so fixated on it? The incantations for locating dragons were derived from the ancient Tomazang and bore no connection to this Hanlongjing. Despite my confusion, Lu Di's admiration for me rekindled my sense of masculine pride. Truth be told, I had harbored feelings for Lu Di since childhood. After I dropped out of school post-middle school, she ascended the educational ladder, leaving our academic standings worlds apart. Consequently, I had always felt inferior in her presence. However, her newfound regard for me inflated my male hormones, prompting me to stand tall, draw in my abdomen, and adopt a posture of confidence, as if I were a sage, compass in hand, stepping forward with purpose, exuding an air of authority. Yet, my theatrical display failed to win Lu Di's affections, but it did manage to impress the dark-skinned Xiao Wei, who seized the opportunity to shower me with praise, exclaiming, "A master, truly a master." I unceremoniously kicked him, inwardly cursing, "What nonsense! You insufferable light bulb, utterly lacking in perception. Here I am, attempting to impress a beautiful woman, and you've gone and ruined it." The ancient tome titled Secret Burial, passed down from my great-grandfather, was composed during the late Qing dynasty. It was not authored by him, but rather handed down by the geomancer who once rescued him. The contents of this book encompass a vast array of knowledge. Yet all variations adhere to a fundamental principle, primarily focusing on the esoteric arts of feng shui and burial customs, resembling a guide for tomb raiders akin to the chronicles of the famed tomb robbers. In the pursuit of dragon veins, one must examine the entwined mountains. Each entanglement presents a new challenge. If the gates are locked with a multitude of locks, one must not stray beyond the confines of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The essence of Tai Chi is undoubtedly depicted in diagrams, where the trigrams align with the duality of yin and yang as they emerge from the celestial gates. The intertwining of mountains and waters conceals the true burial sites, while the 8 trigrams elude the mapping of constellations. The convergence of the purple star and the northern dipper at the heart of the heavens allows for the discernment of mountains and waters through the transformation of the 9 stars. To seek out the dragon and interpret the atmospheric signs, one must first trace the veins. Once the heavenly heart has identified the site, the burial place becomes evident. This encapsulates the essence of the secret burial text's dragon-seeking principles, which are elaborated across 3 volumes detailing the feng shui of mountainous terrain, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, encompassing the burial sites of nobility throughout Chinese dynasties. The tomb robbers, known as Mogul, relied upon these principles to analyze landscapes, interpret celestial changes, and determine optimal burial spots. Any site deemed auspicious in feng shui would invariably not lead to empty thresholds. Currently, to unlock the entrance to the underground palace, the critical point lies within the obscure arrangement of the 8 trigrams depicted on the ground. This trigram diagram is intricately concealed, formed by stones of varying lengths, creating diverse trigram symbols that are systematically distributed within a radius of several meters. If one fails to observe closely, they might mistake it for mere tomb bricks in the corridor. After some time, I discerned the subtleties of this trigram diagram, which comprises 24 distinct symbols, exhibiting an inversion of yin and yang and a reversal of heaven and earth, rendering it quite illogical. My years of studying the secret burial text have granted me insights into the principles of the I Ching, allowing me to comprehend the meanings of these symbols when others could not. Noticing my expression of delight, Xiao Wei inquired in our native dialect, asking if I was capable of deciphering the symbols. With confidence, I replied, "What do you mean by capable? When I step forth, I am worth 2. Lu Di then asked if I truly understood. Holding a compass, I chuckled and remarked, "Is it truly so difficult? In the pursuit of dragons, one must examine the entwined mountains. Each entanglement presents a new challenge. If I cannot navigate this minor stone door, how could I ever claim the title of a tomb raider?" I pointed to the myriad symbols beneath my feet, explaining that these were arranged according to the 24 burial methods, with the inversion of yin and yang indicating the presence of mechanisms. As I crouched down, I continued, "Heaven represents yang, and earth represents yin. With yang above and yin below, their separation signifies negation. By reversing the positions, with heaven below and earth above, they intersect, harmonizing the 4 seasons, signifying peace. In life, the arrangement would be heaven above and earth below, yet in death, it is precisely the opposite, indicating a dominance of yin over yang. As I carefully manipulated the trigram symbols, exerting a slight force, the symbols beneath began to shift. I silently marveled at the remarkable wisdom of the ancients. This tomb had endured for over 2 millennia, and yet the mechanisms within had not succumbed to decay. A thunderous rumble resonated from beneath our feet, prompting the 3 of us to retreat hastily, fearing the potential activation of hidden traps. The flashlight illuminated the 6-armed demon relief, and I observed as the large stone slab engraved with the relief began to gradually sink backward. After descending approximately 40 centimeters, it astonishingly split in 2 from the center, folding inward toward the tomb walls on either side, revealing a pitch-black opening. The 3 of us exchanged glances. Xiao Wei, rolling up his sleeves, readied himself to charge in. Lu Di hurriedly stopped him, fearing that the air within this ancient tomb, long sealed, might be toxic. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wei grew impatient, deeming it time to venture forth. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Di was momentarily distracted, he dashed inside. Seeing Xiao Wei's reckless advance, Lu Di and I had no choice but to follow suit. Beyond the stone door lay a vast chamber, devoid of coffins or passageways, resembling more of a burial chamber. I swept my flashlight across the interior, and suddenly, a colossal, menacing shadow emerged within the beam of light. My heart raced, nearly prompting a scream, but upon closer inspection, I realized the shadow was that of a remarkably tall terracotta figurine, featuring a horse's body and a human head. With 2 arms, one clutching a rusted bronze shield and the other half raised, brandishing a weapon resembling a spear. My goodness, is this not the centaur from League of Legends? Xiao Wei exclaimed upon recognizing the figurine. I paused, realizing he was indeed correct. I often played League of Legends in my spare time, and this peculiar terracotta figure bore a striking resemblance to the War Spectre centaur from the game. We approached the centaur figurine, with Lu Di pulling out her phone to take pictures for documentation, while Xiao Wei expressed his astonishment. He exclaimed repeatedly, "How impressive! If we could get this thing out, it might be worth at least a Ford Focus." Having been startled by the figurine moments ago, I nearly yelped, anxious about revealing my embarrassment to Xiao Wei and Lu Di, so I merely huffed in response, retorting, "Look at your lack of ambition. It's just a sentinel. What is so remarkable about that?" The expansive burial chamber was fully visible, surrounded by sturdy stone walls, meticulously constructed by human hands rather than relying on natural underground caves. Such a monumental endeavor 2,000 years ago was exceedingly rare. It would have taken 100,000 laborers a decade or more to complete. I scanned the surroundings with my flashlight, noting the absence of valuable burial goods, realizing that this was not the site of the Chu King's tomb. It was evident that this peculiar terracotta figurine served as the guardian of the Chu King's tomb, which I was now certain was nearby. Disappointed by the barren surroundings, Xiao Wei cursed the Chu King for being so miserly, leaving nothing for posterity. I turned around and noticed Lu Di bending down to examine the centaur-shaped figurine, and I approached her, asking, "Lu Di, have you discerned anything?" She replied, "Do you remember the few lines of Chu bird script on the general's tomb coffin?" I certainly recalled those inscriptions. At the time, I had not understood a single character, and it was Lu Di who had translated them for me. I contemplated for a moment and remarked, "In Chu, there exists a figure known as Yunlin, who reigns over the waters as a fisherman, dominates the mountains as a hunter, and commands the ancient fields as a guardian of tombs." Lu Di nodded and replied, "This must indeed be Yunlin." I cast a few glances and said, "How has Yunlin come to resemble this lifeless form? A human head with the body of a horse? Could he possibly be a monster?" Lu Di shook her head and explained, "In ancient times, people were steeped in superstition. Figures with human heads and serpentine bodies, as well as those with bull heads and human forms, were not uncommon. This is hardly surprising." After some reflection, I concurred and stated, "Since this is not the tomb of the Lord of the Underworld, let us continue our search." Lu Di furrowed her brow as she gazed at the horse-headed pottery figurine and said, "I have an inexplicable feeling, as if I have been here before." I chuckled lightly. "Do not jest. How could you have possibly been here?" Lu Di insisted, "I am serious. My memories are hazy. But it seems that I visited this place when I was very young." Lu Di seldom jested with me, and seeing her serious expression made my heart skip a beat. Could it be that she had truly been here before? However, upon reflection, it did not seem plausible. The Ming Dynasty general's tomb beneath the ancient well was something I had stumbled upon only a few days prior. The villagers could not possibly have known of the grand burial site beneath their village. Otherwise, they would have rushed in droves, armed with shovels to excavate. At that moment, Lu Di suddenly closed her eyes, as if recalling something. Observing her, my unease intensified. Just as I prepared to inquire, Xiao Wei unexpectedly exclaimed in surprise. I swiftly turned my head to see him faltering, unsure if he had lost his balance or tripped over the protruding tomb bricks, nearly falling to the ground. I was alarmed. It did not matter if he fell, but he was holding 2 bags of fertilizer containing 2 or 3 pieces of porcelain unearthed from the general's tomb. Should they shatter, it would be a calamity. I rushed over and shouted, "What are you doing? Be careful with the spoils." Xiao Wei grumbled as he picked himself up, stepping on a raised tomb brick, cursing under his breath about how an intact tomb brick could suddenly protrude and nearly cause his demise. While I was inspecting the jade vase in the bag, I paid little mind to Xiao Wei's complaints. To my dismay, as soon as he stepped down, the square protruding tomb brick he had just stepped on sank beneath his foot, causing the entire tomb chamber to tremble slightly. My expression shifted dramatically, and I scolded. "What have you done?" Xiao Wei, equally startled, believed he had unwittingly triggered an earthquake, responding, I did nothing." A rumbling sound echoed ominously, and I directed the beam of my flashlight toward the source of the noise. My heart raced as I hurriedly ran forward, shouting, "We must flee. The tomb door is closing." The tomb door that I had just opened was swiftly shutting, and as the 3 of us dashed toward it, only a gap of less than 10 centimeters remained. We watched helplessly as the tomb door sealed completely before us. Xiao Wei struck the door with his axe several times, exclaiming, "What is this, a timed mechanism?" I retorted angrily, "What timed mechanism? Do not shift the blame. It was clearly your foot that triggered the mechanism. And now we are trapped here, unable to escape." Xiao Wei retorted, "How is that possible? Do not wrongfully accuse me." Lu Di exclaimed, "Stop arguing. Lu Yong, look around for any hidden mechanisms to open the door. This tomb is completely sealed. If we linger too long, the oxygen will be depleted, and we shall all be laid to rest here alongside the King of Qu." Just as Lu Di finished speaking, a sharp, piercing laughter echoed through the vast tomb, reminiscent of a little girl's mockery, sending chills down our spines. The cackling laughter reverberated within the empty chamber, eerily similar to the sounds we had heard earlier in the corridor, suggesting a singular source. It became evident that the mysterious presence, whether human or ghostly, had not rested all night, silently observing the 3 of us. With the tomb's entrance now firmly shut, escape was impossible, and we all trembled at the sudden shriek of laughter, our legs feeling weak with terror. Xiao Wei brandished his axe, shouting, "Great Zongzi, if you dare, show yourself. Let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds." After a few choice curses, Xiao Wei seemed to realize the axe might not suffice. He retrieved a shriveled black donkey's hoof from his pocket, brandishing it with a bravado that suggested he was ready to heroically confront the female specter in a fierce struggle. At that moment, fear gripped my heart, and in a panic, I drew forth the jade Buddha and silver cross that hung from my neck. These 2 talismans of exorcism had cost me dearly at the nunnery and church in the county, a fusion of Eastern and Western beliefs, capable of fending off unclean entities, at least for a few rounds. Whether it was the effect of Xiao Wei's black donkey's hoof, my jade Buddha and silver cross, or perhaps Xiao Wei's crude curses and insults directed at the ghostly matriarch, the eerie laughter gradually subsided, as if it had retreated in fear. After a prolonged silence, we remained huddled together, backs against each other, gasping for breath. Still shaken, I inquired, "Lu Di, what is happening? Did you not assert that there are no ghosts in this world? Please use your scientific knowledge to explain this female specter's mocking laughter and soothe our wounded spirits." Xiao Wei chimed in, Yes. Self-reassurance is better than living in fear. Come on, explain it, little ant." Lu Di replied, "How can I explain this? It is now evident that besides the 3 of us in this ancient tomb, there exists a 4th presence." I had hoped Lu Di would provide a scientific rationale to quell my growing fear, yet her words only intensified my unease. Good grief, a 4th presence? Surely, there is another entity among us. After several minutes passed without any sign of the 1,000-year-old female ghost, our internal dread began to wane. At that moment, neither Xiao Wei nor I could muster any thoughts of the treasures associated with the old king of Qu. Our lives took precedence above all else. After a meticulous search of the surroundings, we found no trace of the arranged Bagua diagram outside the tomb entrance. When Xiao Wei stepped on the tombstone that triggered the mechanism, it had been thoroughly excavated by the 3 of us, yet the tomb door remained resolutely shut. As Lu Di had mentioned, although this burial chamber was vast, it was entirely sealed, and it was estimated that the oxygen within could not sustain us for long. If we did not discover an escape soon, we would surely suffocate in this confined space. Lu Di, being a female doctoral student in archaeology, was well versed in such matters. Unlike Xiao Wei and me, who were nothing more than second-rate tomb raiders, Lu Di asserted there must be another passage within this chamber. It could either lead us out or to the inner sanctum. Seeing Lu Di's unwavering confidence brought me a sense of relief. I produced a compass, held it in my palm, and after confirming our orientation, urged Xiao Wei to light the candle. The flashlight, although useful, was not a searchlight, and its brightness was limited. The candle's glow would prove more reliable. Once the candle was lit, an unexpected realization struck me. Noticing my altered expression, Lu Di inquired, "What have you discerned?" I pointed to the surrounding walls and exclaimed, "Lo and behold, this is a polygonal burial chamber." Lu Di paused, scrutinized the chamber, and indeed, it was so. The chamber was immensely spacious, initially overlooked, but now illuminated by 2 candles. It became evident that this burial space was not square, but rather polygonal, resembling a circular shape. Upon closer inspection, I counted and found it to be an octagonal chamber. Overjoyed, I recited, "To seek the dragon, one must observe the winding mountains. Each layer of winding conceals a barrier. If the door has 1,000 locks, one cannot escape the realm of Yin and Yang's Bagua." The chamber itself was a Bagua diagram. Lu Di nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is difficult to notice this detail without careful observation. Since the chamber itself forms a Bagua, the mechanism must be located." Her gaze drifted toward the only terracotta figurine resembling a centaur in the center of the chamber. The 3 of us approached the figurine once more. This terracotta figure, crafted from clay and fired, resembled the famed terracotta army of Qin Shi Huang from Shaanxi, albeit with a remarkably peculiar design, featuring a horse's body and a human head. However, the shield and long spear it held were genuine artifacts, tarnished bronze that could fetch a substantial price. I had no inclination to ponder its monetary value. Given that this octagonal chamber contained only this singular figurine, it could not merely serve as a guardian for the ancient tomb. The mechanism to the passageway was likely hidden within this figurine. I examined it closely, yet found no secret mechanisms, nor did Lu Di or Xiao Wei uncover anything. Xiao Wei, known for his somewhat volatile temperament, frustrated by the lack of discovery, struck the horse's rear with his axe, producing a resounding thud. He muttered, "What is the point of this thing being here? Is it meant to frighten us?" Lu Di and I exchanged startled glances at Xiao Wei, noticing our stares. He chuckled awkwardly. I didn't mean to damage the artifact. It was merely an accidental tap on the horse's backside. And I didn't break it, did I? Little ant, you wouldn't report me to the authorities for this, would you?" Lu Di ignored him and turned to me. I happened to be holding a lit candle, which I brought closer to the terracotta figure. Drawing a machete from behind, I forcefully scraped the surface of the horse's body, causing a large amount of blackened dry earth to fall away, revealing what lay beneath. The 3 of us were instantly taken aback. I took a deep breath and exclaimed, "By heavens, this old king of Chu truly knows how to hide things. This object is made of bronze." Lu Di nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. It is crafted from bronze, enveloped in a layer of clay, resembling a terracotta figure. Without careful examination, one would hardly discern the secret within." As I gazed at the centaur figure, an unsettling feeling washed over me. I remarked, "Lu Di, have you noticed that the direction in which this centaur stands is incorrect? Since this figure is meant to guard the entrance to the king's mausoleum, it should face the exit, turning its back to the tomb. Why is its rear facing the stone door through which we entered?" Lu Di's eyes lit up, and she quickly glanced beneath the centaur's feet, discovering a square stone platform connected below, merely 30 centimeters high, upon which the centaur stood. She reached out to push it, and suddenly, both the centaur and the platform moved slightly. Lu Di urged, "Let us all help turn it. Face it towards the exit." Uncertain of what would transpire after rotating the centaur, we had no better alternatives. We 3 pushed against its heavy rear, although it was quite weighty. The mechanisms within had not completely decayed. As the centaur gradually shifted its position, a series of clicking sounds echoed from beneath. Suddenly, the entire tomb chamber began to tremble, nearly causing us to lose our balance and fall. Boom! Rumble! A series of muffled sounds erupted, and we observed that in the octagonal chamber, each wall began to slowly unveil a dark passage. However, there were not 8 passages, but 7. The stone door through which we had entered remained shut, creating a stark contrast against the other walls. Xiao Wei joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, so many passages. We're saved." Lu Di and I were not as optimistic as he was, certainly. Only one of these 7 passages led to safety, while the other 6 harbored perilous traps with no exit. Lu Di sought my counsel, and I gestured for her to remain calm. Although I had studied the ancient text's secret burial for several years, I had merely grasped its surface. This was my first practical application, and discerning the exit would not be straightforward. I recalled the passages regarding yin and yang and the bagua from the ancient text. And with the compass in the palm of my hand, a complete image of the 8 trigrams began to materialize in my mind. I murmured, according to the trigrams. We entered from the south. The south is represented by Li, which signifies fire. Fire generates earth, and in the trigrams, Kuan represents earth. I quickly surveyed the entire chamber and pointed toward the direction of the Kuan position, declaring, Kuan earth is the exit. Follow me. We had no other viable options and had to press onward, uncertain of where the path ahead would lead or whether an exit awaited us. The compass is not a divination plate. For a novice like me, accurately discerning the directions of the 8 trigrams poses a considerable challenge. Fortunately, the base of this tomb chamber is devoid of large magnets. Otherwise, the compass would be rendered useless. The 7 passageways are identical. Standing 3 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide, constructed entirely from solid rock rather than being subterranean caverns. I boldly ventured into the northern passage leading to the Qin position, where darkness enveloped me and the walls of the tomb were bare. No sooner had I walked a short distance than a resounding rumble echoed from behind. Xiao Wei exclaimed, "What happened?" I realized that the passage must have been sealed once more. Perhaps Xiao Wei had indeed guessed correctly. The stone doors of these passageways seemed to be equipped with a timed mechanism, automatically reversing and sealing the tomb after a few minutes. I said, "It appears that our exit has also been blocked. We have no alternative but to hope that this passage leads us out." The atmosphere grew heavy, and silence fell upon us as we cautiously traversed this unfamiliar yet oppressive corridor. As I walked, my mind wandered to the ancient text's secret burial. Recalling its accounts of tomb structures, I knew that the ancients were deeply superstitious. Even in sealed tombs, a ventilation shaft would typically be left open, for without it, the feng shui would stagnate, failing to create a land of fortune. As long as we pressed forward, there should be a way out. We were wary of entering a dead end, fearing traps such as crossbows, rolling stones, or poisonous gas, which compelled us to move slowly. It took quite a while to cover a mere few dozen meters. This passage was far shorter than I had anticipated, ending abruptly after only a few dozen meters. The scene before us left both Xiao Wei and me, as well as Lu Di, who possessed advanced archaeological experience, utterly astonished. At the end of the passage stood a heavy dragon-slaying stone door, at least 80 centimeters thick, yet now it lay shattered, debris scattered around haphazardly. Having served 3 years in the military, I immediately recognized that the door was composed of solid granite. It would be nearly impossible for external force to shatter it, suggesting that explosives had been employed. As I examined the remnants, I mused silently. This place has undoubtedly been visited by tomb raiders in recent decades. Could it have been my great-grandfather? Ancient tomb robbers rarely utilized explosives, indicating that a group must have reached this site within the last century. The general's tomb above has likely been rummaged through countless times, and I was not surprised. After all, even a novice like me could discern the dual dragons holding the moon formation, making it plausible for others versed in feng shui to recognize it as well. Yet, I was taken aback to discover that the tomb of the King of Chu had also been plundered. Logically, the entrance to the King of Chu's tomb is concealed beneath that heavy stone sarcophagus, making it difficult for ordinary tomb raiders to detect the passage below. Could it be that those who entered previously were a group of skilled tomb robbers, akin to Lu Di, who possessed profound knowledge of burial layouts? Despite my doubts, I held on to a flicker of hope. Thankfully, the tomb door had been blown open by previous robbers. Otherwise, with no explosives at our disposal, forcing open this nearly 1-meter-thick stone door would have been utterly unrealistic, leaving us trapped within this tomb passage. Lu Wei, cursing at the shattered stone door, lamented his unfortunate fate, claiming he must have been cursed for 8 generations. The fact that a general's tomb had been breached, and now this secret tomb of the King of Chu had also been disturbed by those who came before, was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Lu Di remained composed and silent. Her intellect informed her that if grave robbers had invaded this royal burial site, the most valuable artifacts within were likely long gone. Observing the sorrowful expression on Lu Di's face, I offered my consolation. Lu Di, let us not dwell on the past. Our priority now is to explore what lies within and seek an exit. That is of utmost importance. nodding in agreement. The three of us cautiously traversed the rubble and entered. Inside was an expansive chamber. As we stepped over the debris, the beam of our flashlight illuminated a breathtaking sight. This opulent tomb chamber spanned over 100 square meters, but due to its age of over 2 millennia, the frescoes on the walls had largely faded, casting the entire space into an eerie gloom. Most astonishingly, several massive iron chains, as thick as a man's arm, extended from the surrounding walls. Each end anchored to an enormous bronze coffin, suspended about a meter above the ground. A suspended coffin. A bronze coffin. The sight before me rendered me momentarily speechless. The ancient text The Secret Burial mentions 3 notorious coffins that should never be disturbed: the suspended coffin, the pit coffin, and the bronze coffin. These 3 are known to unleash vengeful spirits, and encountering any of them necessitates abandoning all collected funerary items, bowing 3 times in reverence to the coffin, and retreating from the tomb. Today, we had stumbled upon a stroke of fate, encountering 2 of the 3 fateful coffins. At that moment, Lu Di gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "The 9-dragon bronze coffin." Upon hearing her exclamation, a spark of recognition ignited in my mind. Indeed, there was mention of the 9-dragon bronze coffin in the secret burial. I replied, "Surely not. The 9-dragon bronze coffin was only known to have existed during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, reserved solely for the monarchs of the Zhou royal family. This king of Qu, no matter how illustrious, was merely a vassal prince appointed by the Zhou dynasty. He should not possess the privilege of a coffin meant exclusively for the Son of Heaven after his death." Xiao Wei, equally startled by the sight of the tomb, shivered at my words. He exclaimed, "Lu Yang, I recall from Ghost Blows Out the Light that the novel mentioned 3 coffins that must not be touched, one of which was indeed the bronze coffin. This is truly absurd. May Buddha and God protect us. Please do not let a 1,000-year-old spirit emerge." The sudden appearance of the 9-dragon bronze coffin had exceeded all our expectations. Lu Di, after her initial shock, was overwhelmed with delight, while Xiao Wei and I, self-proclaimed experts in tomb raiding, understood the ancestral rules that forbade any contact with this bronze coffin, one of the 3 fateful coffins that must never be disturbed. However, at this moment, the passageway behind us had been sealed by a stone door, rendering any possibility of retreat nearly impossible. We could only brace ourselves and venture deeper. I pondered that since tomb raiders had previously entered this tomb of the King of Qu, they must have encountered the same challenges we faced. And perhaps there existed another way out within the tomb. As I stood amidst the rubble, my flashlight illuminated a massive bronze coffin suspended a meter above the ground, and I suddenly sensed something amiss. The entire coffin was slightly tilted. Upon closer inspection, I discerned the anomaly. After more than 2 millennia, the iron chains had succumbed to the ravages of time, rusted and corroded, with 3 of them failing to support the several thousand pounds of the bronze coffin, having snapped at some unknown year. Originally, 9 chains represented the supremacy of the 9 dragons, yet only 6 remained, causing the entire coffin to appear somewhat askew. Xiao Wei and I, influenced by our preconceived notions, were acutely aware that the appearance of a bronze coffin within the tomb could not bode well, prompting us to tread cautiously. Lu Di, beside us, was preparing to advance into the tomb with her flashlight, and I instinctively grasped her arm. "Lu Di, be careful. This place feels malevolent," I cautioned. She retorted, "Do you truly believe there are ghosts within the tomb?" I nodded silently, retrieving my compass from my pocket. Yet this once reliable instrument merely spun erratically, failing to indicate any direction. Xiao Wei queried, "What is going on? Is the compass broken? It was functioning well before." I shook my head. "No, it appears there is some magnetic field present. Its range is limited, affecting only the vicinity of the tomb. Beyond that, it loses its influence." With the compass rendered useless, my ancestral techniques for locating dragons and raising coffins could not be employed. Recklessly delving deeper into the tomb was indeed an unwise decision. Lu Di, seemingly unfazed, declared, "Lu Yang, we have no choice but to move forward." I recognized the validity of her statement and resolutely nodded, instructing Xiao Wei, "You, keep your hands and feet to yourself. Without my explicit command, do not disturb anything in the tomb, and do not pilfer even a thread." Without my prompting, Xiao Wei was already nearly terrified at the sight of the bronze coffin, eagerly nodding. I pulled Lu Di behind me, wielding an axe in one hand and a flashlight in the other, and we cautiously stepped into the tomb. The tomb of this king of Qu was, in comparison to the Ming Dynasty general's tomb above, as if it belonged to 2 entirely different realms. Not only was its expanse incomparable, but its layout utterly overshadowed that of the general's tomb. Within this tomb, there were hardly any lavish burial items, aside from the large bronze coffin that tantalized my senses. There were scarcely any other bronze artifacts. Surrounding the suspended bronze coffin were stone platforms, each half a meter tall, 1 meter wide, and 3 meters long. As we approached and illuminated the area with our flashlight, we were startled into exclamations. My goodness! Lying on one of the stone platforms was a desiccated, blackened corpse. Resembling a mummy, its moisture long evaporated, it was reduced to nothing but skin stretched over bones, its mouth agape, the yellowed teeth nearly exposed beyond the shriveled lips, as if they had grown directly from the lips themselves. The nose is sunken, the eyes protrude unnaturally, and the limbs twist grotesquely, suggesting immense suffering before death. Furthermore, this desiccated corpse appears to have hair and nails that continue to grow posthumously, with disheveled strands cascading from the stone platform to the ground, and nails extending at least 10 centimeters in length, evoking a sense of dread. A mere glance sends adrenaline surging through my veins, causing an electric sensation to course across my scalp, raising every hair on end, while my calves tremble uncontrollably, and my heart nearly leaps from my throat. Unable to contain myself, I exclaim, "Good heavens, a colossal Zongzi." Beside me, Xiao Wei's face pales, and he steps back several paces, gasping for breath. In this terrifying and shadowy environment, both Xiao Wei and I are nearly paralyzed with fear, while Lu Di, after a fleeting moment of terror, quickly regains her composure and strides boldly toward the stone platform. I call out, "Lu Di, are you out of your mind? That's a millennium-old Zongzi." Approaching the platform, she shows no fear but rather exclaims with delight, "What Zongzi? This is a corpse. Such a well-preserved millennium-old mummy has never been unearthed in our country." As she speaks, she presses her gloved finger against the thigh of the corpse and declares, "Look, the skin still has elasticity, just like someone who has recently passed." A wave of nausea washes over me, and I struggle to suppress my urge to vomit. Noticing that Xiao Wei and I are keeping our distance, Lu Di taunts, "Are you two not men? Just a mere corpse has you so frightened? I, a woman, am braver than you." I retort, "Lu Di, this has nothing to do with gender, it's about our different roles in society. Your job involves dealing with ancient corpses, whether it's Zongzi, mummies, or desiccated remains. You encounter such horrors daily. This is our first encounter with something so terrifying. You must prepare us for it." Xiao Wei, having caught his breath, adds, "Exactly. This thing might undergo a transformation. Let me use the black donkey hoof to stuff its mouth." He brandishes the hoof, ready to shove it into the corpse's mouth. And I do not intervene, secretly admiring his courage and ingenuity. Unexpectedly, Lu Di shoves him aside, scoffing, "I'll stuff your mouth with the black donkey hoof. Your minds are filled with Zongzi, Zongzi, and more Zongzi. Those who live without guilt fear not the midnight knocks of ghosts. You too, however, must have many guilty secrets." I interject, "What is this nonsense?" Confucius said to respect the divine as if they were present, and also stated that there are spirits above us. Lu Di interrupts, "Try saying that again. Do you think this is a dating app? So many appointments. Are you not afraid of kidney deficiency?" The tomb is vast yet dilapidated, filled with an odd odor reminiscent of durian that pervades the air, detectable even through two masks. It remains unclear whether previous grave robbers have stripped the burial items from the tomb, or if the king of Chu was simply miserly, failing to place bronze tripods, bronze lampstands, or even a ceramic bowl within his own sepulchre. In this expansive tomb chamber, aside from a few rusted iron chains and an excessively large suspended bronze coffin, there are merely 8 stone platforms, each approximately 1 meter high, surrounding the coffin. Currently, we can only discern 2 or 3 nearby stone platforms, each bearing a grotesquely terrifying desiccated corpse. These cadavers are exceedingly ghastly, their bodily moisture long since evaporated, leaving behind what resembles mere skin stretched over bones. Beneath the dark, shriveled skin, even the ribcage is distinctly visible. Lu Di speculated that these individuals were likely slaves interred alongside the king of Chu or those who had committed grave offenses. Otherwise, such brutal methods would not have been employed to transform them into mummies, eternally guarding the king's side. I inquired of Lu Di how these corpses were created and why they differed from Egyptian mummies, noting the absence of wrappings. Lu Di explained that this was a unique method of preservation employed by ancient Chinese ancestors, unlike the Egyptian practice of eviscerating internal organs. Instead, a mixture of cinnabar and water was forcibly injected into the body. When the concentration of this mixture within the body reached a sufficiently high level, it would prevent decay. resulting in the corpses before us. However, this method of mummification was exceedingly cruel, having existed only for several centuries during China's pre-Qin slave society. And after the reign of Emperor Jing of the Western Han dynasty, it fell into disuse. Therefore, each of these corpses, over 2 millennia old, is considered a national treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei and I mused that if we could manage to smuggle out a corpse for sale, we might indulge in a decade of leisure. Yet, upon reflection, we dismissed this notion. Carrying such a substantial burden out for sale seemed ominously ill-fated, for one could never know when a transformation might occur. Thus, we indefinitely postponed this lucrative scheme. Due to my superstitions regarding bronze coffins and suspended coffins, I dared not examine the 9-dragon bronze coffin closely, instead surveying the 8 stone platforms surrounding it. The dragon-seeking incantation states that where the Tai Chi is distinctly divided, there must be a diagram. The hexagrams reveal the yin and yang, leading to the celestial gate. My understanding of preaching culture is minimal, yet Lu Di specializes in such studies. Previously, she mentioned that the people of Chu had recently developed the Stellar Divination method. The layout of this tomb is remarkably symmetrical, with 2 vast sacrificial pits for cattle and sheep on either side, and several entrances adorned with Bagua diagrams. Given that there are 8 individuals interred in this subterranean tomb, positioned in the 8 cardinal directions, it is undoubtedly connected to the principles of yin and yang. The only compass capable of discerning direction is rendered useless within the tomb. So I called out to Xiao Wei, urging him to examine these 8 stone platforms for potential escape clues. Though initially reluctant, Xiao Wei eventually acquiesced to my reasoning, framing it in terms of national interests and personal survival. He took the flashlight and approached the adjacent stone platform. I approached Lu Di, who was engrossed in the study of the bronze coffin, and said, "Xiao Wei and I will search for an exit. You alone." Suddenly, Xiao Wei let out a startled exclamation, his voice booming and startling me. I knew he must have discovered something significant, so I hurriedly beckoned Lu Di, and we rushed toward him. At that moment, Xiao Wei stood beside a stone platform, wide-eyed and filled with terror, his gaze fixed not on the corpse atop the platform, but rather at a location on its side. Upon reaching him, Lu Di and I gasped in unison. Upon the side of the stone platform, which stood nearly a meter high, lay the grim sight of 3 corpses, their remains having succumbed entirely to decay. Unlike the desiccated body atop the platform, these had deteriorated to mere skeletons, though their garments were not wholly disintegrated. Beside these skeletal remains were 3 canvas backpacks, strikingly reminiscent of the olive green designs commonly utilized in the 1970s and 1980s. In addition, several antiquated flashlights lay nearby, rusted beyond recognition. Alas, these must be the tomb raiders who had infiltrated this place decades ago. It appears they never escaped, all perishing here instead. Judging by their attire and gear, it was evident that these individuals were indeed the treasure-seeking adventurers who had entered this realm. Initially, I had presumed they had managed to flee, but I was gravely mistaken. These predecessors met their demise within the depths of the tomb. I knelt down and extracted the 3 backpacks from beneath the bones, urging Xiao Wei to open them and check for anything of utility. Meanwhile, I shone my flashlight and rummaged through the pockets of the now skeletal garments, seeking any valuables. While I found no treasures, I did uncover a dozen ration coupons, each worth 100 pounds of grain, an unimaginable fortune 30 years prior. Suddenly, I noticed a pendant-like ornament hanging from the neck of one skeleton. As I parted the tattered clothing for a closer inspection, my expression shifted dramatically. "Xiao Wei, Lu Di, come see what this is." Both Xiao Wei and Lu Di, engrossed in the backpacks, turned to gaze in astonishment. The pendant adorning the skeleton's neck was not a precious jade artifact, but rather a polished animal claw, approximately 5 centimeters in length. Slender at the front and thicker at the back, intricately wrapped in coils of gold thread, an oddity indeed. A talisman for treasure seeking? Lu Di furrowed her brow. I nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the emblem of the treasure hunters, crafted from the claw of a pangolin, buried in damp earth for 49 days to create an authentic treasure-seeking talisman." Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed, "These 3 gentlemen were all treasure hunters. Let me see if these 2 possess any talismans as well." He reached out and pulled aside the tattered garments draped over the bones, promptly discovering a gleaming talisman, the quality and composition of which were certainly not the inferior imitations sold online. The tradition of treasure hunting traces back to the late Eastern Han dynasty. During the fierce conflicts between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, lacking military funds, a special position was established within the camp known as the Pho Zhonglang, overseeing the treasure-seeking officers. It is said that Cao Cao had 3 Pho Zhonglang and 36 treasure-seeking officers. These 36 officers operated in groups of 3, divided into 12 teams, traversing the Chinese Dragon Vein in search of ancient tombs buried beneath the earth, pilfering funerary objects to fund military expenses. Such actions of desecrating ancestral graves are held in disdain by society. Thus, the Pho Zhonglang and treasure-seeking officers remained clandestine figures. Yet, as with all secrets, this one eventually seeped into the public consciousness. Subsequently, among the 10 accusations levied against Cao Cao in Yuan Shao's Edict of Campaign, one pointed out that Cao, the bandit, emulated the overlord of Western Chu by appointing the position of Chief Minister of Tomb Robbery and the Minister of Gold Plundering within his encampment. His forces laid waste to tombs, leaving no remains concealed. At times, Cao himself would appear, dispatching officials to desecrate coffins and expose corpses, seizing treasures to fund his military endeavors. After Cao Cao's demise, the Chief Minister of Tomb Robbery and the Minister of Gold Plundering parted ways. Of the 3 former chief ministers under Cao, 2 met their end within ancient tombs, while the last established his own faction, gathering disciples and calling himself the celestial official of tomb robbery. He continued the trade of tomb raiding and treasure hunting through the art of stargazing and vein-seeking, experiencing a brief period of prosperity during the late Song and early Yuan dynasties, only to vanish completely thereafter. The once glorious tomb raiding group has left only the lineage of the gold plundering school. This school does not adhere to a master-disciple relationship. As long as one possesses the authentic gold plundering talisman and understands the protocols among the gold plundering ministers, they are considered part of the same sect. The 3 skeletons bore authentic gold plundering talismans, handed down from the ancestral master, Cao Cao, despite the passage of over a millennium, and many tomb raiders claiming to be gold plundering ministers using pangolin claws to fabricate talismans. None of those were genuine. The talismans before us, smooth and luminous, remained striking even after many years, unmistakably authentic. At that moment, Lu Di also discovered a gold plundering talisman from the 3rd skeleton. The 3 of us carefully extracted the talismans from the bones, rubbing them in our hands, revealing the ancient characters for gold plundering intricately carved upon each. Imbued with a sense of history, Xiao Wei, delightfully toying with the talisman, exclaimed, "This is the authentic gold plundering talisman. Lu Yong, we are now true gold plundering ministers. With this talisman for protection, I fear no malevolent spirits or Zongzi." My heart brimmed with both astonishment and joy. Unexpectedly, although we had not recovered any other treasures, we had serendipitously acquired an authentic gold plundering talisman. Just as Xiao Wei and I reveled in our excitement, Lu Di doused us with a cold splash of reality, saying, "Do not rejoice too soon. The gold plundering ministers are formidable figures in the tomb raiding realm. These 3 authentic gold plundering ministers perished here. We must fear for our lives." Instantly, Xiao Wei and I felt as if the flames of our enthusiasm had been extinguished by Lu Di's chilling words. Indeed, if these 3 immensely skilled gold plundering ministers met their demise here, what fate awaited us? The path we had traversed was now completely sealed by 2 stone doors. Could it be that we, having barely assumed the role of gold plundering ministers for less than a minute, were destined to accompany these esteemed predecessors in death? We rummaged through the backpacks of the 3 tomb raiders and soon realized that the tools for grave excavation, which Xiao Wei and I had painstakingly prepared over several days, were nothing more than mere toys in comparison. Besides the moldy black donkey hooves, the bags also contained a bagua plate, in probing claws, flying tiger claws, corpse lifting ropes, luoyang shovels, and military folding shovels. To our astonishment, we even discovered a weathered notebook, its pages yellowed with age, filled with the tomb raiding notes of this band of treasure hunters. The adage comparison breeds contempt rang true. I now recognized how juvenile my axe, Xiao Wei's machete, and the bulging bag of fertilizer stuffed with ropes, chalk lines, glutinous rice, small shovels, pry bars, and a large bottle of black dog blood truly were. Setting aside the question of whether we could escape, Xiao Wei and I proceeded to confiscate and loot all the treasures of the tomb raiders, causing Lu Di, who stood nearby, to furrow her brow in disapproval. After several thorough sweeps to ensure nothing was overlooked, I signaled to Xiao Wei to help me arrange the 3 skeletons of the tomb raiders respectfully. Kneeling down, we bowed 3 times as a gesture of sincerity. After all, they were fellow practitioners, having taken so many of their treasures, It was only right that we honored them to prevent their restless spirits from troubling us. Regrettably, we found no detonators or explosives among the belongings. Otherwise, we might have blasted open the tomb door and ascended to freedom. Each of the three of us took a talisman. Initially, Lu Di was reluctant, but after much persuasion, I convinced her that it could ward off evil spirits. Even if she was not afraid of malevolent forces, possessing it as a memento was worthwhile. Furthermore, this talisman was passed down from Chow Chow. Having it on her person would allow her to engage in some archaeological research whenever she felt inclined. Unable to argue against my reasoning, Lu Di accepted it and then began to peruse a weathered notebook she had found in the backpack, hoping to uncover some clues. Xiao Wei and I leaned in to see, only to find the notes rather disorganized, with pages filled haphazardly and the handwriting scrawled in a hasty manner, penned with a fountain pen. Due to decades of poor preservation, deciphering the text proved to be quite challenging. On the first page of the notebook, it appeared to chronicle the discovery of an ancient tomb, detailing the intentions of the three tomb raiders to venture forth. Though most of the content was filled with idle chatter, the only ascertainable detail was the date, March 1983. I remarked, "It seems the senior tomb raider's literacy leaves much to be desired. The text is incoherent, and the handwriting resembles that of a tortoise's crawl, far inferior to my own." Xiao Wei, wearing a disdainful expression, retorted, "Commander Lu, it's not my intention to expose your shortcomings before a lady, but, you? How can you even dare to criticize others' literacy? And you think your handwriting is commendable?" "Huh." Fuming, I shot back, "Xiao Wei, you epitomize the envious and spiteful mentality. Ever since childhood, you have resented my superior grades, my handsomeness, and my charm with women. Thus, whenever you find a sliver of opportunity to undermine me, you seize it without hesitation. To address your dark disposition, I offer you 3 words. Get lost." Lu Di, accustomed to our bickering since childhood, chose to remain indifferent to our squabble. She perused several pages of notes, finding that the preceding content bore no significant clues, and swiftly turned to the subsequent pages. At last, within the thick stack of notes, she discovered accounts chronicling the endeavors of a group of treasure seekers. Lu Di glanced at us and said, "You two, stop your bickering and take a look at this." Xiao Wei and I fell silent, directing our attention to the notes. It became apparent that the timeline had shifted to 1986, revealing a span of 3 years documented within this diary. On December 26, 1986, under clear skies, the 4 of us finally located the hometown of Lu Yuan, the officer in charge of exhuming treasures under the command of Zhu Yuanzhang, situated in Shaozhou village, Sana town, 100 miles north of Fengyang. The handwriting was exceedingly hasty and barely legible, yet we could decipher enough to understand that upon finding Lu Wenyuan's ancestral home, the trio of treasure seekers discovered his grave beneath an ancient well. However, they were left disheartened, having failed to uncover a prized artifact known as the Snow Toad, which Lu Wenyuan had once plundered from an ancient tomb. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon an even older burial site within Lu Wenyuan's tomb, prompting the 4 of them to decide to investigate further. At this juncture, my heart sank as I realized the notes state that 4 treasure seekers entered the ancient tomb. Yet here only 3 corpses remain. Has one managed to escape? Lu Di shook her head in confusion and turned to the next page, which was the final one. Written in an even more hurried and feeble script, it read, "The underground palace of King Ling of Chu is fraught with unimaginable peril. We have been trapped within for 4 days and have failed to find an exit. Our explosives have run out, and it appears this expedition will conclude in our demise. I, Pan Yinchuan, the 82nd descendant of the treasure seekers appointed by Cao Cao, never anticipated such an end. My child, you are to be born in a month." I am sorry the handwriting grew increasingly illegible, fading into obscurity. Xiao Wei remarked, "Now I understand. The aforementioned general's tomb is the resting place of our ancestor Lu Wenyuan, while this grand tomb belongs to King Ling of Chu. And what exactly is the story behind King Ling?" Lu Di closed the notes and replied, "King Ling of Chu, surnamed Mi and known as Xiong, originally named Wei, was the 2nd son of King Gong of Chu. After killing his nephew, Chu Jiao, he proclaimed himself king and later changed his name to Qian. In 541 BC, he declared himself ruler of the state of Chu and was infamous during the spring and autumn period for his extravagant and tyrannical reign. In 529 BC, the people of Chu overthrew his rule. He fled, and his followers abandoned him, ultimately hanging himself in despair." Xiao Wei commented, "So he was a fallen monarch. No wonder there are no suitable burial offerings within the underground palace. It is truly infuriating." I added, Even a deposed king receives a different posthumous treatment than ordinary people. Such a grand tomb, with the 2 sacrificial pits filled with numerous cattle and sheep, and that enormous bronze coffin, such opulence cannot be feigned. Lu Di nodded and remarked. King Chu Ling reigned for 12 years. It appears he commenced the construction of this opulent underground palace shortly after ascending the throne. The cattle and sheep likely met their demise during his reign, their remains interred here posthumously, which explains the lack of extravagant burial goods within the tomb. We have now thoroughly unraveled the origins and history of these 2 ancient tombs. The ancient well above conceals the mausoleum of General Ming from the Ming dynasty, which belongs to our ancestor Lu Yuan. According to the sparse notes, our forebear was among the earliest to join Zhu Yuanzhang's rebellion from the neighboring county, a fact clearly documented in the extensive family genealogy housed within the ancestral hall. However, the genealogy does not mention that Lu Wenyuan served as a tomb raider, known as the Feng Qiu Zhong Lang Jiang, but rather as a guerrilla general. As for the tomb of King Chu Ling, it is possible that our ancestor discovered it while procuring military funds for Zhu Yuanzhang. After his passing, he chose to construct his own mausoleum atop that of King Chu Ling. The 3 deceased treasure hunters, who perished 30 years ago within the confines of the Chu King's tomb, met their fate purely by coincidence. They must have learned of Lu Wenyuan's excavation of a grand tomb and the extraction of a treasure known as the Snow Toad. Their arrival was solely motivated by this coveted artifact. Similar to us, they inadvertently discovered that the general's mausoleum above was a tomb within a tomb, leading them to descend, ultimately resulting in their entrapment. The only inconsistency lies in the notes, which clearly state there were 4 treasure hunters, yet we have scoured the entirety of the underground palace without uncovering a 4th skeleton. I have long harbored doubts that perhaps the 4th individual managed to escape. The notes conclude with a mention of the author, one Pan Yin Chuan, a name that stirs a peculiar sense of familiarity within me. I turned to Lu Di and inquired, Lu Di, as a prominent figure in archaeology, have you ever heard of a treasure hunter named Pan Yin Chuan from approximately 30 years ago? Lu Di shook her head, stating that as an archaeologist, she could hardly be expected to know about the affairs of tomb raiders, especially considering the time that has elapsed. Unexpectedly, Lu Di remarked with a hint of intrigue, Aunt, could it be that Pan Yin Chuan is your father? Lu Di frowned and retorted, what are you saying? Xiao Wei chuckled, Aunt, don't forget. You were found by our great-grandmother on a snowy night 29 years ago, right, by the ancient well. You were swaddled in diapers. And aside from leaving you some milk money, your parents also left your name and date of birth. The notes mentioned that Pan Yin Chuan had an unborn child. A flash of realization struck me as I recalled. Indeed, there was a note on you that seemed to say Pan Di, and it was only after our great-uncle adopted you that your name was changed to Lu Di. There are no families with the surname Pan within dozens of miles. You must be of foreign origin. Lu Di's expression suddenly darkened, and she opened the diary, cross-referencing the hasty scrawl on the last page to calculate the timeline. The final page of the notebook bears the date of January 7th, 1987, where Pan Yin Chuan remarked that his child would be born in a month, suggesting the birth around February 7th, 1987. A note found on Lu Di indicated her name was Pan Di, along with her birth date of February 10th, 1987, which corresponds to the 13th day of the first lunar month. Could it be that Lu Di is indeed a descendant of the long-deceased Pan Yin Chuan? Lu Di closed the diary and declared, impossible. Such coincidences do not exist in this world. Furthermore, the notes do not mention the name of his unborn child. I cannot possibly be his daughter. My surname is Lu, and I am Lu Di, with my father being Lu Yifeng. Anyone who dares to refer to me as Pan Di will face my wrath. My companion Xiao Wei and I had only jested with Lu Di, attempting to lighten the oppressive atmosphere of the tomb with a bit of humor, but we were taken aback by her intense reaction. I realized that despite our estrangement over the years, having grown up together, I understood Lu Di well. While she often kept her thoughts to herself, she was deeply affected by her origins, harboring resentment towards her biological parents who abandoned her in the snow nearly 3 decades ago. Even if her biological parents were to seek reconciliation now, she would likely reject them with disdain. As Lu Di became agitated, Xiao Wei and I refrained from further jokes about her lineage. It was her Achilles heel, and we were no longer children who could playfully tease her. Now at 30, she would not shy away from confronting anyone who dared to mention her background. Lu Di tossed the notebook to me and turned her attention to the suspended bronze coffin. Holding the notebook, I felt a bit lost, only to turn and catch Xiao Wei gazing at me with a bemused expression. I felt a surge of frustration and snapped. What are you staring at? Waiting for a reward? Hurry and search for an exit. If we don't find one soon, we might end up trapped here like this pan. Xiao Wei, realizing the gravity of our situation, promptly directed his flashlight towards a nearby stone platform. I collected my thoughts and approached Lu Di, intending to offer her some words of comfort. However, I noticed the faint traces of tears on her cheeks, and a pang of guilt washed over me. Knowing that our earlier jokes had struck a sensitive chord, I said, Lu Di, I apologize. Xiao Wei and I were merely joking. I promise we will never bring it up again. Lu Di wiped her tears and tilted her head to look at me, saying, deep down, I know the truth. Because I am not a Lu, you have always looked down on me. I immediately shook my head, fervently denying any intention to belittle her, urging her not to dwell on such thoughts. After a while, Lu Di managed to compose herself, and seeing her mood improve, I inquired whether there were any useful clues on the bronze coffin. She shook her head and remarked, this bronze coffin is exceedingly rare in the annals of Chinese archaeology. The intricately carved patterns upon it are likely a form of a lost script, not the bird seal of the Chu state. I cannot ascertain their meaning. If only Professor Yang were here. I recall encountering similar totemic designs in his notes. He would surely be able to decode them. A profound sense of disappointment washed over me. Professor Yang Sitsai is a renowned archaeological expert, well-versed in the cultures predating the Qin dynasty, having even translated numerous oracle bone inscriptions. Alas, he is not present, but rather a vast distance away in Sichuan, and distant water cannot extinguish a nearby fire. I said, what shall we do then? We can't just wait here to perish. Lu Di suggested, perhaps opening the bronze coffin might reveal some written records. I was taken aback and replied, don't even think about it. The ironclad rules passed down from the ancestors of the tomb raiders dictate that suspended coffins, pit coffins, and bronze coffins are the three most perilous types of coffins in ancient tombs. We must not disturb them, if you wish to perish. I still wish to live for a few more years. Lu Di shrugged helplessly and said, then I truly have no other recourse. Throughout this journey, you have always been resourceful. Perhaps you can decipher the patterns on this bronze coffin. Since entering this place and laying eyes on the bronze coffin, I had always maintained a respectful distance, never daring to examine it closely. Now, with Lu Di urging me, I reluctantly reached for the gold leaf talisman hanging around my neck and steeled myself to approach the bronze coffin. Originally, 9 thick chains bound this grand copper coffin, but now 3 of them had broken, causing the entire structure to tilt slightly. Illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, I scrutinized the surface of the bronze coffin. Where the patterns resembled a jumbled script or abstract art, I could not comprehend them. It seemed that within the vast compendium of the ancient text's secret burial, there was no mention of such patterns. However, on the copper walls near the base of the coffin, I spotted images I could understand. They depicted the 6-armed demon motif I had encountered countless times during our journey. Strangely, the copper walls displayed numerous renditions of the 6-armed demon, all located on the lower sides of the coffin's copper walls, yet each was distinct, some with 2 arms, others with 3, and even some with 4. The only commonality was that each representation of the 6-armed demon was vividly lifelike, with broad faces, large ears, bulging eyes, and elongated noses, their expressions contorted in agony, evoking a profound sense of dread. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that these 6-armed demon images, varying in the number of arms, were arranged in a specific sequence, beginning with 1 arm, then 2, 3, and so forth, continuing until the final 6-armed demon. Following this 6-armed depiction, the pattern reverted to a single arm, suggesting a cyclical nature of rebirth. I mused, within and around the mausoleum of King Ling of Chu, numerous murals and reliefs of 6-armed demons are present. Could these be deities revered by the Chu state? Lu Di shook her head and responded. The Chu records that the royal family of Chu predominantly worshipped Xiao Ximing, De Ximing, and Lady Xiangjun. But there is no mention of reverence for such 6-armed malevolent deities. Perhaps these 6-armed demons, much like the inscriptions on the bronze coffin, are not products of the Chu state. Not of the Chu state? I contemplated that Lu Di might possess some insightful analysis. Although King Ling of Chu was notorious for his ruthlessness, he was nonetheless a sovereign ruler. In the past, the strength of the Chu state was unparalleled among the nations, and it was only in the latter part of the Warring States period, with the rise of the formidable Qin state to the west, that Chu gradually succumbed to its relentless encroachment. Surely, in King Ling's retinue, there were many sorcerers, perhaps even high priests and shamans from minority ethnic groups. The totem of the six-armed demon, with its broad face and large ears, bore some resemblance to the cultural depictions of the Central Plains, hinting at the possibility that these might indeed be barbarian immigrants to Qu, possessing some knowledge of geomancy, tasked with constructing the royal tombs for King Ling. Xiao Wei wandered around the underground palace, and aside from the 8 mummified corpses on the stone platforms and the remains of 3 tomb raiders, he discovered nothing else. He pulled out his mobile phone and, with a look of dismay, remarked, "How deep underground are we? There isn't a signal at all." Lu Yong, you mentioned that even if the phone is out of credit, we can still call 110 for emergencies. But can we actually dial 110 without a signal? I was both exasperated and amused, responding to Xiao Wei that we were here to plunder tombs, and he might want to exercise a bit of professional integrity. Moreover, his question revealed a glaring lack of education and common sense. A phone can indeed call emergency services even if it is out of credit or lacks a SIM card, but only if it is within a signal coverage area. If one could call 110 without a signal, there would be no need for satellite phones. Xiao Wei, rendered speechless by the reprimand, slumped onto the ground and said, "I'm not searching anymore. It's nearly 5 p.m., and we've been in here for so long." Feeling both hungry and fatigued, "I'll take a break. You all let me know when you find a way out." It was not only Xiao Wei who felt exhausted. Lu Di and I were equally weary. Were it not for the instinct for survival propelling us forward, we might have succumbed to sleep long ago. The situation was dire. We had no food or water. Without sustenance, we could survive for 7 to 8 days, but without water, we could only endure 3 to 4 days before succumbing to dehydration. I cursed King Ling of Qu in my mind countless times. This old wretch had no allies in life, having been ousted from his ruling class by his own subjects, and even in death, he refused to grant peace, continuing to wreak havoc. Xiao Wei, oblivious to the gravity of our predicament, leaned back and fell asleep within minutes. Lu Di had rushed back from Sichuan only a few days prior and had been keeping vigil at our grandmother's spirit's altar, scarcely sleeping for a few hours each day. Now she was utterly fatigued. Noticing her exhaustion, I suggested, "Lu Di, you should rest for a while. I'll continue searching. Perhaps I can find a way out." Lu Di shook her head, replying, "No, I cannot sleep. We must hurry and escape. Otherwise, we will end up like those 3 tomb raiders, trapped here to perish." I countered, "The body is the foundation of our endeavors. We are both drained of strength. It is wiser to recuperate before we muster our energy and carve a path to safety." Unable to argue further, Lu Di reluctantly agreed to rest for a bit, instructing me to be cautious and to wake her when it was time for me to take a break. Lu Di found a corner, leaned against the tomb wall, and gradually succumbed to slumber. I am uncertain how much longer I must remain trapped here. I dared not use my flashlight recklessly, so I dragged a bag of fertilizer past Xiao Wei and discovered a stash of candles within. I had previously used one, leaving 9 still inside the bag. I retrieved a lighter to ignite one, feeling a chill as I stood among 8 desiccated corpses. To bolster my courage, I fished out a cigarette from my pocket, repeatedly reassuring myself, "There are no ghosts in this world. There are no ghosts." Lu Di and Xiao Wei soon fell into slumber, leaving me seemingly alone in the vast tomb. To distract myself, I pulled out the notes Lu Di had tossed to me earlier and began to read. The tomb was pervaded by a foul odor, indescribable yet reminiscent of stinky tofu and rotten eggs. Initially, I wore 2 masks, but having removed one to smoke, the stench became overwhelmingly clear. As I perused a few pages of the notes, my head grew heavier and my eyelids began to wage war against each other. At first, I attributed this to fatigue, but gradually my awareness dulled and the notes slipped from my grasp, awakening me to a dreadful realization. The air here was toxic. Panic surged through me. I had served in the military, enduring 10-kilometer weighted runs and sleepless training sessions that left me unscathed. Now, after merely 30 hours without rest, I felt overwhelmingly drowsy, especially since entering this tomb. It dawned on me that the faint, foul odor was indeed poisonous. My eyelids grew heavier, and I attempted to rouse the sleeping Lu Di and Xiao Wei, but my calls went unanswered. Time slipped away, and in a daze, I perceived a shadow emerging from the suspended bronze coffin, gradually approaching Lu Di. Summoning my last reserves of strength, I rasped, "Big Zongzi, don't touch her." The figure seemed startled by my voice, as if it had not anticipated my lingering consciousness. Through the haze, I saw it glide towards me like a specter, and then a gust of air extinguished the candle beside me. In that moment, the scene unfolded eerily before me, reminiscent of a ghostly tale. The tomb was engulfed in darkness, shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. Just before the candlelight faltered, I sensed that the figure resembled a living person rather than a mere zongzi. Could it be that this ancient tomb harbored a fourth individual? Perhaps the last person chronicled in Pan Yuchuan's notes? I drifted into an unknown slumber. Upon awakening, I found myself in complete darkness. Fumbling around, I located my flashlight. When I switched it on, I discovered I was still within the tomb, but Lu Di and Xiao Wei were nowhere to be found. I hastily sprang up, calling out their names. The world felt as if it contained only me, confronting the 8 grotesque, twisted corpses within the tomb, and an unprecedented fear enveloped me. Had Xiao Wei and Lu Di already fallen prey to that ancient specter? As I pondered, a realization struck me. The ancient corpse devouring humans must have left some trace within the tomb. Even if consumed raw, there would be remnants of blood. Could it be that this ancient creature devoured both individuals whole, leaving not even a hair behind? How immense must its jaws be? Just as panic seized me, an eerie rustling echoed through the subterranean chamber. Startled, I turned towards the source of the sound, and my scalp prickled. A chill enveloped me as if I had plunged into an icy abyss. Before me, 6 iron chains extending from the tomb wall, which bound the bronze coffin, trembled ominously. The source of this unsettling vibration appeared to emanate from the coffin itself, as if the ancient being within was poised to break free. My heart raced as I witnessed the lid of the bronze coffin shift slightly to the side, revealing a pale, emaciated hand extending slowly from within. The most terrifying sight was the 8 mummified corpses on the stone platforms, which began to shudder as if electrified, seemingly revived. Ah, the ancient corpse! I screamed. Jolting upright as if reborn, drenched in cold sweat, my heart racing wildly. In my daze, 2 figures swayed before me, and I gradually recognized them as Lu Di and Xiao Wei, their faces alight with curiosity as they regarded me. I glanced from them to the bronze coffin, and everything appeared to be as it should be. It was merely a dream. My heart still racing, I gasped for breath. Upon seeing me awake, Xiao Wei remarked playfully, "Commander Lu, you've always claimed to possess a courage as vast as the sky, but I see it's rather ordinary. Did you have a nightmare?" I felt a bit embarrassed, yet the vividness of my dream lingered, particularly the shadowy figure I had witnessed crawling from the coffin. I couldn't discern if I had experienced a series of dreams. Noticing my stupor, Xiao Wei nudged me and quipped, "Oh dear. It seems Lu Yang is too frightened to think straight." I retorted, "Nonsense. You're the one who has frightened. I'm merely contemplating." "Lu Di, how long have I been asleep?" Lu Di replied, "At least 5 or 6 hours." My heart raced at the revelation, and I urgently inquired if anything strange had transpired during my slumber. Lu Di and Xiao Wei exchanged glances before revealing astonishing news. An hour prior, an unusual noise had echoed within the tomb, awakening them. They had searched the chamber and discovered a dark, gaping hole on the inner side of the dome, approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Upon hearing this, I insisted they lead me to the hole. As I gazed upon it, I inhaled sharply. The chamber soared to a height of 6 or 7 meters, and at the end of a connecting iron chain, a black hole with a diameter of about 1 meter marred the tomb wall. Beneath this abyss, several bricks had fallen to the ground. This was clearly a breach. The cavity appeared to have existed for many years. The soil was not fresh, and it seemed to have been hastily covered with tomb bricks. However, for reasons unknown, the bricks sealing the breach had suddenly collapsed. Lu Di remarked, "When we initially entered, I meticulously examined everything within the tomb, and I found no signs of the rumored tunnel." I pondered that the shadow I glimpsed before losing consciousness was likely not a mere illusion. Perhaps someone had indeed infiltrated the ancient tomb through this passage. But who could it be? The villagers of Xiaozhou? Or perhaps the 4th individual who vanished from the tomb 30 years ago? As I reflected, I recalled that during my grandfather's and great-grandfather's time, they might have employed the method of dividing gold to locate a treasure and could have excavated a tunnel directly into the tomb. However, such talents have long since disappeared from Xiaozhou. I hesitated to mention the indistinct shadow I perceived before my slumber, as even I cannot ascertain whether it was a reality or a dream. To avoid adding to their psychological burdens, I chose to remain silent. I stated, "This tunnel has existed for quite some time. Aside from the few fallen bricks, there is no soil displaced from tunneling, indicating that it was created from the outside. If we follow this passage, we might escape. Having spent over a day and night in the tomb without a drop to drink, our strength has significantly waned. We have no other choice. Should we delay for another day or two, we would certainly perish within these confines. We can only hope to flee through this dark tunnel. After a brief discussion, we resolved to act immediately. The tunnel was located near the apex of the burial chamber, and there were no ladders in sight. Fortunately, a chain extended nearby, connected to the massive bronze coffin. Lacking better options, we had no choice but to climb one by one using the chain. Once our plan was set, Xiaowei suddenly expressed reluctance, saying, "Commander Liu, we have found our way out, and with no more worries. Should we not embody the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat against the oppressive feudal elite and ruthlessly lash out at the decayed ruling class?" Upon hearing this, I realized Xiaowei was contemplating the bronze coffin. I replied, "This king of Chu is a fallen monarch. There are no accompanying burial artifacts in this chamber. Do you truly believe there are treasures within the coffin? It is possible this old fellow never even resided in the opulent underground villa he labored 10 years to construct. It may well be an empty grave." Xiaowei countered, "We have not yet opened the coffin. How can we be sure it holds no fortune? We are all authentic tomb raiders bearing the genuine talisman, and if we enter the tomb without acquiring something valuable, how can we justify our lineage? What lies within the bronze coffin, I cannot guarantee, yet the wisdom passed down from our ancestors undoubtedly holds some truth. The bronze coffin is off limits." I cautioned Xiaowei. "Since you pride yourself on being a tomb raider, do you not know that the bronze coffin, the stone coffin, and the hanging coffin are the 3 cursed coffins, which must never be disturbed? Abandon these misguided thoughts and leave this place quickly. Do not seek unnecessary trouble." Xiaowei muttered under his breath, though I could not discern his words. Noticing his hesitation, I asserted, "If you are not leaving, then I shall go first." With that, I grasped the heavy chain connected to the bronze coffin and began to climb vigorously. The iron chain, rusted and worn, trembled violently as I ascended, filling my heart with trepidation. If this chain, neglected over the years, could not withstand the weight of the 3 of us, it might snap under the pressure, and a fall from several meters could result in a fractured leg or a concussion. As I climbed higher, Lu Di began her ascent as well. Just as I reached the edge of the hidden tunnel and glanced back, I was relieved to see Xiaowei also starting to scale the chain. I had feared that he might be tempted by the allure of the bronze coffin. To my surprise, I silently commended Xiaowei for his commendable resolve in a moment of potential temptation, only for him to promptly deliver a resounding slap to my face. With both hands firmly gripping the iron chain, he ascended less than a meter before using his legs to push off against the bronze coffin, quickly climbing atop it. Upon reaching the coffin, he produced a crowbar and prepared to pry it open. Alarmed, I shouted, "Xiaowei, what are you doing?" He replied, "Commander Liu, I'm just checking to see if it's empty." Wait a moment. Lu Di had climbed behind me and, witnessing Xiaowei's reckless behavior towards the precious coffin, was filled with indignation and prepared to slide back down the chain. I quickly told Lu Di that such laborious tasks were mine to handle, urging her to watch how I would manage him. At that moment, I had reached the edge of the hidden tunnel and shifted aside to allow Lu Di to enter first while I slid down the iron chain. Lacking experience with coffins, Xiaowei squatted atop the bronze structure for some time, attempting to find a suitable spot for his crowbar. I leaped onto the coffin and gave him a firm kick, exclaiming, "It seems you value money over life. Hurry up and leave." Xiaowei, somewhat dejected, retorted, "Lu Yang, you've changed. Ever since you met my aunt, you've become a different person. We're here to rob a tomb, not conduct archaeological research. If this grand coffin is before us, it would be foolish not to topple it. Enough of your nonsense." I seized the bag of fertilizer atop the coffin and handed it to him, stating, "This contains the offerings we found in the burial chamber above. Enough for us to marry. Now, heed my utmost command. We must leave the underground palace." Xiaowei was about to argue further, but at that moment, we both felt the bronze coffin beneath us shift slightly. Initially, we thought it was the iron chain swaying, but the next moment, our faces turned pale. A sudden, muffled thud echoed, and we both clearly sensed that the sound emanated from the heavy bronze coffin beneath us, as if something within was violently striking against the lid. "Oh no, the corpse is transforming," I exclaimed, my eyes wide with fear. "Run!" The thudding from within the coffin grew louder, and the already tilted bronze structure began to shake. We lost our balance and fell directly onto the coffin. From above, Lu Di called out, "Lu Yang, what's happening?" In the midst of my hectic schedule, I shouted, "The old Zongzi of King Chu has revived and is breaking free from its coffin. Run! Run!" Little Wei, who had previously been fixated on the prospect of treasure, was now pale with fear. Upon seeing me ascend the chain, he discarded the bag filled with equipment. secured the pouch containing the funerary items around his waist, and began to climb the iron chain with all his might. He repeatedly called out, "Grandfather Zongzi, we are leaving now, we are leaving. Please do not cause a ruckus. Hurry back to your slumber." This was undeniably a transformation of the dead. The bronze coffin, evidently unopened for over 2 millennia, was now being violently shaken from within, as if a living being sought to escape its confines. Lu Di, a quintessential representative of atheism, was at the entrance of the theft hole. Upon witnessing the commotion inside the bronze coffin, her countenance turned grave. This phenomenon had transcended the realm of scientific explanation. Even she began to question whether a person who had been dead for thousands of years could truly become a restless spirit, manifesting as a monstrous Zongzi. As the swaying of the bronze coffin intensified, the 6 robust chains began to rattle ominously. Suddenly, one of the chains snapped with a loud crack, severing at its midpoint. The broken end of the chain fell heavily to the ground, while the other end struck the tomb wall with a thunderous bang. The bronze coffin was exceedingly heavy. Originally secured by 9 chains, it was now left with only 5 rusted links, causing it to tilt precariously. If it continued to sway for another 2 minutes, it was likely that the remaining chains would not withstand the strain. Just as I was about to reach the entrance of the theft hole, a series of cracking sounds echoed through the subterranean chamber. The last 5 chains, which had been tethering the bronze coffin, snapped almost simultaneously. The massive coffin crashed down onto the ground with a resounding thud, causing the entire tomb to tremble. As the iron chain broke, I held on to the section connected to the tomb wall, and upon its rupture, I was hurled against the wall, my stamina and resilience enabling me to withstand the impact. Dazed but determined, I found myself clinging to the wall 5 meters above the ground. Little Wei, however, was less fortunate. Climbing behind me, he was positioned on the segment of the chain that had just broken. With a startled cry, he plummeted alongside the severed chain and the coffin. Our flashlights tumbled from our mouths, leaving only the beam from Lu Di's flashlight at the entrance of the theft hole. Seeing Little Wei fall, Lu Di frantically swung her light around, calling out loudly. Regaining my senses, I looked down to find Little Wei sprawled near the bronze coffin, a heavy segment of chain pinning him down as he struggled to free himself. However, mere 2 meters away, the bronze coffin, which had been silent for several seconds, began to tremble once more. Terrified, Little Wei let out a cry, exclaiming, "Commander Lu, I cannot escape. I entrust my father to you. You all go ahead. I will handle this old Zongzi and buy you some time." I grasped the iron chain tightly, exclaiming in fury, "You scoundrel. You've been peeping at widows bathing since childhood, taking advantage of young girls, and now you dare to imitate Dong Suanrue's heroic sacrifice? I refuse to grant you the chance to play the hero. I shall descend to rescue you." "Enough," Lu Di shouted, suddenly discarding an object from her hand, a length of rope, with a claw-like apparatus at its end. The flying tiger claw? This very item was discovered in the bag of those unfortunate tomb raiders, its rope remarkably resilient. Lu Di had kept it with her, and now it proved to be of utmost utility. Xiaowei grasped the flying tiger claw that Lu Di had tossed down, and his earlier expression of noble sacrifice vanished in an instant. You were like my reborn parents. Please pull me up." However, Lu Di, a mere woman, could not possibly lift Xiaowei's hefty frame of 200 pounds, nearly being dragged down into the tomb herself. Observing this, I called out, "Calm down, you rascal. I will come up to pull you." Lu Di managed to maneuver her body at the cave's entrance and crawled into the tomb, making space for me. I hung just under a meter above the tomb's wall, exerting my arms to climb the iron chain for a moment. Xiaowei urged from below, "Hurry up. That old corpse is about to break free from its coffin." "Lu Yang, are you trying to get me killed?" With a flashlight in Lu Di's hand. The underground chamber remained pitch black, yet the clattering from the bronze coffin grew increasingly intense, accompanied by unsettling voices pleading for release, sending shivers down my spine. "Hold tight to the rope and climb up quickly," I urged. Xiaowei, already desperate, began his ascent. "Goodness, why are you so heavy? You need to lose some weight." With great effort, I managed to hoist Xiaowei a few meters higher. He soon grasped a broken segment of the chain on the tomb wall and abandoned the flying tiger claw, opting instead to climb using the iron chain. Just as Xiaowei reached the cave's entrance, a tremendous crash echoed from within the chamber, as if the bronze coffin's lid had been forcefully pushed open from inside. Alarmed, I swiftly crawled forward in the confined space, shouting, "Run! Run! The old corpse is coming out." The tunnel's diameter barely accommodated a single person, forcing us to crawl with bent bodies. Fear gripped me as I urged Lu Di to advance. "Lu Yang, Keep your hands to yourself. She protested. Who has time for that? Just hurry. I retorted. The three of us scrambled through the tunnel, desperate to escape the pursuing entity. After crawling for what felt like dozens of meters, exhaustion set in, and we noticed a lack of commotion behind us, allowing us to slow our pace. I reached out to nudge Lu Di forward, only to inadvertently touch her backside. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, I told you not to touch me there. Right now. We are fleeing for our lives. Let's not quibble over such matters, I replied. Xiao Wei chimed in from behind. You two should pick a more appropriate time for your playful banter. Let's keep moving. After a brief respite of less than a minute, the three of us resumed our ascent. And before long, Lu Di was the first to emerge from the secret tunnel. Once we all stepped outside, we realized that darkness had descended. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moon hung low in the east, indicating it was around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. A glance back sent a chill through me. We found ourselves standing on a hillside surrounded by tombs and gravestones. One gravestone before us bore the inscription tomb of my late father, Lu Cha-ching. It was the grave of my great-grandfather. I sank to the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, This is the old cemetery. Perhaps it was the benevolence of my great-grandfather's spirit that led us to the exit of the tunnel, conveniently located behind his tombstone. However, I recalled visiting to honor my great-grandfather just 2 days prior while preparing a burial site for my grandmother. And I had not noticed such a substantial tunnel behind the gravestone. Upon closer inspection, I suddenly spotted a thick stone slab nearby, which must have once sealed the tunnel. I was perplexed as to who might have moved it. The three of us exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Wei remarked, What is going on? How did we end up at the old cemetery? Lu Di seemed to grasp the situation, stating, It's likely that the villagers realized we had entered the ancient tomb, and someone assisted in uncovering the tunnel to let us escape. I nodded in agreement. Yes, that is precisely my thought. The eerie sounds and sinister laughter in the tomb were probably orchestrated by him. But who in the village would be aware of the existence of 2 ancient tombs beneath us? Lu Di responded, That is a question for you. The tunnel leads directly from your great-grandfather's grave into the tomb. Did you not mention that your ancestors passed down a book titled Secret Burial? It contains instructions for locating dragon veins and is strikingly similar to the Shaking Dragon Sutra. Perhaps your great-grandfather was once involved in grave robbing. I retorted. My great-grandfather has been deceased for 40 years and lived as a law-abiding citizen. Do not cast aspersions upon his character. Lu Di countered. Then how do you explain the existence of this tunnel? I was at a loss for an explanation. It was evident that the tunnel had been created long after my great-grandfather's burial. I surmised it was my grandfather who had excavated it. Yet he too had passed away 20 years ago. Even if he had indeed created the tunnel, it had been sealed at some point. Why then? Had the stone slab sealing it been removed today? Could it be that someone in the village was truly aware of the secrets of King Chu-ling? Suddenly, Xiao Wei exclaimed, If it was indeed someone from the village who was trying to frighten us in the tomb, then what emerged from the bronze coffin might not be simply an old spirit. A familiar silhouette flashed through my mind, one I had glimpsed just before losing consciousness in the tomb, but I could not place it. At that moment, I noticed Xiao Wei was empty-handed and suddenly recalled something important. I leapt up, exclaiming, Xiao Wei, where's my wife? Xiao Wei, startled, glanced at Lu Di and replied, Isn't your wife here? I retorted angrily, Who mentioned her? I am referring to my wife, the precious one I married. Where's the bag for the burial items? Xiao Wei suddenly realized, rummaging around frantically, and shouted, Oh no. The bag must have been left in the tomb. My frustration reached a boiling point. I could have kicked this useless fool. After enduring such a long ordeal, facing countless dangers, it turns out that the most crucial artifacts have all been left behind in the tomb. Is this not a matter of life and death for me? Little Wei, in a state of panic, exclaimed, What shall we do now? We must venture down once more. Lu Di, standing nearby, remarked, It's fortunate that they were lost. Otherwise, you would end up imprisoned. I glared at Lu Di and retorted, You speak so casually as if it doesn't concern you. Those treasures are not yours to lose. Lu Di shot me a disdainful look and said, Now that we are out, I dare not return. If you wish to go back, you may do so on your own. I was taken aback as I searched my pockets and discovered that the blue and white porcelain was indeed lost. But the gold ingots, which Little Wei and I had carried with us, were intact, providing me with some solace. There was no way I would dare to descend again. I cursed Little Wei, who felt ashamed for losing the artifacts and had no retort to my accusations. After a few scathing remarks, Little Wei remained silent, realizing the futility of further argument. In my heart, I thought that since these were ill-gotten gains, Perhaps it was for the best that they were lost. At least we still had a few gold ingots and 3 authentic treasure-hunting talismans to soothe my wounded spirit. We did not cover the entrance of the tunnel, for the 3 of us were uncertain whether the villagers had opened it to let us out. If it were indeed the villagers playing tricks to frighten us, they might still be inside the tomb. Should we seal the tunnel from the outside, they would be trapped indefinitely. After deliberation, we decided to leave the entrance unsealed for the night and return the next day to cover it, not lingering at the old grave mound. We had spent a day and a night in the tomb, suffering from hunger and thirst, and decided to return home to seek nourishment. Thus, we parted ways to find our families. By the time we escaped the tomb and returned to Little Way's home, it was already 10 p.m. The first thing we did was drink 2 large bowls of water each. Having not had a single drop to drink for a day and night, my throat felt as if it were on fire. I had never realized water could be so delicious and sweet. Seeing us return covered in dirt, Little Way's father inquired about our whereabouts throughout the day. Little Way vaguely replied that we had gone to the nearby village to fish but had caught nothing and ended up muddy. After successfully misleading his father, Little Way urged him to quickly start a fire to cook. Little Way's father mentioned that there was only some dried noodles at home, to which I eagerly replied that noodles would suffice as long as they could satisfy our hunger. Little Way's father prepared 2 large bowls of noodles, but upon realizing it was tea enough, he quickly made another pot, all of which we devoured completely. Having eaten our fill and enjoyed a refreshing bath, Little Way and I began to divide the spoils in our room. The most valuable jade vase had been lost, leaving us only with gold ingots, which totaled 17. As good brothers, we naturally agreed to divide them evenly. However, 1 ingot remained, presenting a dilemma. Little Way said, "Commander Liu, you were the one who discovered the ancient tomb at the bottom of the well, and you spent several thousand in the county to purchase equipment. This last ingot should be yours. We are brothers. Let us not complicate matters. Just accept it." I grasped Little Way's hand tightly, tears welling up in my eyes. I had never anticipated such profound awareness from him regarding the division of our gains. I said, "Since you have voiced your thoughts, as the elder brother, I shall not be overly sentimental. I will accept this gold ingot for now, and tomorrow I will find someone to craft a gold chain, gold bracelet, gold ring, and gold earrings." Xiao Wei interjected, "Wait a moment. Why craft gold earrings when you do not have pierced ears?" I replied, "You lack experience in this matter. Lu Di has accompanied us through thick and thin. At the very least, we should offer her something to silence her, lest she report our grave robbing activities. If I were to directly give her the gold ingot, her character would likely compel her to refuse. However, if I transform it into jewelry, she would never suspect it originated from the treasures we unearthed. Once she accepts the gift, she will be complicit in our actions." Xiao Wei slapped his thigh in approval of my strategy. After dividing the spoils, Xiao Wei joyfully retreated to his room with the gold ingot. I checked the current gold price on my phone, which was approximately 250 yuan per gram. During our division of the loot, I weighed each ingot using Xiao Wei's scale, and each one weighed 1 kilogram, equating to 20 taels in ancient currency. This gold ingot was valued at around 250,000 yuan. However, as it was several centuries old, its purity was compromised due to the limited smelting techniques of the time, and given its dubious origin, it could only be sold on the black market, likely having its value. Nevertheless, Xiao Wei and I were delighted, each possessing 8 ingots, which could fetch us over 1 million, instantly elevating us to the status of the wealthiest in the village. Not only would this suffice for marrying a wife, but it would also easily allow for the purchase of 2 3-bedroom apartments in the county. Perhaps due to my excitement or the several hours of sleep I had in the ancient tomb, I found myself unable to rest after Xiao Wei departed. Out of boredom, I picked up Pan Yunchuan's notes to peruse. The notes were quite chaotic, spanning roughly 3 years, and were not recorded daily. Sometimes several days were summarized on a single page, while other times a single page would cover 1 or 2 months. In the tomb, I had only glanced at the first few and last pages, leaving most of the content unexplored. Now, lying comfortably on my bed, with the electric fan blowing, unafraid of any lingering spirits, I could take my time to study this notebook, discovering how authentic grave robbers operated. Of course, if I could uncover specific information regarding the ancient tombs that Pan Yunchuan and his associates had discovered, it would be even better, a lucrative venture indeed. A few more excavations, and I could retire comfortably 30 years ahead of schedule. Despite Pan Yunchuan's lack of scholarly achievement, his methods for locating ancient tombs were remarkably astute. as evidenced by numerous entries detailing tombs he had identified through his observations of the landscape. Unfortunately, none of these entries included precise locations. For instance, one page noted, in February 1986, we entered the Qingwu Mountains, excavating at the Crow's Beak and delineating the tomb's boundaries. The Crow's Beak in the expansive Qingwu Range? Only the heavens would know its exact location amidst the many nooks and crannies. In addition to Pan Yunchuan's grave-robbing experiences, the notes contained various jargon and terminologies used by grave robbers, as well as their operational protocols. I am particularly captivated by the account regarding the Magan Shaowei and their pursuit of wealth through the unearthing of coffins. The notes indicate that a true Magan Shaowei must light a candle in the southeast corner of the tomb chamber before opening the coffin. Then, all the Magan Shaowei gather in a circle around the candle, clasping each other's hands, silently reciting Magan Shaowei, while lighting incense and imploring the ancestors for blessings. Hoping for prosperity from the unearthed coffin, I mused to myself that these Magan Shaowei are indeed not ordinary grave robbers chasing after wealth. Their rituals are quite elaborate. Having read only halfway through the notes, I dozed off in a haze. The following morning, Shaowei burst into my room in a frenzy. Irritated, I exclaimed, "What is it? Let me sleep a little longer." Shaowei yanked me up, exclaiming, "What are you sleeping for? Something serious has happened. Look at this." In my groggy state, I glanced at Shaowei, who was holding 2 bags of fertilizer. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were the very bags we had left behind in the tomb of King Chuling, containing the funerary items and equipment. Instantly, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over me, and all drowsiness vanished. I hurriedly asked, "Where did these come from?" Shaowei replied, "I was going to ask you the same thing. What is going on? Just now, I got up to relieve myself, and these bags were right at the front door. Thankfully, it was still dawn, and my father hadn't woken up yet. What if he had seen them? How did these bags get out?" Upon opening the bags, I found all the equipment intact, even the crowbar that Shaowei had dropped when prying open the bronze coffin. However, the contents of the other bag, which held the funerary items, were a tragic sight. It appeared that when Shaowei had dropped the iron chain, it had shattered the invaluable blue and white porcelain within, reducing it to mere shards, utterly worthless now. I hastily dressed and shoved the 2 bags beneath the bed, saying, "Let us go find Lu Di." As we walked, Shaowei remarked, "You don't think that your aunt went back to the ancient tomb in the middle of the night again, do you?" I replied, "It's hard to say right now. We'll know once we find Lu Di." Riding the motorcycle, we arrived at Lu Di's doorstep in less than 2 minutes. Lu Di's house was a 3-story building at the back, with a tiled house in front and a courtyard in the middle. Upon entering the front yard, we saw the elderly matriarch preparing to light a fire for cooking. Seeing us rush in, she inquired about our urgency. I asked, "Matriarch, is Lu Di home?" She replied, "Didn't TD go out with you for a couple of days? She returned last night around 9, covered in dirt. After eating and bathing, she went back to her room to sleep and hasn't woken up yet." I inquired, "Did Lu Di go out at all last night?" The matriarch shook her head and said, "Your great-grandmother was just buried, and your granduncle and I were in the front yard burning paper throughout the night. Dear, didn't go anywhere. What is going on? Have you encountered some trouble?" I shook my head, assuring her there was no issue and asking her not to speculate. At that moment, Lu Di emerged from the back building in her pajamas, surprised to see Shaowei and me, and asked, "What brings you 2 here so early?" I exchanged a knowing glance with her and said, "Oh, it's nothing serious. Since you're here, all is well. We'll be on our way." However, noticing my unusual demeanor, Lu Di followed us out, insisting there is definitely something going on. "What is it?" I glanced around and pulled her aside, saying, "Lu Di, did you sneak into the ancient tomb last night without us?" Lu Di furrowed her brow and replied, "No, I've been utterly exhausted in the underground palace these past few days. I returned and went straight to sleep." "What happened?" I cast a glance at Shaowei, who interjected, "Weren't those 2 bags left behind in the underground palace? Yet just now, when I got up to relieve myself, I found them inexplicably at my doorstep. Lu Yang and I thought you might have returned last night and secretly gone back to retrieve them." Lu Di's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Let us go check the old grave hill for that theft tunnel." I halted her, gazing intently. "Are you really going in your pajamas?" Despite being 30 and a single woman, Lu Di maintained an exquisite figure that her silk nightwear could hardly conceal. Noticing my stare, she kicked me and said, "If you keep staring, I'll pluck out your eyes. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes." Before long, Lu Di emerged dressed and pushing her electric bike. while Xiao Wei and I rode our motorcycle, speeding towards the old Grave Hill. Upon arrival, we were taken aback. The theft tunnel from which we had escaped the previous night, intentionally left uncovered, was now meticulously concealed again, with the freshly disturbed soil indicating it had been recently buried. Devoid of any dew. It seemed our suspicions from last night were indeed correct. All the tales of resurrected Zongzi and eerie laughter from the underground palace were mere fabrications. We had been cleverly maneuvered by one or several individuals while inside. It was evident that once we entered the ancient tomb through the old well, someone had discovered us. And that person had accessed the underground palace through the theft tunnel leading to the Grave Hill, scaring us half to death. Just as we were on the verge of being trapped in the underground palace, they had guided us to discover this tunnel. In retrospect, the shadow I glimpsed before my slumber in the underground palace was no mere dream. It was real. Fortunately, it seemed that this individual bore no ill will towards us. Otherwise, we would have perished in the tomb. Thus, it could be concluded that this person must be one of the villagers. By the time we returned, it was already noon. Passing by the Ding family's entrance at the west end of the village, I spotted the short, dark-skinned old man, Ding, standing at his door, staring intently at us. His figure sent a chill down my spine, as he bore a striking resemblance to the shadow I had seen in the underground palace. A familiarity that had eluded me until now. At that moment, I finally recalled that it resembled the old man Ding. As we rode past, he noticed me staring, and a sinister smile crept across his lips before he turned and retreated into his home. The eerie smile of Ding left me greatly unsettled, and I was certain that he was the one who had been playing tricks on us in the ancient tomb. We sped away from Ding's old residence on the motorcycle, my mind in turmoil, and only regained my composure upon arriving at Xiao Wei's home. Noticing my pale complexion, Xiao Wei assumed I was frightened by the sight of the tunnel being reburied at the old Grave Hill and teased me about it. At this juncture, I recalled that my grandfather was a renowned master of the occult in our region, and in his youth, old Ding had served as his apprentice. Their relationship was quite amicable, akin to that of mentor and disciple. If the illicit tunnel leading to the mausoleum of King Chuling was indeed excavated by my grandfather, it was highly improbable that he would have concealed such information from Ding, given their bond. It is even conceivable that the tunnel was a collaborative effort between the two. I harbored suspicions that old Ding was the one orchestrating the supernatural occurrences in the ancient tomb to frighten us. Yet I refrained from disclosing this to Lu Di and Xiao Wei. Since the other party bore no ill intentions, I chose not to pursue the matter further. Lu Di, too, seemed disinclined to report the existence of the ancient tomb beneath Xiaozhou village to the authorities. I surmised that she was considering the implications for Xiao Wei and me, as we were both involved in the clandestine activities of treasure hunting. Should archaeologists arrive, they would undoubtedly discern that the General's tomb had been tampered with, and within an hour, we would find ourselves escorted to the police station. After returning from Laofan Mountain and having breakfast, Xiao Wei and I proceeded to the county town to indulge in some leisure. We reserved a private room at a KTV and invited two young ladies, reveling in the company while belting out the life of a bachelor until the late hours. We then instructed the two ladies to fetch our belongings from the counter and checked into 2 rooms at a nearby hotel, enjoying a night of carefree revelry. As for Lu Di, she departed the following day, returning to Sichuan to continue her excavation of ancestral graves. Upon hearing of Lu Di's departure after our return from the county town, I felt a twinge of disappointment and decided to head back to Hangzhou. Xiao Wei, having idled at home for over 6 months, insisted on accompanying me to Hangzhou to carve out our futures. I mused that with newfound wealth, I could afford to resign from my security job and perhaps open an antique shop in Hangzhou, which would be a respectable venture. Having tasted success, Xiao Wei and I quickly reached an agreement to invest in my antique shop. The next day, we departed Xiaozhou village and made our way to Hangzhou. Upon arrival, I first went to my company to resign. My boss was quite reluctant to let me go, considering my long tenure there, and inquired whether salary was an issue, offering to raise my pay by 1,000 each month. I explained that it was not a matter of money. A family situation necessitated my return. Realizing he could not retain me, he arranged for the finance department to settle my wages and mentioned that I was always welcome back. With no job to weigh me down, I discovered, much to my surprise, how beautiful Hangzhou truly was. During the initial days, Xiao Wei and I explored nearly every famous landmark, from West Lake to Leifeng Pagoda, Linging Temple, and Sisi wetlands. Even indulging in local delicacies at Hafeng Street and attending performances at Song City. Despite our merriment, I remained focused on the task at hand. Over the years in Hangzhou, I had made acquaintances in the underground circles and it wasn't long before I received leads on selling our treasures. The gold ingots we possessed, extracted from the tomb, bore the earthy scent of the grave, making them unsuitable for banks or pawnshops. We would have to resort to the black market. After several twists and turns, my contact, Brother Kai Kwaner, sent me an address indicating that the recipient had expressed interest in purchasing my contraband. On this day, my companion Xiao Wei and I took a taxi to the vicinity of the Zhejiang University campus on Wensan Road in Shihu District, following the address provided by our friend Kai Gu. Upon arrival, we were somewhat taken aback to discover that the location was an antique shop named Jibaoxuan, exquisitely adorned in a classical style that exuded elegance. Recently, Xiao Wei and I had been contemplating the possibility of opening our own antique and cultural relics shop after selling a batch of funerary items. Little did we know we would have the opportunity to observe how this establishment operated. The antique business is often characterized by a cyclical nature. It may remain dormant for 3 years, yet when it flourishes, it yields substantial profits, akin to a lucrative venture. The Panjiayuan market in Beijing is a testament to this, with countless individuals amassing wealth through this trade. The shop before us had a modest facade, yet its interior was surprisingly spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, meticulously decorated to showcase an array of antique jade, rare stones, and vases. I felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the jade vase not shattered, it could have been sold here. Currently, the items we possessed were not antiques, but rather liquid assets. What interest could the proprietor of Jibaoxuan possibly have in our possessions? The shop was rather quiet, with only a demure young lady seated at the counter, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing our entrance, she glanced up. Seemingly noting our attire as common fare, and without rising to greet us, she merely remarked that we could browse at our leisure before returning her attention to her screen. I approached her and said, "Excuse me, miss, we were referred by a friend. Is the owner present?" The young lady paused, set aside her phone, and looked at us. "Are you looking for Jiojia?" she inquired. I was taken aback. Jiojia was a woman? My trust in Kai Gu's judgment wavered, pondering why he would direct us to a female proprietor for our dealings. Nevertheless, since we were already there, it would be prudent to meet her. Even if no transaction materialized, gaining insights into her experience running an antique shop could prove beneficial. "Yes, we are looking for Jiojia," I confirmed. The young lady then refrained from further inquiries, picked up the nearby phone, and after a brief conversation, informed us that Jiojia would arrive in a few minutes and asked us to wait. While awaiting Jiojia, we meandered through the shop. Xiao Wei marveled at the ancient vases displayed on the wooden shelves, whispering to me how wonderful it would be to unearth such treasures from an ancient tomb. I quietly responded, 99% of these are likely reproductions. Take the Tang Sankai, for instance. If it were genuine, it could purchase an entire street and would not be displayed here. Upon hearing that these were replicas, Xiao Wei instantly lost interest, exclaiming in frustration that even fakes were sold for tens of thousands. Was Jiojia truly so desperate for money? After touring the shop, I discovered it was even larger than I had initially imagined. The front section showcased antiques, while there was an elegant room at the back featuring a wooden tea chamber complete with a full tea set for brewing. The value of just the tea chamber and its utensils likely reached a substantial sum, although we were told Jiojia would arrive shortly after half an hour. The enigmatic figure had yet to make her appearance. The young lady tending the shop seemed to sense our impatience and invited us to wait in the elegant room, even offering us a pot of freshly brewed tea. After finishing a pot of tea, both Xiao Wei and I grew increasingly impatient until Sister Jiu finally appeared. Contrary to my expectations, she was quite young, likely only a few years older than myself. I had anticipated either a middle-aged woman or someone with gray hair. Yet she turned out to be youthful and beautiful, with long legs, large eyes, and skin as fair as snow, a quintessential boatwoman of Westlake. Dressed in a vibrant red pleated skirt and donning sunglasses, she had strikingly painted lips. Upon entering, she removed her sunglasses and directly inquired, "Are you the ones Kai Kwaner mentioned had goods to sell?" We hurriedly rose to our feet, and I introduced myself. "My surname is Liu." Sister Jiu replied, "I already know your surname. There's no need for introductions." I apologize for the delay. The road was a bit congested. "Xiaofeng, please bring another pot of good tea." I quickly interjected, "Sister Jiu, there's no need for that. I can hardly hold it in any longer." She chuckled, "You are quite amusing. Now, what goods do you wish to sell?" I exchanged a glance with Xiao Wei, who retrieved a gold ingot from his bag and placed it on the tea table. Sister Jiu picked it up, weighing it in her hand, and remarked, "No wonder I sensed a rustic odor upon entering. You both are from the outer 9 trades. However, I, Argio, deal in cultural relics and antiques, and I seldom acquire such yellow and white items. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei immediately responded, "Oh, you don't accept these? Commander Liu, perhaps we should leave." I shook my head, signaling him to be patient. My interest in Sister Gio was growing. Her ability to discern our background from a mere gold ingot, and even detect the earthy scent on us, was certainly impressive. I said, "Sister Gio, we are all in this trade. Could you please make an offer?" She replied, "This gold ingot weighs the standard 20 taels from the Ming dynasty, and its purity isn't very high. At most, it's worth 7 pieces. How many do you have?" I understood that 7 pieces equated to 70,000 yuan, which was something I could comprehend. However, this was still far below my expected price. Given that my 2-pound gold ingot, at the current market rate, could fetch at least 100 to 200,000, her offer of 70,000 seemed rather inadequate. I responded, "I have over a dozen. But the price is indeed low." Sister Gio remarked, "It seems you are still unfamiliar with the rules. Digging up the earth is merely the first step. This is a gamble made without capital. The goods must change hands several times, with each transfer increasing the price. If it weren't for Kai Quaner's introduction, I would only offer you 5 pieces at most. I advise you both to be more discerning. The least valuable items in the earth are these yellow and white goods. If you manage to unearth a few pieces of porcelain, ancient jade, or bronze artifacts, the prices would soar. Do you have anything else besides this gold ingot?" Sister Gio clearly perceived that Xiao Wei and I were novices, unaware of the true value of items, mistakenly believing gold to be the most precious. Her tone carried a hint of disdain and contempt. I remained unfazed, but Xiao Wei felt a twinge of anger and pulled out a treasure-hunting talisman from beneath his collar, intending to flaunt it and regain some pride. Since the rise of tomb-raiding novels and their adaptations in recent years, a plethora of related merchandise has emerged, with the talismans crafted from pangolin claws becoming highly sought after by enthusiasts. Their sales on platforms like Taobao are remarkable, and it is not uncommon to spot young individuals adorned with these talismans on the streets. However, the items sold on Taobao are mere replicas, while the talismans worn by Xiao Wei and myself are authentic relics passed down from our esteemed ancestor, Chao Chao, characterized by their lustrous and translucent quality. Agio, an expert in the field, can discern authenticity at a glance. Indeed, upon catching sight of the talisman hanging around Xiao Wei's neck, her expression suddenly shifted. I observed this with amusement. Reaching for the gold ingot on the coffee table, I remarked, "Sister Gio, pardon the interruption, but we must take our leave." Sister Gio rose and said, "Wait a moment." She fixated on the talisman around Xiao Wei's neck and inquired, "Is that pendant for sale? Name your price, and I, Agio, shall not haggle." I interjected with a chuckle, "Sister Gio, you jest. This is a treasure from our ancestor. We cannot part with it." Xiao Wei added, "Not even for 1,000,000 would I sell it." Agio studied us for a moment before breaking into laughter, saying, 30 years ago, after the downfall of the Pan family's tomb-raiding lineage in the capital, true tomb raiders have not graced this land. Who would have thought today would afford me the fortune of meeting 2 esteemed raiders? Please, have a seat, and let us continue our discussion. Xiaofang, fetch the exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea I just purchased to entertain our distinguished guests. The tomb raider recognizes the talisman rather than the individual. Anyone bearing an authentic talisman is a kindred spirit within the tomb raiding fraternity. Since the inception by our ancestor, only 36 authentic talismans exist, with all others being forgeries. Agio's discerning eye immediately identified the genuine talisman around Xiao Wei's neck, prompting a complete shift in her demeanor towards us. She queried how we, as tomb raiders, came to rely on Kai Quaner for assistance in sourcing a channel. I replied, "Previously, I endeavored in the capital, but recently, I have turned my focus to the prosperous regions of Jiangnan. Having just arrived in Jiangnan, I am unfamiliar with the surroundings and currently facing some financial constraints. Thus, I sought Brother Kai's assistance in finding a way to liquidate some of my least valuable possessions for some cash." I rambled on, and Agio appeared to take no issue with my story, instead smiling and saying, "Had you mentioned you were raiders earlier, this would have been much simpler. If it is merely a matter of finances, do not hesitate to tell me how much you need." I replied hastily, "Not much. Just selling these few gold ingots will suffice. But as for your price, Sister Gio," Agio interjected, "discussing money with a tomb raider would be detrimental to our camaraderie. You wish to sell a dozen gold ingots, correct? I, Agio, will offer 20 each. As a gesture of friendship." 20 each? Xiao Wei and I exclaimed in astonishment. I was aware that these gold ingots were worth a maximum of 20 each, and I intended to allow Sister Gio a modest profit, so my anticipated range was between 10 and 12. To my surprise, she had offered 20 outright, which seemed a loss-making proposition. I said, Sister Gio, to be candid, you will surely incur a loss at 20 each for these gold ingots. Gio smiled and remarked that any losses were her concern, so we need not worry. The tomb raiders, known as the Magan Xiaowei, delve into the grand imperial tombs, unearthing unparalleled treasures. Since the two Xiaoweis intended to venture south to Jiangnan, she proposed that we become friends, promising to assist us in procuring ghostly artifacts in the future. It became evident to me that Gio was casting a long line to catch a big fish. This also illuminated the esteemed position of the Magan Xiaowei within the industry. Our business discussion unfolded pleasantly during casual conversation, culminating in her purchasing 16 gold ingots for a total of 2 million yuan, far exceeding the initial estimate of myself and Xiao Wei. Gio was undeniably a wealthy woman, remarkably forthright, transferring the funds directly to my bank account via online banking. Within minutes, I received notification from the bank confirming the transaction. After concluding our business, I presented the last gold ingot to Gio, requesting that she have it fashioned into jewelry such as gold earrings or bracelets for women. When she inquired about the purpose, I replied that it was for a friend. Gio cast a suggestive glance my way and assured me that such trivial matters were well within her capabilities. I then shared with her that Xiao Wei and I had just arrived in Jiangnan and were looking to lease a small storefront for a cultural artifact shop. Gio, without a hint of skepticism, acknowledged that establishing such a front was essential in our line of work, regardless of its size. As it primarily served as a place to settle down, she immediately offered to keep an eye out for available shops. Noting that smaller establishments might take some time to secure, I assured her that her assistance was sufficient. We were not in a rush. Gio was clearly not an ordinary antique dealer. No woman could manage such expansive dealings in the black market without the backing of a significant figure. The Magan Xiaowei are adept at reading the land and determining auspicious locations, far beyond the capabilities of mere rabble. Having navigated the underbelly of commerce for years, Gio was undoubtedly aware of the methods employed by the Magan Xiaowei, which is why she sought to cultivate a relationship with us. However, she remained blissfully unaware that Xiao Wei and I were merely the secondary players adorned with the Magan talisman, akin to the counterfeit antiques in her shop. Yet the talisman itself was genuine. In this trade, it is the symbol that carries weight, not the individual. Her willingness to engage in a seemingly unprofitable transaction with us was undoubtedly a strategic move to reap greater rewards in the future. As noon approached, Gio insisted on treating us to a meal at Lu Xiao Wei and I, recognizing the situation, promptly stated that as newcomers, it was only fitting for us to cover the expense in gratitude for her hospitality. Gio did not decline, briefly instructing the shop assistant Xiao Fong before driving us to Lu by Westlake. Gio appeared to be in her early to mid-30s, impeccably maintained, and seemingly no older than 30. Her beauty was striking, and she drove an extravagant vehicle, leading me to suspect that she might be the mistress of a powerful figure. Though I would never voice such a thought, we secured a private room and ordered several signature dishes, including Westlake vinegar fish, beggar's chicken, chestnut mushrooms, and longjing shrimp. While enjoying drinks and engaging in light-hearted conversation, gradually, I began to gain a deeper understanding of Sister Gio. Jiu Jia, a local native named Yang Jior, comes from a lineage that has long been involved in the trade of the Outer Nine Gates. Since the age of 18, she has been managing the family business. And now that the older generation has retired to enjoy their twilight years, she has taken the reins, overseeing several shops. In recent years, the wealthy have become shrewder, making the antiques business increasingly challenging, and many shops have closed down, leaving only Zhu Baoxian still in operation. However, Zhu Baoxian struggles to turn a profit, primarily relying on its FAAD. Her main source of income derives from illicit goods, as she maintains close ties with several tomb raiding groups, selling the funerary objects unearthed by these treasure hunters at high prices to affluent clients. She has also noted that the group she collaborates with possess limited skills, unable to uncover significant tombs. Their activities are trivial, and, with the tightening of regulations over the past 2 years, business has become increasingly difficult. At last, I comprehend why this wealthy woman regards both me and Xiao Wei with such intrigue. It appears she is drawn to the professional skills of the tomb raiders. After a few rounds of drinks, a thought struck me. And I inquired, Jujia, I am surprised that you have even heard of our esteemed masterpan from the Tomb Raiding Guild. Impressive indeed. Ajia replied, to excel in a field, one must understand it. I have heard from the elders in my family that Pan Yun Chuan, known as the Old Dog of the capital, was once a prominent figure in this industry. He was the 82nd inheritor of the Tomb Raiders, conferred by Cao Cao. However, it has been 30 years since that group of raiders perished. If I had not met you today, I would have thought the art of tomb raiding had been lost. Since both of you have been engaged in this profession, why have I not heard any mention of your names in the circles? I chuckled and explained. We in the Tomb Raiding Guild operate with discretion, unlike other practitioners who are more ostentatious. We belong to the category of those who quietly accumulate wealth. It is quite normal that you have not heard of us. Xiao Wei, overhearing our conversation, struggled to contain his laughter, his face reddening, while Ajio assumed he was merely intoxicated and thought little of it. As our conversation continued, we bantered back and forth, each trying to glean information from the other. Ajio expressed her curiosity regarding the Tomb Raiders' ability to accurately locate tombs through geomancy, asking if it was indeed true. I replied, to seek dragons, one must observe the mountains. Every layer of intertwining hills presents a new challenge. If a door is locked with 1,000 bolts, it surely conceals nobility within. The principles of the Taiji must be clear, for there lies a diagram. The hexagrams dwell in the interplay of yin and yang. Intertwined hills and waters may obscure the true sight, making it arduous to trace the celestial bodies. The convergence of the North Star and the Big Dipper reveals the heart of the heavens, while the 9 stars differentiate mountains and waters. To seek dragons and observe omens, one must first trace the veins. The heart of the heavens will reveal the burial site. In China, any grand tomb is intertwined with the principles of the 8 trigrams. Yin and yang, the 5 elements, celestial bodies, and the geography of mountains and waters. As long as one conducts thorough investigations, errors are rare. While it may sound simple, applying it in practice is challenging. Take the pinpointing of burial sites, for instance. The hexagrams divide into 8 directions, each further subdivided into the 5 elements, totaling 400 specifics. Accurately identifying the location of a tomb requires specialized knowledge. Upon hearing my elaborate exposition, Ajia was instantly awed, exclaiming, "The Tomb Raiders indeed live up to their reputation. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons." Our meal extended nearly 2 hours. And just as we were about to part ways, my phone rang unexpectedly with an unfamiliar number. My head was somewhat foggy from the alcohol as I answered. "Who is this?" I was indulging in a drink when the call came through. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Liu Yang?" I replied, "Yes, who is this?" The voice on the other end was distinctly that of an elderly man, yet it was unfamiliar to me, leaving me perplexed about his intentions. He inquired, "Do you know Lu Di?" Upon hearing her name, the effects of the alcohol dissipated significantly. I responded, "She is my aunt." The caller continued, "I am Yang Sitsai, Lu Di's mentor." Yang Sitsai? Professor Yang Sitsai? Realization struck me, and I was taken aback. This esteemed professor is one of the most renowned archaeologists in the country. And Lu Di is indeed her student, currently engaged in an archaeological survey in Sichuan. I was baffled as to why such a distinguished Tsinghua professor would contact me, particularly regarding Lu Di. I hastily asked, "Is something wrong with Lu Di?" Yang Sitsai replied, "Lu Di has encountered an incident. She has gone missing in an ancient tomb. Before her disappearance, she left a note stating that if she did not return, you would be the one to contact." I abruptly rose to my feet, exclaiming, "What? Lu Di is missing in an ancient tomb? Where? I am going there immediately." Observing my alarm, Xiao Wei also stood up, inebriated, and asked, "What happened to my aunt?" I put away my phone and explained, "Professor Yang Sitsai just called, saying that my aunt has vanished in the ancient tomb of the pyramid in Sichuan, and we must hurry there." Xiao Wei was startled and urged, "Then let us go swiftly. The treasure-seeking team thrives together, but perishes apart." I knew my aunt's solo venture into the tomb would be fraught with peril. Ajio, having gleaned some of the situation, remarked, "So you are acquainted with Professor Yang Sitsai from Tsinghua?" Anxious about Lu Di's safety, I casually remarked, "We have had some professional interactions, Sister Jio. I sincerely apologize. But we must cut our meeting short. My brother and I need to prepare for our journey to Sichuan. Please keep an eye on the shop while we are away. We will discuss it in detail upon our return." Ajio assured me that she would handle it. As we exited the restaurant, Ajio offered to drive me, but I declined, stating that I still needed to gather some equipment and asked her to return home. Since receiving the call from Professor Yang Sitsai, I had been deeply concerned for Lu Di's safety. I understood that she would not have involved Professor Yang unless the situation was genuinely perilous. Upon returning to my residence, I organized the treasure hunting gear I had acquired from the tomb of King Chu Ling and ordered 2 tickets for a flight departing from Shaoshan International Airport to Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport at 2010 that evening. Before boarding the flight, I called Professor Yang Sitsai to inform him that we would arrive in Chongqing around 2300 hours. He responded that he had sent someone to the airport to pick us up. Due to a 2-hour flight delay, we arrived at Jiangbei Airport at 1 a.m. I located the vehicle sent by Professor Yang Sitsai, a rugged jeep. Given that the archaeological site was 300 miles from Chongqing, we faced a lengthy journey through the mountains, and he had just arrived himself. Fortunately, flight delays are a common occurrence domestically. Otherwise, we would have been stranded at the airport for 2 hours. The driver was a man in his 30s with a buzz cut, possessing keen eyes. Upon inquiry, I learned his name was Chun Rue, a former soldier who now served as Professor Yang Sitsai's chauffeur. I further inquired about Lu Di's situation, but Chun Rue merely stated that he was just a driver and was not well informed about the specifics. The archaeological site lay within Changlong County, approximately 150 kilometers from Chongqing. Without lingering at the airport, Chun Rue sped off, taking the Qingyu Expressway westward. Around 2 a.m., we exited the highway and embarked on the bumpy mountain roads. Sichuan's topography is characterized by its western highlands and eastern lowlands, with mountains, plateaus, and hills comprising approximately 97% of the province's land area. It is an extension of the Kunlun Mountain Dragon Vein, rich in feng shui treasures, with countless invaluable gems buried beneath the earth. Among the most renowned treasures is the hoard of Zhang Xianzhong, the leader of the peasant uprising during the late Ming dynasty. In Sichuan, even 3-year-olds can recite the rhyme. Xinyu against Shirgu, gold and silver in abundance, who can decipher it, to buy out Qingdu. This rhyme is said to be a coded message indicating the location of Zhang Xianzhong's hidden treasure, promising immense wealth to whoever can unravel its mystery. However, the current situation is quite different. Everything buried underground now belongs to the state, and even if someone discovers it, relevant authorities would swiftly claim it, often accompanied by a mere flag and a meager sum of 500 yuan. As we drove, the road initially paved with cement soon gave way to rugged terrain just as dawn approached. Thankfully, we were in a high-performance jeep. Had we been in a regular family vehicle, it likely would have been rattled apart by the rough ride. At daybreak, I gazed at the endless mountain peaks outside the car and asked Chun Rue how much farther we had to go. He replied that the campsite was near Laomiaozu village and that we should arrive in about half an hour at this pace. I was deeply concerned for Lu Di's safety and urged Chun Rue to drive faster. He explained that he was already fatigued and that the road conditions were poor, with steep cliffs on one side, making it impossible to increase our speed. Upon hearing this, I refrained from pressing him further. As we neared the campsite, Chun Rue, who had been rather taciturn, suddenly asked, "Are you truly Dr. Lu's nephews?" Taken aback, I replied, "Of course. We grew up together. She is our aunt." "Why do you ask, Qinggu?" Chun Rue smiled as he continued to drive and remarked, "Dr. Lu is Professor Yang's most esteemed disciple, astute and capable. It baffles me how she could have vanished without a trace, as if she anticipated her disappearance and left a note stating that if she did not return, Professor Yang should contact you to search for her. I see nothing particularly remarkable about you. Even the experts from Professor Yang's team have pondered for days without any clues. Can you truly unlock the gates of that ancient tomb?" Upon hearing the conversation, I instantly realized that Chun Rue must possess some insider knowledge. When I inquired further, he initially hesitated to divulge any information. However, upon discovering that I, too, had served in the military, our bond deepened, revealing that we had both been stationed in the same army group. It was then that he could no longer contain himself and began to recount the general circumstances surrounding Lu Di's mysterious disappearance. Yet, he only had a vague understanding, as this matter had been tightly sealed within the camp, known only to a select few. His position as Yang Sitsai's driver had inadvertently granted him access to snippets of information. Several months prior, a group of tomb raiders had detonated explosives to breach a nearby earth mound resembling an ancient pyramid. This incident alarmed both the forest rangers and the local villagers, leading to the immediate apprehension of the thieves. Strangely, a few of them perished within the tomb's depths, without ever locating the entrance to the ancient burial site. The matter had stirred considerable public interest, making headlines, and subsequently, The government decided to appoint Professor Yang Xicai from Tsinghua University to lead a specialized exploration team tasked with excavating the ancient tomb. The excavation proceeded remarkably well over the span of a month, yielding 2 burial pits and 1 sacrificial pit, along with numerous artifacts of considerable archaeological significance. However, to everyone's astonishment, the precise location of the underground tomb remained elusive. Recently, Lu Di had returned home for a funeral, and upon her return, she reviewed the research materials, offering highly constructive insights that ultimately led to the discovery of the entrance to the underground mausoleum just 5 days prior. The entire archaeological team was elated, quickly mobilizing heavy machinery to commence excavation, and they soon unearthed the tomb's entrance. Yet, a predicament arose. No one could unlock that door. It was at this juncture that Lu Di vanished mysteriously before the tomb's entrance. Xiao Wei, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by mysteriously disappearing before the tomb's entrance?" Chen Rui shook his head, responding, "I cannot clarify the details. All I know is that her disappearance was indeed strange. Who can truly elucidate the mysteries of an ancient tomb?" Before long, I beheld the camp nestled within a valley, where numerous deep pits had been excavated. Not far off stood several military green tents, and a few miles away lay a cluster of homes, presumably the village of Lao Miazi. The jeep drove directly into the camp, which was surrounded by a security perimeter, with guards patrolling the area. After a long night of travel, we finally arrived at our destination. As I stepped out of the vehicle, I was immediately captivated by a towering hill, rising over 100 meters high, amidst the undulating terrain. Though this peak was only modestly elevated, it stood out prominently, akin to a crane among chickens. Upon closer inspection, I noted its peculiar triangular formation, resembling a conical shape, strikingly similar to the design of the Egyptian pyramids. I retrieved the compass I had pilfered from old Pan Yun Chuan and took a moment to ascertain my bearings, meticulously surveying the surrounding landscape while recalling the incantations regarding mountain observation from the ancient text Secret Burial. I discerned that approximately 7 or 8 miles to the east, 2 peaks stood like sentinels, encircled by rolling hills, with this mound ensconced in their embrace. Xiao Wei, having exited the vehicle with his backpack, observed my use of the compass to assess the terrain and inquired, "Commander Lu, have you discerned anything?" I retracted the compass, pointing towards the 2 peaks in the east, along with the undulating hills surrounding us, and remarked, "To seek a dragon, one must observe the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a new barrier. If the gates are locked with 1,000 keys, surely a noble dwells within." The 2 mountains to the east serve as the entrance, while these rolling hills represent the myriad locks. Indeed, there must be a grand tomb worthy of a lord here. Xiao Wei, with a sullen expression, muttered, "Damn it. All the treasures have been taken by others. What a pity." At that moment, a voice emerged from behind us, stating, "Are you the Lu Yang and Lu Wei brothers that deer sought out?" Turning around, we encountered a clean-cut, remarkably handsome young man standing behind us, clad in a black t-shirt and wearing thick glasses, though it appeared he hadn't slept in days, sporting dark circles under his eyes. I inquired, "Dear, who are you? Four-eyed youth? You think you can call her name?" The young man responded, "I am Jiang Tao, Deer's boyfriend." "Her boyfriend? My NS boyfriend?" Xiao Wei and I paused for a moment, and suddenly, an inexplicable pain surged within me as I asked, "Xiao Wei, when did Lu Di start dating someone outside?" Xiao Wei shook his head, saying, "I always thought you were her boyfriend. What is going on?" The young man, Jiang Tao, asserted, "Although it's not official yet. Soon enough, she will be my girlfriend." I was taken aback. Regaining my composure, I cursed, "You four-eyed frog, have you looked in the mirror? You think you can pursue Lu Di? You're just a toad dreaming of swan meat." Jiang Tao retorted, "How can you speak so rudely?" "Rudely? I'll show you." Without hesitation, I delivered a kick to Jiang Tao's abdomen. He cried out and collapsed to the ground, and Xiao Wei and I immediately advanced, raining down punches and kicks upon him. While beating him, I shouted, "Lu Di is my wife. How dare you entice her? I'll make you pay." Jiang Tao may surpass me in academic prowess, but in a fight, I could take on 5 of him while pausing for a smoke, especially with Xiao Wei by my side, who was equally fearless. Back in junior high, a local thug frequently harassed Lu Di, and one day, Xiao Wei and I each wielded a machete, battling 7 or 8 thugs at the school gate. Since then, no one dared to harbor improper thoughts about Lu Di. That thug now addresses us as Brother Yang and Brother Wei. Jiang Tao curled up on the ground, clutching his head and crying for help. Archaeological sites are usually guarded to protect artifacts. Several security personnel, noticing our assault on the staff member, rushed over to intervene. However, I was not about to let this four-eyed frog slip away easily. It wasn't until Chen Rue parked the car and came to pull me away that I seized the opportunity to deliver one last fierce kick to the curled-up Jiang Tao, whose nose was bleeding and glasses shattered, before finally relenting. The situation here quickly stirred the entire camp, as a dozen staff members rushed over, many of whom appeared to be classmates and colleagues of Jiang Tao. Upon witnessing Jiang Tao being severely beaten, they shouted in outrage, questioning why he was being assaulted, and rolled up their sleeves, eager to confront us. Observing the overwhelming number of opponents, I realized that even with Xiao Wei by my side, we would likely be outmatched. I pointed at Jiang Tao and exclaimed, "Do you wish to know why I struck this bespectacled fool? Lu Di is my wife. Yet this scoundrel dares to claim she is his girlfriend. What is this? A scandal? A modern-day version of Shimanqing? Let me make myself clear, you four-eyed wretch. I shall spare you today, but should you dare to seduce my wife again, I will not hesitate to end you." The group of archaeology graduate students, who were prepared to defend Jiang Tao, were momentarily taken aback by my outburst. They began to murmur amongst themselves, seemingly perplexed, as if to inquire when Lu Di had married, wondering why they were unaware of such an event. Jiang Tao, visibly battered, protested his innocence, proclaiming, "I had no idea Dier was married." Xiao Wei, filled with rage, rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "How dare you still call her Dier, when you were just asking for another beating?"